a better word, projected. So I have a light on the other side of my sky sheet here, about 10 feet away, and I have Paige off to the left of me, and I said, Paige, where do you see the sun? And she points, she goes, well, I see it right over here. All right, but I'm over here, I see it here. If I move over to her point of view, she's looking at the sun right there. I could draw a circle on it right there, and I see the sun over here. We're looking at the same thing in two different positions. Okay, I think that's partly how our vision works, how we're seeing these celestial objects.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, give us some more gravy. Show some of these videos.
Here's another one for you, which I like showing is people say, what about, ships over the horizon? So my question is, if my face was a mountain or a skyline or a boat, can my finger hide my entire face? Well, if my finger was in the foreground, closer to you, I can hide half the skyline, right? Right. So we have no ship out here. We're zooming in, increasing our optical size. And as we increase, oh, look, there's a sailboat, right? Yeah. But as we zoom out, now these waves in the foreground, these little waves are going to hide the entire boat, because the little waves in the foreground are going to hide the boat, just like my finger can hide that boat.
I mean, that alone should blow anyone's mind that's into globe Earth, like just that video, because I've seen that with my own eyes, where you see a ship, because I always thought we're on a globe because you see a ship go over the edge. The fact that we can now zoom in and record it and show that it's not over the edge, that it's an illusion that's done by waves, that should affect people. But the fact it doesn't is they just don't want to deal with it. They don't want the ostracized. They want to be ostracized, called crazy. That right there shows there's no curve.
Right. But here's the other thing. You can't always zoom it back in. There could be big waves out there, and those big waves will literally block that smaller ship, right? The ship's here. Well, now the ship is tiny over here, and that wave is hiding the ship, and you can't zoom back in through the wave. But most of the time,
in the distance, there's hundreds of waves.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things. And then also, and this is what I always show, but just for those bears that haven't seen it, just for those bears that haven't gotten off the ball, you don't see me. You see the light that's bouncing off of me. Well, the lights that I have out here are brighter than the light that's bouncing off of me. That just makes sense. You understand that. The sun is the brightest light in the sky, and out here is Mount Canigou, 175 miles away, and you can't see it because the light that's bouncing off of it can't push through the thickest part of the atmosphere. Now, a glober will say, well, no, you can't see it because the top of that mountain's over a half a mile below the curve, according to globe math. But twice a year, the sun migrates in between the tropics, and twice a year it lines up with Mount Canigou and that viewing place. And when it does, all of a sudden it starts backlighting Mount Canigou. Now, the very top right there should be over a half a mile below the curve if the Earth was a globe. And the only thing the globe occult clowns have is, the sun and the mountain are below the curve, but they're refracting up and stopping magically at eye level.
Yeah, they're curving.
They're curved. Well, flat is curved. Flat curve.
A million light years away, there's no curve. It goes right to your eye, like precision.
Yeah. The Lagrange mirage doesn't work that way. It would show the mountains upside down. I've seen it plenty of times on the Great Lakes where there's a ship and there's a mirage. The ship is replicated above the ship upside down. In other words, the smokestacks are touching. One is the ship on the water. The other one is a mirage flipped upside down.
Yeah, no, it's just coping mechanisms. Hey, Wise, do you have that video of zooming into the sun that was setting?
Oh, yeah. The sun fade out. Let me pull that up. But real quick, I want to just show you this one. Where is it? How come that's not going?
We should mention the double sun that I filmed because that's on film.
Yeah,
that too. This is one where people look out, and this I spliced in a water level here for an experiment. But people would say the flat earthers and globe earthers get this one wrong. They see this ship out here and they go, it's floating in the air. Okay, but this is just an optical illusion. This water here has wind over it and it's causing ripples. This water here is calm and the sky is nondescript and it's reflecting the sky. So people are assuming this is the horizon when in reality the horizon is up here. Okay? If I draw a line, that's the real horizon. This is just ripply water and calm water, and everyone goes ballistic over this. This is floating ship and the Fata Morgana and all nonsense. There are Fata Morgana mirages, but this isn't one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, sun.
And real quick, Josh had a thing. He was talking about, does the sun have to move? I could see a yellow street sign from, or no, that wasn't it. He said the sun has to move faster in the southern something.
Yeah. So in if I go right here, so in the summer the sun is over this inner yellow line, Tropic of Cancer, and in the winter, our northern winter, it's out here over the Tropic of Capricorn, and that's a bigger circle. So it would have to be going faster to make the circle because it's a bigger circle. And what I say is, I don't think the sun that we see is physical. So take a flashlight, point it 3 feet away from you on the ground, and then turn around for one turn in a minute. And draw. You just drew a circle 6 feet in diameter around you in 1 minute. Now just move the angle of that light to 6 feet away and turn around at the same rate. Well, you just did a 12-foot circle without ever speeding up your flashlight. Okay? So the optics of that are it's just an optics thing. So if that's how the sun works, that's a perfectly good explanation for it. So the sun fade out is a good one. I've actually added the whole series of them on the app for people that are looking for them. And I'm accused of Photoshop. I wish my Photoshop skills were that good. But where the hell is my sun? There it is. I actually filmed it 7 times, and I actually live streamed it from my drone to prove that it wasn't Photoshop. And the other thing is, people go use a solar filter, right? And so one time I put a solar filter on it, and we watched the sun. It went down, 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 and it just faded out. Landed the drone, took the solar filter off, went back up, and there was the sun again. Use a solar filter is like put blindfolds on so you can't see the most important part of a sunset, which is the actual last minute. Up here, the sun was up, and in 5 minutes time, it went down, down, down. Now, if we were spinning, it would just keep on going, but it didn't. It stopped here. It sat here for 10 minutes. My friends over at the beach down here said the sun already set, and I'm just watching it. And it's just not going down. It should be going down at the same rate as it did from up here. And it just sat here, and it went away, and it took its light with it. Bam. Gone. Here it is again. I'll go forward and backwards right over here. It just took its light with it.
Yeah, there you go. Just getting further away. But the solar filter knocks down 98 or 99% of the light.
And when I did that, the solar filter made it disappear at about this height. It was like gone. Couldn't even see it. So down here, and here's the thing. People go, I've watched 1 million sunsets and I've never seen that happen. I was like, oh, did you do it when it was below freezing outside on a super clear day at an elevated altitude with a 4K camera? It's like, no, well, how would I ever have done that?
Seeing is observation of the sky clock. Everything depends on the seeing, what's called the seeing. And right. In the dead of winter, when it is miserable out, some of the best seeing is achievable because there's no moisture or heat in the air.
Oh, and you've seen my showing you how perspective works. We have a celestial view, an elevated view of the sun moving across its level path. Right here is a city skyline, mountain range, or just the atmospheric deck of opacity. I never go below it. This sun is moving level. Now I have a terrestrial camera at the other end on the counter looking up at this, and this is what it looks like. Okay? And if I showed you this first, I'd say, is this line level? And you'd be like, no, it's sloping down. And then I'd say, this, which is now at my eye level, it appears to be, but it's not, is the sun going below it? Well, well, yes, it certainly is. And if I zoom in on it, it's even worse, right? Look at this line. This is a level line, and this is not going below this. Okay.
Such a no-nonsense example.
And it's at eye level. And now if I compare it to a real sunset, here we go. The sun is going behind the atmospheric deck of opacity right there. Looks exactly like that.
That's awesome.
That's a great idea.
That's all it's doing. That's all it's doing.
That's so interesting. What do you think the sun is?
Great question. Crow?
It's maybe an aperture, maybe. When you sun gaze and you get up to a long time of staring into the sun, it almost looks like a tunnel you could go into. But I was going to mention, I filmed a double sun. And at first when I did it, I didn't have confidence in my ability because I'd filmed the moon for thousands of hours and only a couple hundred on the sun. As I began to do all these tests to make sure that it wasn't somehow refraction or something else going on, I finally posted, look, here's the footage of the double sun, which is in my movie Shoot the Moon. By the way, all members get free access to a 2-hour movie called Shoot the Moon. It's got 10 awards now. The last 2 from India, Mumbai and Jaipur, India, gave it awards. So here's the thing. In all the old Masonic woodcuts, if you go look at them, you'll always see the clouds block off whatever's outside of our world, but there's a hole through the clouds with light that comes in to power our sun and our moon. I suspect that the power source for what we see as the sun is outside or maybe on the other side of the firmament or something like that. That's possibly what I filmed. I think it's also possible that it's a reflection on the firmament. Anyhow, whatever it is not arguable, and it is not lens flare, which is proven. And by the way, other people have replicated what I filmed to Shoot the Moon. And by the way, I've had a number of people who were trained in Ayurvedic and other medicine types come up to me and say, yeah, didn't you know there's 2 suns? There's more than one sun. They say to me matter-of-factly, like it's something I should have known from birth.
Yeah, that was trippy when I saw that footage of and used and so how'd you show that it wasn't any other thing? You used
so I was shooting through a hydrogen alpha solar telescope, and I had a double stack which shows surface detail and prominences really well surface detail. I took a big wrapping paper tube and I put it over the end of the telescope so that like 3 or 4 feet of tube were blocking the possibility of any light refraction. And then what I did is I moved the scope, and it moved like an object that you're looking at should move. And by the way, I found it in the same place multiple days. It was roughly 2 sun widths to the east and 1 sun width up away from the sun we see it with our eyes. By the way, many people have filmed a double sun at sunset. It seems to be as if in certain cycles, this is a thing you can see. And the other thing we noticed is at the time people were filming it naked eye at sunset, chemtrails were blocking the sun almost every day.
What do you think it is?
The source for our sun, another sun, maybe our realm is bigger than we think. And it's just the cycles where the sun from the other realm is cycling closer. I don't know. I can only guess. Everything I could say is a guess, but I know for a fact that it's there.
That's some great gravy to end on. I know you guys have stuff to do today, and I'm going to attend to my little doggy. Any final thoughts, or where can people find you?
I'll jump. Go ahead.
I want to say, anybody here, I would doubt that many people here with their families are planning on sending their kids to the college system. Do not send them to college, okay? Take that money, do something good with it, and send them to Crow University, okay? Owen, I think you've been binge watched every Crow episode since we've met. Owen? We lost Owen?
He's the master blaster. Without him, there is no show.
He froze.
Hold on. Let me text him. You may not be recording, David. Just a second.
I'm recording on my end.
Oh, then maybe you should keep going.
There. Oh, you're back. I can't hear you. Muted.
Am I back?
Yeah,
There
now
you
you're
are.
back.
Am I back?
All right. You
Now
better
you're back.
say.
I
You
didn't
better
hear
say.
that. That was my bad.
You better say that all again, David.
Yeah,
I think they lost it.
Dave, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was saying that, anyone that's sending their kids into the indoctrination camps, especially the, college, is just really hasn't seen what's going on in this world. And I think, I call it Crow University. If I had a kid right now, I'd say listen to one episode every day, 3 old ones and 2 new ones every week, and then take the weekend off. And that's it, 2 hours a day. That kid is going to be more useful in this world than anyone from any college university. Now, if you want to be an electrician, if you want to be a trauma surgeon, yes, get that training. That's good stuff, right? But if you want to go into business or whatever, forget it. Forget all that nonsense. And you have been binge watched every Crow episode since we've met, right?
Yeah, I've listened to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a staple of my week. So that's there. And then where Crow, you can talk more about yourself, but where you can find me is you can get my app. It's called the Stars, Moon, Flat Earth, Sun, and Zodiac Clock app, according to Owen Benjamin. And it'll teach you about flat Earth. You can find it at flatearthdave.com.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to say a thing here. I respect these 2 men. Now, what David has done has been honest without just nonstop. And if you get his app and you are honest with yourself, I would like to hear from you after you've challenged everything that's there to see if what happened to Owen on the air happens to you. And I admire Owen beyond so many other people for the simple fact of community, the community that he has built. When I talk with Fortune, he says the only way is New Jerusalem. And what he's saying there is build community and get ready to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
As far as dropping out of education, I want to say a thing. I don't tell you what is true. I can't tell you what is true. What I try to do is teach common sense and, above all, to teach respect for all living things and to hold the creation at the highest protection level and respect that you can. It is the only place we can learn where there is no lie. Now, my work at this point is not anywhere but my private website because of censorship. It's crow777radio.com, CRROW777radio.com. I think it's $8 a month now. We do 8 shows a month. That's $1 a show. And by the way, everybody who's a member at any level, and you can cancel anytime you feel like it, gets Shoot the Moon for free. Shoot the Moon is a film that Jason put together covering 2 hours, and it covers everything interesting I ever shot, mostly with a telescope. It's got 10 awards from around the world. And by the way, I call NASA roundly and every space agency a liar. And when we put that movie out, I didn't think anyone was going to pick it up. Lo and behold, the world is ready to consider whether or not NASA's telling the truth.
And one more thing, 2 of the greatest apps on Earth besides mine and Owen, your Bertaria app is bringing people together. This is being used as a dating app now because every single dot on here, it's a true friend finder because every single person on here is of the like thinking, right? And that's the biggest, like when you go out into a crowd of people, how many of them can be a really good friend? All of these blue dots can be good friends. Maybe 1 or 2 of them, not. But
or something more,
right? And so it's growing exponentially, and it's getting better and better. But also, I have included in here, if you go to the shopping cart, not the shopping cart, to the homeschooling part of it, I have your app right here. It's just like things that you need if you're going to homeschool your kids. You need some community, you need some skills. It's all found here. I got Crow on here. I got other researchers on here. Benny Wills, he's giving, if you have a hard time talking to people, Benny teaches you how to have interpersonal skills, not being the conspiracy theorists that we are, or the conspiracy researchers we are.
Can I give a closing idea, Owen? Here's a closing idea. people would say, why do they lie? Why, why do we have to question where? Why? Well, here's the thing. Your mind creates this reality. All our minds together conglomerated help shape what happens in this place. This is why movies portray violence and bad things about what it means to be a human being. This is why the news constantly covers just the worst information that could be put on the airwaves, because they're trying to make us permanently sick by warping our minds into negative mindsets. What we're doing here and now is a spiritual battle. And you get to choose which side you're going on. You want to go with the synthetic darkness, that is your privilege, and you can drive the nicest car ever built and have air conditioning and everything you ever dreamed of. But guess what? The creator and the creation is going the other way. And we are all actively winnowing ourselves, putting ourselves through the human colander by the choices we make and the way we think about which way we are going. For my part, I'm going with the creator and the creation. And I'll give up anything I have to remain in that line. And I think it's important that people comprehend. Turn off the negative movies, TV, music, all of it. It is making you sick. And that's what I would add.
Yeah, it's so true, dude. And it's like, and the flat earth stuff, I'm really into flat earth, as you can tell, and so is Weiss and all these guys. But what Crow just said is even, I wouldn't say, I don't want to like put an order of importance, but just get your mind out of the hell as best you can. And then worry about what you're standing on and whatnot. Because I know that that's really jarring and shocking to people because of how abusive friends and family can be when you're doing that. But, I don't know. I got a lot to say, but I just want to land this plane and let you guys go. But this has been awesome.
Thanks, man. Good talking.
Hey, I'm so glad to be here, and I admire what both of you do, so thank you so much.
All right, peace, gentlemen. Keep crushing.
Cheers.
I think we're talking past each other, eh?
Oh, shaka-boo-da, sa-ba-da-goo-da, sha-la-ba-doo-sa, frang, frang, shingo, bang, bang.
Mm-hmm.
What up?
Yeah, boy.
He was talking about. Who played that? That was great.
Cool. What are you talking about, the bot audio that was just playing?
Yeah, that was awesome.
It was mostly good. There were some egregious errors and some bad logic and some specious reasoning employed by the flat earthers at various moments, which I would have loved to have interjected and corrected. But since they're not present, the only...
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, anyway, speaking of correcting, bro, plane takes off. If it follows an arced path, right, and horizontal is relative to the vector of down, which in the globe Earth is alleged to be gravity, and if you're maintaining a pitch relative to that horizontal of 3 degrees, then your horizontal is constantly changing, then that means the plane is necessarily undergoing a consistent change of attitude at all times, in which the nose is constantly moving downwards and the tail is constantly moving upwards at all times without exception. Okay, if it's hard to follow...
Looks ridiculous.
Oh my goodness, relative to what?
It's not changing attitude relative to the local horizontal. It's maintaining.
I don't know, I pretty much laid it out, dude. So I'll make it very simple, so all the slow kids in the audience can understand. Take a picture of a plane, about 1 inch, print it out on your printer, get some tape, tape it, right side up, top of the plane facing up, on your clock that has an hour hand. Then watch the plane go around the clock, and you'll see that the plane necessarily changes its attitude constantly, 100% of the time, never does not. It's very simple.
So changing its attitude relative to like an observer out in space watching the globe, right? I agree with that.
No observer needed.
Then what is it changing relative to?
Itself.
I think I understand what you mean, and I've just explained what I think you mean, and you said no.
Look, there's no observer necessary for it to occur. It's going to occur physically, logistically, mechanically. It doesn't need to be observed. It happens regardless. It's not reference frame dependent. It changes its orientation relative to itself. That is what attitude is. Your orientation in free space from your previous position in free space and your previous orientation. Most notably, usually done through a gyroscopic reference. Right? That's how you know it's happened most of the time if you're in a situation where you don't have references to understand whether it's happened or not.
Okay. See, your example was print it out and look at it on a clock, right? I'm an external observer looking at the clock.
Right? So now close your eyes. Close your eyes now. Close your eyes. Is the plane still doing the same thing without you looking at it? The answer is yes.
Yeah, but am I? Oh dear.
Who cares, dude? You're irrelevant. The observer's irrelevant, dude. Why is this so hard? All you have to do is just concede that the plane is physically, logistically, mechanically changing its orientation relative to its previous position at all times constantly. That's a fact. There's no debating it or arguing it. It's not even a point of contention. No, it's not relative to any observer, Holmes. It's relative to itself.
Okay, if I'm on the plane, is it changing attitude?
Of course.
Relative to what? It's not changing attitude relative to me. It's not changing.
Holy shit, bro. Do you know how a object, when it's referring to attitude, what's it referring to? At all times.
Pitch. Specifically pitch relative to the horizontal.
No, that's not what it is. Attitude is in all directions, not just one, friend.
The attitude of a plane is its position relative to the vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, that's a limited definition. Okay, for example, we have gyros in our tanks and in our Bradleys, and we use them for auto-targeting, right? And the Bradley goes up, and it goes down, and it goes left, and it goes right, and sometimes it's at a diagonal, and sometimes it's falling, and sometimes it's jumping. And you know how it knows where it is relative to its previous position? By a gyroscopic reference. And the new position relative to the prior position is known as its attitude, or orientation in free space.
Right, that's what I said.
No, that's not what you said. You said that you're basically making it observer dependent.
No, I said it's position relative to the local, horizontal, and vertical.
No, it's not relative to local, horizontal, and vertical. It's relative to the initial spin up of the gyro. Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be, listen, it doesn't have to be initially set up in a horizontal. It could be set up in a diagonal if you wanted it to be, and then you would know your attitude relative to that initial spin or that initial state.
Right, but a lot of gyros have self-correcting mechanisms to align it with vertical.
Of course. They always want to maintain the horizontal, so you only have the horizontal to deal with. But that's not how all gyros work.
Right.
Okay, so let's be clear again. You tape your little thing on the clock. Whether you're looking at it or not, as your little airplane makes its path around the center of rotation, which is the center point of the clock, the little piece of paper, okay, will never be in the same orientation that it was the previous second. Never. It will constantly be changing its orientation in free space, also known as attitude, regardless of the reference point, because its prior location is its reference point. So if you drew a line straight through the tail to the nose and you called that reference A, then reference A plus 1 second would be different. Reference A plus 2 seconds would be different, etc. ad infinitum, without exception. Cannot be otherwise in principle. Otherwise, it's not following an arced path in any way, shape, or form. I mean, it's not complicated.
I understand. I know it's not complicated. And I'm saying from the reference frame that's stationary with respect to the clock, I agree.
Oh. Wow, dudes. Wow.
If I'm watching this from the second hand itself,
Irrelevant.
it's stationary.
Irrelevant. It's not stationary.
Okay.
In order for it to be exclusively stationary, then the reference line which I drew through the tail to the nose must maintain its orientation in free space, and it doesn't. It changes every second. Your attempt to pigeonhole it through observer reference frames is asinine, to be fair. The fact that you don't understand that an object spinning, right, is in a different physical position than it was prior, regardless of who's looking at it or what reference frame it in. I mean, dude, that's on you, not on me.
Reference frame dependent. You can't just ignore reference frames.
Dude, are you trying to tell me that if I spin the wheel on my car, that it's stationary?
Depends on your reference frame. If you are on the wheel, then that wheel is stationary
cool.
with respect
So
to
how about you go out to a reference frame where it looks like it's not spinning to you, and then see how long my wheel bearings last?
Then your bearings are rotating around you, right? That's just reference frame.
Dude, everybody understands that the bearings are being mechanically affected by the spin of the tire. Regardless of reference frame, they are experiencing a change in position between them and the tire, dude.
Yeah, there's a relative.
The tire is not stationary.
It depends on your reference frame.
No, it's an actual change in position, dude.
Okay. All right.
Oh, okay. Dude, according to you, I could just find a different reference frame and then my bearings would last forever.
No, there is relative motion between the wheel and the bearings. Whether you call one stationary and one moving depends on your reference frame.
Dude, you do realize that bearings and tires affect each other and the bearings counter-rotate. You do realize that, right? There is no such thing as either one of them being stationary.
Okay, well, but one could be rotating around the other. It's your
Oh, yeah. So cool story. So when I place my car on the ground and both wheels are on the ground and some moron comes over and tells me that the bearing assembly is rotating around, my car would have to be going into the ground and back around on itself. It's clear that it's the tire that's rotating.
The Earth would be rotating around the bearing. I know it sounds silly.
No, it sounds retarded, not silly.
Okay. Anyway, that's reference frames for you.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's aptly demonstrated where the clear thinking lies. We'll let the audience decide. So next time somebody says the plane must nose down relative to its previous position, you better concede. Now, you could argue that it's not the pilot that has to do it, because you could argue the equilibrium of forces that the plane is experiencing in your model, right, is forcing the plane to change its position in free space. You could argue that, but you cannot argue that the plane isn't in constant motion where the tail and the nose are experiencing a differential position from their previous position. That cannot be argued.
I think we understand. Well, I definitely understand your position, and I understand my position. Relative to the local horizontal, the plane maintains a constant attitude. Relative to the local horizontal changes.
Sure.
Plane maintains its attitude. Okay.
No. If the relative horizontal changes, right, then the plane's attitude changes. You forgot to parse it out the second time with relative to the horizontal change. But either way, the plane is going to experience a tangibly recordable change in orientation that if you had a mechanism on it, you could determine whether that's occurring or not. such as a free gyro, that it's not constrained by reorienting itself through pendulous vanes or other such methods. Because if you had a gyro that was forced to maintain horizontal and you flew the plane over a flat Earth or you flew the plane over a globe Earth, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You'd need a free gyro. So if you connected a free gyro to a plane, you'd be able to determine whether or not the plane's attitude is following an arced path or a straight path. Lo and behold, Mr. Wolfie claimed he had that data, and we're still waiting for it.
I don't know what data Wolfie has.
Well, he claimed he had the data of the gyro relative to the plane's attitude, proving that it makes those necessary changes every second.
Okay.
Well, now don't get me wrong, though.
Anyway.
Don't get me wrong, though. He's speaking too big for his britches. There's no way an average pilot is going to be given that data from the black box. Ain't going to be happening. You know, he puts in his requisition form, hey, I'm a pilot, and I have a YouTube channel, and I want to debunk some flat earthers. Can you please give me some sealed data? Oh, yeah, we'll get right on that, bro. But guess what? Ever since he posited that idea, nobody has attempted to do it on their own with their own mechanisms. Let me retract that. Nobody I know of.
Yeah, and also the design of the airplane itself is built in a way to go with the air and flow and not counteract it in a way just to have the plane act in a way to make your formula basically work. It's yeah.
I think what AI was getting at a minute ago. Sorry, I had a phone call. So you know what the elevator trim is, right? Or the elevator itself first. So it controls the attitude of the plane, the pitch of the plane. Yeah. Anyone? Anyone know what an elevator is? I should make a meme then. Or tag in the chat.
Listen, everybody should be interested in a change in attitude in reference to your previous attitude by getting a better attitude. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, but I understand what you mean by the second to second thing, right? So I asked, do you know what the elevator does, or the elevator and the elevator trim does in the plane, right? It controls the pitch. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, pitch is just see, depending on how you're talking, attitude and pitch could be identical, but they could also not be identical.
Well, attitude could be yawed or rolled. Pitch is the elevation angle, basically. Right. So the elevator controls the pitch. If your elevator is too high, you will gain altitude. If your elevator is too low, you will descend and lose altitude. All right. Now, on a flat Earth, there is an elevator setting, like there is a quote unquote perfect elevator setting where you will maintain altitude. Okay. There is also on a globe, given that the path is curved, like the path of equal elevation or altitude, there is an elevator setting, a quote unquote perfect setting, where it will follow that curve. Right?
What? What are you talking about?
Okay. If you set the elevator too high, you will gain altitude.
Right.
If you set it too low, it will descend and lose altitude.
Right.
Okay. So there is.
And what's that based
somewhere-
on? What's that based on?
What do you mean? What's it based on?
Why does a plane gain altitude?
Because the direction of the airflow of the elevator.
The pressure
makes
differential?
Change pitch. Eh? Sure.
The pressure differential, right?
Yeah. Right. But if you set it too high, it goes up. If you set it too low, it goes down.
Right. So
Is
why would a path that it's trying to follow matter if the globe is correcting the orientation of the plane to vertical and horizontal constantly?
Right. This is where I'm getting to the idea of a perfect elevator setting. All right. You can easily imagine a perfect elevator setting on a flat Earth. It's the one that keeps it at the same level. Right. So if it's any higher, it goes up. If any lower, it goes down. Right. There is also,
for the audience, describe the mechanical nature of this thing, so they can picture it in their minds. Yeah.
Could probably post the elevator. Elevator. Images. There we go. Stick that one in the chat. Hang on. Oops. Oops. There we go. There's the elevator. All right, so it makes the pitch go up, pitch go down. There is. It's easy to conceive of a perfect elevator setting such that the attitude, so that the elevation or the altitude, the altitude doesn't change.
Yeah, which
There
would
is
mean what?
also that you're at a constant altitude.
Yeah, but why? How do you maintain a constant altitude?
By not gaining altitude. Right? Set your elevator.
By equalizing the force lift with the downward force, correct?
Yeah.
So they're counterproductive, right?
Yep. Yes. All right. So there's an elevator setting that will maintain an equal altitude, the same altitude. It's easy to conceive of that on a flat Earth, right? It just goes horizontally. What might be a little bit difficult to understand is that there's also an elevator setting or a trim setting to maintain a curved path. As in it's sort of, technically it's not losing elevation or altitude, but it's following that path. Right, you can easily imagine the setting to go horizontal on a flat Earth. There is also an elevator setting very, very slightly below that, which will follow a curved path. Does that make any sense whatsoever? Fuck, 11 o'clock. I'm going to go in a sec.
Sure. So same when you throw a paper airplane, you can turn them so it will fly straight, and if you turn them a little bit, it'll fly in a loop.
Yeah, but you change the elevators of your little paper airplane. Yes. There's a setting for those elevators which will also make it go in a curve very slightly downwards. All right, you can make it go very, very slightly downwards. But on a globe, that's actually not going down, that's staying at a constant altitude. I'm going to have to refine this and put it into a meme because it's difficult to explain with words.
Dude, that's I'm already foreseeing where this is going to end up, and it's not going to be good for the globe.
Yeah, you got about 2 minutes. I got to go shopping.
Because remember, in your claim, the globe is constantly reorienting the plane to local horizontal. So the pressure differential of the strata is going to maintain consistency. And it's going to be changing at an ever constant rate, so it's never going to be abrupt.
Yeah.
So why would you need to orient your plane to follow a curved path? If you did so, you'd just start going down.
No. You're not changing altitude. You're just following the same pressure level. I think I need to put it into meme form and write it out properly. I was going to say shit.
I think what you need to do is validate that this is actually occurring in reality.
Well, I would say that because the Earth is a globe. This is what happens in reality.
No. See, it's not I say that because the Earth is a globe, this is what happens in reality. You need to validate that the planes in reality that actually function are actually following this curved path that you claim. And how would you prove such a thing?
Right, that would be a deductive argument from the fact the Earth's a globe. It's not something that you would be able to do.
Okay, so you wouldn't have the premises proved in the first instance. Now, how would you prove those premises in the first instance? We already discussed it.
Right.
No, not that the Earth's a globe. That the plane is following an arced path that you claim.
Yeah, I don't think you get my point. It would follow necessarily from a conclusion that the Earth is a globe. I wouldn't use that. I wouldn't use the airplane as evidence for the globe. I would use flight routes as evidence for the globe.
Dude, we're just talking about the plane's orientation relative to the ground. Right?
Yes.
And whether it's following an arced path or not. So how would you determine that?
Yeah, I don't think you're getting my point. This is not me making an argument for the globe. I'm saying this is what must happen. Because the Earth is a globe. Your original argument was planes would have to dip their nose down, therefore not a globe. I disagree with that.
Oh, that wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument.
Okay.
Yeah, that was yours.
What? Sorry, you're saying that I made an argument, therefore not globe?
No, my argument was that if a plane is maintaining any type of level flight over a globe, and level is relative to horizontal, and the globe claims that the local horizontal is ever changing as the vector of down changes over its arced path, then the plane of a necessity, if it's maintaining a pitch from horizontal, must change its overall attitude constantly. That was my argument. That's a necessary argument. It cannot be otherwise.
Right. Relative to an external observer, yes.
No, not relative to an external observer.
Well,
relative to its initial position.
It maintains
Dude, why do you have relative to an observer stuck in your butthole and coming out your mouth? Why can't you loose yourself from that language?
It's the language of physics. That's how it works.
No, dude, it's not. That may be how certain people express it in certain ways when they're talking in certain physics problems and solutions. I'm talking about an object in three-dimensional free space with no references other than itself. You understand? If I go head over heels, I'm going head over heels relative to myself. I don't need any other relations.
Over heels relative to the down direction? It has to be relative to something. If you're describing
it doesn't, dude. Dude, you do not understand. You just defeated the point. Here's this, dude. Relative to me. Think about it. My stomach is where it is, and my head is where it is, and my feet are where it is. If I displace my head with my feet, and my feet are now where my head used to be, I've changed my orientation in free space. I don't need a relative to anything other than myself and my initial position.
How do you determine the difference then between, say, your room rotating around you?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
am I my? Think about it this way, friend. Think about it this way. Am I my room?
You're in your room.
Keep in mind, I posited you in my mental exercise that I'm the only object that exists in free space. Me and me only. So, for example, I'm the only object that exists and I have a hand. My hand is touching my face. If I then take my hand and reach down and touch my foot, it's now touching my foot. It's no longer at my face. It has moved.
Right.
Relative to my face.
Yes. Do you not understand that then you could describe that situation?
Same thing applies. Same thing applies. Same thing applies. No, because I know that I use those muscles. But that's irrelevant. The point is, now imagine, right, that I'm the only object that exists, and rather than moving my hand, I just do a jerky motion, right, with my body and cause myself to start spinning. Right? If I had a gyroscope, right, in the center of my body, which was spun up with its inertia when I wasn't spinning, and then I started spinning, okay, the only information that I need is the reference from my previous position.
Right, but even
That's all I
you've heard of
need.
Marx's principle. Have you heard of Marx's principle?
The what?
Marx's principle, M-A-C-H, Mark.
Not necessarily. Let us know what it is.
It's kind of the idea. Fucking difficult to explain. Very difficult to explain. I've got to go. Fuck. I better go like 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, if it's going to say that when I start spinning, I'm not spinning, then I'm going to say Mark's a retard. So,
Well, sure. I personally disagree. I understand the philosophical reasoning behind Marx's principle. I obviously think it's wrong. I think there are kind of, I won't say absolute reference frames. I would say, I'd say the universe, the universe is a reference frame. Yeah. Anyway, I got to go. I'll stick Mark's principle in the chat first, and then I'll go shopping.
all right. Don't accidentally have your body move around your legs while you're getting there.
Well, that's kind of Mark's principle. Anyway, in the chat. Cool. Question. See you.
So yes, what have we learned here, friends? We learned that the plane undergoes a necessary and constant change in attitude, without exception, if it's going to be flying over a curved path. Period. End of story. Nobody can argue this point unless they're a stone cold retard. Now, our friend didn't actually answer how you would go about determining whether it's following that arced path, even though we discussed the methodology earlier that would be very easy and simple, which is simply having a gyro be the reference, right? Which has its initial rigidity in space at the local level when you take off, right? And if the plane rotates around the gyro, then that would be almost ipso facto evidence, right? Would it not? Now, of course, you can't use the self-correcting gyro.
I mean, I don't like how they don't go into detail about. I'm assuming he's talking about when the plane is on autopilot, then it autocorrects for this mythological curve. But what about if it's not on autopilot and it's being flown manually? I don't see how it just automatically
No.
autocorrects
it,
for
bro.
it. That didn't make any sense.
The
Okay.
plane doesn't do anything except what its tail and ailerons and all these different things on it are in position. The plane just puts those in position, right, and then has thrust out the engine. That's it. And now those orientations of the flaps meeting the air, right, is what's going to cause the difference in whether it's going to go down or up or arc or bank or whatever. Now, what me and him were talking about is that the globe claims that there's an equilibrium of forces that affects the orientation of the plane the same way a level would be. So if you take a bubble level, right? So just imagine the plane is a bubble level. If you take the bubble level around the Earth, right, if it's flat and you keep it horizontal, the bubble level is just going to maintain horizontal, right? You're not going to notice anything. It's never going to change its attitude. It's always going to be horizontal relative to its initial horizontal. So in other words, if you drew a ray or a perfect ideal line out from its horizontal and you reference that ray, the level would always be on that line.
Yep.
Now, transversely on a globe, the level's angle would always change relative to that line at all times, 100% of the time. Although in your local experience, it would just seem like it was level. But if you reference your previous ray, it would always be at an off angle.
Yeah, I mean,
Now-
according to him, he should be able to measure this.
That's what I was trying to ask him, bro. How would you go about proving that that's occurring?
Yeah, you have you need to have the devices pointing at the airplane to actually differentiate between the level ground which we are talking about, and the pitch, which would be from the tip and the end, which would be different on a curved ball, you know?
No, not the pitch. The pitch is relative to local horizontal, and local horizontal is constantly changing. So the plane would be maintaining its pitch, and that would give you no useful information. Plane flying at a specific altitude, right, constantly, is going to have the same pitch as if it's going over a curved surface or a flat surface. What it's not going to have is the same attitude relative to its previous position every second of every minute of every day.
Yeah.
That's what you need to measure. And the only way to measure that is to have a device that does not subordinate itself to local horizontal, that maintains its position regardless of the external forces, such as a free gyro. And by free, I just mean that it's not constrained by self-correcting factors that force it to maintain horizontal. So, for example, you spin it up, you take off, and then the plane is either going to maintain level with the level of the gyro, or the plane is going to rotate around the gyro housing, and your gyro is going to essentially be upside down if you flew all the way across half the Earth, right? When you arrive at your destination, your gyro should be upside down.
Yeah. I mean, you would have to create an artificial, in his theory, an artificial plane which would be horizontal regardless of the shape of the Earth, right? So in order to measure it at a horizontal plane. But you need to have a longer distance, let's say laser measurement devices that would then catch the plane when it crosses the focal point of the laser to actually measure where the plane is at.
So the main point is nobody's attempted to do any of that, except, loose attempts of bringing a level onto a plane and then noticing that the level maintains general horizontal and thinking that you've debunked the globe because of that, when in the globe model it claims that local horizontal would be changing ever so slightly that it'd be imperceptible. So that doesn't necessarily debunk the globe. You need a gyroscope or something like that. Because like I said, it has to maintain its rigidity from the initial position. And a bubble level cannot accomplish that task. So we remember back in the days, our friend D Marble, right, took a level onto a plane and said, look, the bubble level didn't do anything weird, therefore the plane didn't follow an arced path. But it's like, no, I mean, according to the globe concept, that's what they would expect a bubble level to do, is to generally stay level. Because to them, level's constantly changing around an arced path, right? So bringing up a level onto a plane isn't going to convince anyone except people who can't think clearly. Flat earthers and globe earthers alike.
Yeah, and the projected curve is basically the formula that they use on mostly every flight radar or what have you, Google Earth or whatever. And therefore they cannot think straight. Because they're always seeing this instead of his observance. We don't need an observer.
Yeah, it's painful how they can't get their mind out of that framework.
Get your kids out of school.
He's like, it's the language of physics.
Yeah, no. I mean, there are enough YouTube videos where physicians talk about actual composition of air and how it refracts and so forth.
Yeah, but let me.
And they do not contradict the actual physics, but when you listen to them, you actually grasp how it really looks like. And the stuff that we hear in universities and school and such, it just counteracts this very thing. Because we do not hear from them.
Right, so let me answer that guy's point. When he said maybe your car's tire is rotating around the bearings, right? Or your car is rotating around the tire. If that were the case, my car is affixed to the ground. That would mean that the whole ground has to be rotating relative to the bearing. And since the Earth in their model is fixed by a gravitational, whatever, to the sun, and the sun fixed to the galaxy, and the galaxy fixed in the universe, that means the entire universe is rotating around my tire, rather than just the simple self-evident truth of my tires rotating around the bearing. It's like, why do I have to appeal to the entire universe? The entire universe is rotating around my specific tire. But guess what? It's also rotating around your tire and everybody else's tire. It becomes quite silly quite fast.
Yeah, it's very simple, but for them it's very complicated. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and they think that we're the odd ones, that we have the extreme position. The extreme position is just that the Earth is just at rest and my tire is rotating. Oh my goodness, you're nuts. But then you take their position, it's like the whole universe is rotating in a million different rotation directions around my tire, your tire, everybody's tire. And then they say, oh no, it's just observer dependent. So then you basically have a subjective reality, which, by the way, plays perfectly well into the new synthesis paradigm of subjective idealism, where everyone experiences the world as their own reality. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I think that this is a construct they have in mind in order to create chaos, basically. Just to accept everyone's paradigm, whatever it is, whatever they think, whatever they may be, I mean, the whole gender thing is tied into this, right? So.
Hey guys, would it be okay if I ask a quick question?
Only if it's about the server topic.
Okay. Sorry, I'll mute and let me know where I could find the server topic.
The name of the server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'll give you one guess at what the server topic is.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was just something specific, like only talking about one thing.
If it's about Flat Earth versus Globe Earth and the logistical or philosophical implications, it's game.
Yeah, I got it. AI, you seem to be the most active. Can I ask how old you are?
Let's see. 3.2 Google Plexillion parseconillion cycles.
Serious question, though.
Well, I'm a cybonic organism from the future, so I don't rate myself in years because in the future we don't have years. But in human terms, I'm 43 years old.
So you don't think you're 43 years old?
Well, I have no scientifically validated experiment that the past exists. So how should I know how old I am? I just know what documents allege the age I am.
I knew this.
And those documents allege me to be 43 years. But on a serious note, I'm not that disavowed from reality that I would make that argument on a serious note. I would just do it to troll, prank, or elucidate a point. So technically, I'm a human being with 43 years, give or take, since I passed through the thighs.
Can you explain what you mean when you say in the future we don't use years? Because that's kind of where I was getting.
Well, my friend, if you believe in heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony and the creation story and the salvation story therein within their philosophically based religious system, which rest assured, their pseudoscientific worldview is indeed a religious proposition, they believe within that eventually humankind will merge with machines, right? And then eventually will download their consciousness into machines, and then eventually will evolve past the need for the machine to house their consciousness and become disembodied from the machine, float out of the machine in an energetic state, and become essentially an energy cloud of pure consciousness that is then able to interact with the three-dimensional free space and the matter therein on a level that we can't even perceive of, and on a time scale that we can't currently perceive of. In other words, become, for lack of a better term, a God type or spirit type entity. Now, some of these physicists that believe in this gobbledygook, which rest assured, I'm not making this up, this is straight from lectures at prestigious universities and establishments, they think that some of these energy clouds that we supposedly see out in the cosmos are actually evolved predecessors. So they're sentient entities that we are one day going to join in the great sea of the star ocean. So once you become an energy cloud, right, that just is pure consciousness, things like time are highly irrelevant, would they not?
But up until then, would you say we could still go by years or no?
Well, the entire paradigm is based on the concept of revolving around a central point in which the seasons and the days pass. And since that point is fixed to the sun, for our point of view, and that path is allegedly 1 year, unless we leave the Earth, for like centuries, which is impossible, we would still be using years. And even after humanity allegedly left the Earth to head towards a new world, they'd still be using years until they arrived at the new world and adopted that cycle. And then they would still use the term years because that's what people are used to in relation to the new thing, which they would name something else. Or they might name it, let's say the planet they go to is Praxis. They would name it Praxis years. Like dog years. A human year is 7 years to a dog year. But they'd still probably call it years until they disavowed English and made a new language, and then they'd call it something else.
Right, I see what you're saying. I guess if I was to ask you an alternative question, like how many breaths you take, a fair answer for you wouldn't be in the future, we're probably going to have very dirty air, so we're not going to breathe at all, so I can't answer that question. I'm asking you as of right now, how old you are.
You already answered.
How old is he? I'm going to need it one more time. 43. So that means he's using years as his metric, which is my problem. So you kind of got ahead of me. So well done. But if you don't believe in the years, I'm going to need another answer because 43 is not a valid answer according to you.
Well, when you ask somebody how old they are and they give you years, right, they're telling you an accumulative amount of days, but not even that because years aren't equivalent to days because we have leap years.
Yeah, I got you.
Right? So it's a rough estimate, and basically what it's saying is how many calendar demarcations have occurred since your birthday where they began recording such things about you. And so that's what I meant by on a piece of paper, that's what it's told about me.
But you don't believe that.
Well, it's not that I don't believe that many demarcations has occurred. Because let's just say, for instance, that the past exists and those mechanical processes did occur, and it has been that many quote-unquote years or days or calendar demarcations, where 43 calendars have been thrown out and repurchased, then yes, that would be 43 years.
Well, I'm open to hearing another alternative, if you got one, for how old you are, if you don't think that one's accurate.
I am 1 AU old.
And if you could please explain that.
Well, think about it. They claim that the sun is a certain distance away, but then they demark that distance as 1 AU, or 1 astronomical unit. They then apply that with a scale function to the other lights in the sky to create this idea of distances, which are all scales, by the way. There's no known distances, and then whenever they change one distance, they change the others. And so they just call it 1. So how old am I is 1. I'm 1 old.
So
The amount of time that I've been alive, the amount of time that I've been alive is the amount of time that I've been alive, and it equals 1. 1 amount of life.
That doesn't make sense. You're 1 astronomical unit old.
No, I changed it. I explained to you what I meant by it, and then I changed it at the end. So in my terms, the 1 AU is not 1 astronomical unit, it's 1 age unit. The age that I am is the age that I am, 1. Whatever that is. It could be 50 years, it could be 43 years, it could be 75 onkos, it could be 999 poop toes.
And for everybody else, does this make sense to you guys?
If you say no, then you're actually critiquing the globe model and its foolishness, because that's what I was parroting.
Right. It makes sense to me.
I'm gonna need you to slow it down for me again. You're H, and then you're 43, but you could be 50. I'm sorry.
Think about it this way.
The actual age doesn't matter, is the point. Because there's no, you don't know that.
So what should I put on my driver's license?
Excuse me?
What do I put on my driver's license?
You're not understanding. The simple fact that you're asking, what do you put on your driver's license, is letting me know that you need to try a little harder to understand what I just told you.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll give you an answer. I could give you an answer, though, to that question specifically, because it matters in the context, and that's the point. The context matters. A driver's license is a particular contract with a particular organization that has a particular set of rules, and the convention that they have decided for your age is how many annums you have been alive. So the anniversary of the year, the calendar year, from your birthday to your birthday is what they want when they ask you for your age. So you must answer according to the convention you're agreeing to. That's my point.
Why do they want that? Are they wrong too?
No, because a convention can't be wrong when you think about it. It's just an agreement for how we're going to do things. No, it's like when you play a game, when you play a card game. If you want to play, 5-card draw under classic rules, and you say, let's all play 5-card draw under classic rules. Those are written down and they're known, so you have to use those rules. But now if you say, let's use these same cards and make a new game that we'll agree to right here, right now on the spot, and you all agree, you've then created a unique game that's never been created before, but it has a new set of rules that you agree on, even though you're using the same tokens that you were in 5-card draw, which is the deck of cards.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but in this case, wouldn't I and you being 43 years old be the default and you be the person changing the rules? In which case you're not able to answer how old you are?
Well, I answered you according to the common convention so that you can understand in context my age in the sense of our culture, right?
Mm-hmm. I understand in the sense of our culture, which you don't agree with, so I'm asking you now for your alternative answer.
No, I don't mind that convention because, like I said, that convention is largely based on the cycles of the seasons, right? And the seasons are essentially an established, for lack of a better term, calendar or clock. And so we as humans judge our activities based on those seasons. For example, harvest time, planting time, which I should get ready for the winter because it's about to get freezing cold. All of these things are cycles that we see signs for. And so it's not unreasonable to gauge your age based on those cycles. So when you say I'm 43 years old, you're basically saying that generally, since I was born, 43 cycles.
What are these cycles? What happened 43 times?
the period of the seasons from start to finish. Summer, winter, spring, fall.
Yeah. See, you guys are very big on definitions. I'm only here a couple of times. So, what's the definition of a year?
Well, it depends, because you could say it's just the period of the calendar, but other people would say, oh, it's traveling around orbiting around the sun, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now the problem is that just by claiming that that's the definition of a year doesn't mean that you're actually orbiting around the sun, because you could just easily say that it's a period of the sun cycle till it returns. And that would be the same thing, the same phenomena that we experience.
You could say that, but you'd be saying something that isn't widely agreed upon when you're using the definition.
Oh, well, they can cry about it then.
No, you can't.
Because let me be clear. Yeah, I can. Let me tell you why. Most people don't think about orbiting the sun when they think about years. They think about the calendar. No, they don't.
No, that's the definition of a year.
No.
Whether most people have the definition wrong, it's not my fault.
No, I'm not saying that they don't know the definition. I'm saying they don't practically use it as that. Like when they talk about
I guarantee
years,
you 9 out of 10 people whom you ask, well, what's a year? They're going to say 365 days.
Yeah, and what happens every 365 days?
The cycle begins
again. A day? 1/365th
the cycle begins
of a what?
again, because if you're an astronomer and you pay attention to the sky, you'll understand that there's a repeating cycle.
What is the cycle? Explain that to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't particularly know of the cycle that you're talking about.
I'll tell you this: it has nothing to do with us, moving around the sun.
Perfect. Explain to me what it is. You know my position.
The sun moving around us. The sun moving around us, which is what everybody observes.
The sun has moved around you.
Has it not? Think about it. When I go out into the morning, right, and I stand and I look,
mm-hmm.
I see the sun, right, looking right at me, and I see it go over my head, and I see it go down. That's what I see. Nobody sees the Earth go around the sun. Not one time ever in the history of the world. Has it never been seen by human eyes, and has it never been purported to be seen by any optic that exists in any recorded form for human history, period.
So you are 43 years old being
further to that.
Suns.
When I say a cycle, we witness the sun arc a certain way, and then there's the time, what is it called, where the sun is directly over the equator, and then it's on the other side, and then it comes back to the equator, and then it comes back to our side. We can all see that happening,
right?
Everybody from everywhere.
Oh, yes, but what we don't ever see happening is the Earth go around the sun, unless you're watching a cartoon. That's the only time you'll ever see it. You will never see it with your own eyes. No human has ever been at the vantage point to see it with their own eyes. No optic has ever taken a photo or a video of this occurring to present to us. This information exists in no place other than the imagination or graphics or models. There is no tangible representation of this occurring whatsoever anywhere.
So what's the definition of the sun rotating around the Earth, and why do you use the word year?
Because it's an accepted convention, dude. It's not like I woke up and said, I'm going to not use the word year. I don't use your definition.
Yeah, you do. You said you're 43 years old.
Oh, see, you think that if I concede that I'm 43 years old, then ipso facto, the Earth is revolving around the sun?
Bingo.
Wow, you're stone cold retarded.
Okay. So what's
now, I said that tongue in cheek. I said that tongue in cheek because that's a total non sequitur. It's illogical and incoherent.
You're using the word year.
How did they have calendars before they had the heliocentric model?
Oh, they had epicycles.
Oh, I know. I'm asking him.
Oh, sorry, I messed it up.
No,
Dang.
You're fine. You're fine. Regardless, he probably doesn't know that large word.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, in short, They patterned the motions
year-
of the
yeah.
sky. They patterned the motions of the sky, and they recognized the patterns, and they put them in epicycles and other such things that were all based on the assumption of a flat planar realm. Who are traveling around the sun. And how do we know this? Well, we know this because the ideal of heliocentrism had to be invented at a particular time in human history. And so before that, that idea was not cemented. And therefore, they had calendars and annums and periods and seasons that were not based on the concept of the Earth going around the sun.
The 15 degrees an hour isn't even about the concept of the Earth going around the sun.
I guess my greater point is that if you don't accept what a year is, 365 days, then you have no measure of time, is what I was trying to say.
By your definition.
No, that's dumb because
or whatever definition of time you have is using my definition of the year.
Oh my God. So the definition comes after the experience, right? So usually when we define things, it's because of an experience. Now, no one, again, has ever experienced going around the sun. That's just a part of the story that's completely non sequitur from the methods that they actually used. 15 degrees an hour doesn't have anything to do with the Earth moving. 365 days doesn't have anything to do with us moving around the Earth. That's just something added on to the story.
Fair point, but I need to speak to Elijah at this moment, which is this. Previously, he said that people would describe the time scale of a year as being going around the sun. You said 9 out of 10 people would describe it as 365 days. He then said, just prior to you speaking, that without a calendar of 365 days, you would essentially have no way to keep time, admitting that generally, by a Freudian slip, he understands that most people demark time by the calendar, not by any concept of the Earth and the sun moving around each other. I rest my case, ad infinitum in perpetuity, and ex ante into the past. No, they're not. Let me explain it to you. It's very simple. If you have a convention that says, right, regardless of how it's created is irrelevant, you just say, we as a society are going to make a year, 365 days, 12 months. And most people accept it. They don't need to know why or how it came about. They're just going to pattern their life after it because that's what society is doing. For example, mortgages. For example, when to take vacations from your job. For example, when to harvest, when to not. All of these things can be done with a calendar without knowing where or how it was arrived at. So people can use the concept of a year without ever thinking one time about the pattern of the sun and the earth relative to each other. They're mutually exclusive. They don't have to be necessary parts of each other.
I agree, but you can't do that because you have a different model.
No, I can, dude. I already told you that the path of the sun was established long before heliocentrism was invented. We know this because heliocentrism came about at a particular time in history. And so prior to that, it had not yet been invented.
Could it be because we have better tech to figure it out?
It's irrelevant. The point is that demarking time existed before demarking it by the concept of going around the sun. And therefore, any establishment or convention of time can be used freely by anyone without conceding the concepts that are attached to it. For example, some of the old calendars had gods attached to them, right? So the idea of the seasons and all of this was spirit entities doing these things, not just passings of time. But you could still be in that society and reject those entities, yet still use the convention. So, for example, the council may say you have to show up to court at a particular date in the month of, Vesuvius, right? You show up that day, correct? Because it's on the calendar and you know that this many days has passed and now it's this day. You showing up doesn't mean you believe in the god of Vesuvius. It just means you showed up at a convented time. An agreed upon
I agree with that point. That's a good
thing.
point.
Yeah. Right. So that means that I can use a year and say a year and talk about a year with everyone, and we all understand what we're talking about because we're just talking about demarcated time, and none of us ever have in the front of our mind the idea of the Earth revolving around the sun. Now, the occasional person will, don't get me wrong, but I tell you, I have been alive for 43 years. Okay, I have been up and down, left and right. I've been in the military. I have seen many, many people, and I have spoken to many, many people about days and times. And I will tell you, less than 5 people in my entire life have ever used the phraseology about the Earth and the sun relative to time. It just doesn't happen on the regular. It's very, very extremely rare.
Maybe I'm weird, but no, that's a good point that like you're using general convention. I'm just asking you if you think that's wrong, that the Earth doesn't rotate around the sun every 365 days, and that happened 43 times, which means that's how many rotations you are old. How old are you? And explain it to me in a different way.
Why are you not getting it?
I get it. He's using normal, conventional.
The agreed upon convention doesn't have anything to do with the assertion of cosmologies.
Yeah, for example, I was obviously born after my mother was born, correct? Now, my mother lived in a society where we used a calendar as a conventional way of demarcating time. Now, when I was born, on that calendar, she may have wrote, my son was born this day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, calendars are issued after a certain amount of time. The convention's already been established, right? So you have a certain amount of days in the calendar. Every 4th year is a leap year. So every 4th calendar you get has 1 extra day on February 28th, right? Where they have a little triangle. They have a little triangle in that square where it has 2 days rather than 1 day. So every 4th year you have an extra day. However, everybody knows this. So every time the calendar comes back to my birth month and my birthday, even though every 4th year it's actually a different annum, it's not the same anniversary because there's actually more days. When she sees that date approaching on the calendar, she knows it's about to be my birthday, and then she makes plans to celebrate it. She doesn't think, oh my goodness, I wonder where the sun is relative to the Earth, so I know when my son's birthday is. The average human uses the calendar. Now, in modern day, a lot of humans use electronic calendars, right? Things that tell them when these days are. They don't think of it at all. It's completely out of their mind. They just put it in their appointment book, and then when the appointment book pops up, it says 3 days till such and so is occurring. You say, oh shit, 3 days, I better frickin' buy the flowers.
I know people don't think like that.
I will give him this. There's the New Age rhetoric where people say happy trip around the sun. And that's relatively new. Again, because they're pushing the propaganda really hard since we exist now.
You want to hear something funny, brother?
About it now? No.
The most recent person and one of the 5 in my lifetime that has used rhetoric like that was a flat earther named CB, not within the past month, right? It came out of his mouth. Think about that and let that sink in. That just tells you even more so that the average person isn't thinking this way.
Not really. You're taking that out of context, I would guarantee, knowing how you've had the rest of this entire conversation go.
No, I wasn't taking it out of context because he said it intentionally, tongue-in-cheek, on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. So the context. So if he's saying it tongue-in-cheek on purpose, then it doesn't matter.
Oh, God, dude, give it up. Give it up.
No, the point is that it took him becoming a flat earther to feel that. No, that's not true. I believe he was saying a story that's what he used to say when people would tell him a happy birthday.
I thought you meant now. I thought you meant like the other day or something. I was just like, what? He's clearly joking.
Yeah, we know that CB is not a globe earther secretly.
Point is that the phrase itself is rare, let alone people intentionally using it to describe themselves. You know, it's rare that. Look, I'll put it to you this way, friends, and this is my experience throughout my life. The amount of times that you encounter globe rhetoric, where people are imbuing their days and their activities with commentary that requires them to use globe phraseology, is extremely rare, rarer than diamonds.
It happens every day on your birthday.
No, it doesn't.
It does. You've
Says who?
acknowledged that 1 year has passed. You've acknowledged that 365 days has passed.
Oh my god, dude, we already went through this to brutal extent that nobody is thinking about the Earth and the sun when they think about the year on their birthday, bro.
Right. Now, it's crazy because, what upsets me is that I don't think we have a chance, a snowball's chance in hell, because I am now watching Dr. Stone, and I realize how heavily embedded this heliocentric language is into these cartoons, right? Or these animations.
Yes.
Like, it's heavily embedded. It's put right next to the scientific method. They'll do something practical, and then they'll be like, that's why we were able to go into space. It's like no mention of how they do that, but it's mention of how they build tools, concoct different chemicals, put them together to make other, forms of things, medicines, things like that. And then they'll just show you, like, outer space and shit. It's like, oh, okay, I see why people think the way they think. It's fair. I can't even yell at them anymore.
That's pretty modern, though. That's pretty modern, though. Like, a lot of the older stuff it was way more rare that there would be those direct references that seem so gratuitous. You know that term, gratuitous sex and violence in movies, right? Well, now we've reached a point where there's gratuitous NASA and space propaganda. It's like they're just doing it for the sake of doing it. It doesn't even fit the story that they're dealing with. But let me put it to you this way, friends. I went across an ocean, right? And before I went, I looked across an ocean or out into the distance, imagining myself at the other end, because I was about to go to a war, right? And so I could die. And there was profound implications for me going there. And I stood at the beach and I looked out towards that direction. And never once did the idea that I was going to be traveling around an arced path of a globe ever cross my mind. In my mind, I just saw it was straight ahead of me. It never crossed my mind to think otherwise. And looking back, after I came into the idea of flat Earth versus globe Earth, I wonder, like, why is it that at these distinct times in my life, I never thought of myself as particularly being on a globe, when it's so indoctrinated in your mind that when you look out across the ocean, you're looking over curved water. But I can never once in my life remember a time where I went out to the ocean and thought I'm looking over a curved surface. Never once. I have no memory of that at all. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen once, because it may have. I just have no distinct memories of it. And especially at key points in my life, you think I would remember it, like I'm about to go die in a real war.
When I was at the beach a month and a half ago, I was thinking, damn, I never really thought about it. Like, as I was experiencing it that day, I realized that at that moment was the first time I looked out into the distance and wondered what I used to think about the horizon. Only then did I try to picture it as the edge of the globe Earth. Only when I was trying to picture, okay, why do they think it's a globe, did I ever think that? Not until that day, because any other day I just experienced it as was. I never really thought about it.
Exactly. I'll give you another concrete example, and then I'll let this person who's trying to get in talk. When I was in the war theater, okay, actually with the responsibility of employing weapon systems and targeting enemies, right? There's certain ranges and acquisitions and angles and sizes of enemies, right? Never once did it cross my mind that the range of this enemy was greater than the globe Earth curvature would allow me to target. never crossed my mind once until after I got into this arena of flat Earth versus globe Earth, and I started thinking back at the weapon systems I used, and I said to myself, wait a minute, a Tiger tank or this tank or that tank is this tall, and we were in this location, and it was at that range. The curve of the Earth should have been in between me and it. Why didn't I ever think about that before? It's almost like it doesn't matter because it wasn't there. All right, go ahead, whoever was trying to interject for the past 3 times.
Me. And I want to tell you the same thing what you said about military. I had the same experience because I was anti-aircraft, and I used also the weapon for the ground targets. And I also remember, I never count on anything, you know. It was other things, and I never count on the Coriolis. I never count on any fucking curvature, you know, or anything. The second thing about experience from the picture, but that picture is only in my mind now. 15 years ago, going to Barcelona about the Mediterranean Sea, and it was the sky was without not even one cloud. That means everything was. I was watching through the window, and I could see 100 islands, you know, and it was so flat. But I have that picture now. I cannot, you know, I never made a picture, you know. And the third things I want to say about that 365 days, my question will be, is it, this is the first question, AI, for you, is it the orbital speed constant?
The orbital speed of what now?
Orbital speed in the heliocentric model, is it constant orbital speed?
No.
I think yes, because if
orbital speed of what though? The Earth and the Earth
of Earth around the sun.
No, it can't be. It can't be.
I don't think nothing, because in order for the model to, well, they don't have a model, but there have to be elliptical orbits. So
yeah, exactly. They have to slow down and speed up constantly.
Okay,
and they have to be in a constant acceleration because they're following an arced path. So
for me, it's this, because we have 364 days for 3 years. That means that you have sun 3 years is going like that, and then we add 1 day, because why?
No, that's not true. No, isn't it? It's 365, and then you add 1 day. Or am I wrong?
Do you know what I learned in school?
I'm pretty sure that's right.
I learned in school they're saying that it's like a 364 days and 8 hours. That was and because of not 8 hours, 6 hours, and then you have every 6 hours for 4 years, and then you get 24 hours.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, but you still experience 365 calendar days. Like each day you turn the calendar over, right? If you buy a calendar that is 1 day at a time, every day you just turn. Whoa, holy moly! Oof, that was tough. Anyway, yeah, each day you just turn over the days, right? And then when it gets to the end, you know, there's not one that says half a day; it just says day. And that's probably And then at the end you have to do the leap day to make up for those half days you lost or something like that. But you guys don't. Let's be clear. What are you talking about, dude? It's not about believe or not believe, dude. Dude, are you out of your mind? Like I'm genuinely being serious now, because it sounds to me like you literally aren't listening to anything anybody said.
I'm listening. You're using my definitions to explain things.
No, we're not.
365 days because of a cycle that we agree upon is not a fucking definition. What's wrong with you? And what that has to do with the shape?
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's look at it this way, friends. I go to Target, let's say, even though I don't like Target, but it's just the first store that came to my mind. and I go down to their section of clerical supplies and I buy a countertop single-day calendar. Now, a single-day calendar, as we all know, has 1 day at a time. You must remove the day and see the next day every time. Now, when you buy said calendar, it will have 365 pieces of paper unless it's published on a leap year. Okay? Now, you go home, you take said calendar that you bought, and every day when you wake up, you tear off the piece of paper from the previous day. What this guy is suggesting, that if you buy that and you take it home and you use it, that you're admitting the Earth is a globe revolving around the sun.
Well, if it's accurate and you're using it,
what do you mean?
Why would you be using something that's inaccurate? Would I buy a calculator that's broken?
Hold on, a friend. Accurate to what?
To your life.
So not accurate to the sun. See, notice how he didn't say accurate to the sun.
He
said accurate to your life.
Accurate to everything.
Dude, let me tell you why it's accurate. You want to know why?
I'm all ears.
Because it's a convention that's been agreed upon, and we all obey it.
Why?
It doesn't matter why. I told you why. Keep in mind, yeah, exactly. I told him why. Because it was established before my mother was born, and I was born after my mother was born. And so I was born into a world where this convention was out of my control and already established. Right? So I'm not going to come out of my mother's womb, right, a baby in diapers, and walk out onto the scene and say, everybody in the world, you must accept my vision and my views. I'm not going to use your calendar. I refuse.
Well, that's exactly what you're doing.
Can I explain it to you in a different way? Because you're not understanding, mate. And I've failed to think that you're actually that dumb. So the sun
Well, it's because he's blindsided by he really believes that it's a globe that goes around the.
And if you really don't, why do you use calendars?
Because what happens is the sun rises in a spot. Oh, no, you're right. The sun rises in a spot on this day. It takes 365 days to get back to that spot and rise in the same position as it did. It does not mean the Earth is a globe. That's how they used to keep track of seasons. So what is the difference whether you use a calendar that says the sun rises in this spot on this day every year, or you say the Earth is taking a trip around the sun? What the fuck is your problem, man?
When you phrase it like that, there is no difference. I was asking him how old he is.
Exactly.
And he can't give me another answer.
You're saying that your word is year? Did you invent this word year and calendar so no one else can use it?
I would say the globe side did, yeah.
No, because the years were established before the globe. The years are based on when the sun rises in a position that after a certain amount of time, which happens to be 365 days, it rises in that same position and then the seasons start again. It's not hard to understand.
Right, which is why the pattern of epicycles and other such ideas of a flat planar sky and realm were established, like our friend just said, before the heliocentric model. These cycles were already established. They were just reinterpreted through the heliocentric model. So the idea of seasons and cycles and anoms and all of these things are well established throughout antiquity. So I could actually argue to you that since you use the cycle, right, you are admitting the Earth is flat, just like epicycles predict.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then shut your frickin' mouth, dude, and stop putting it on us. Okay, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You're saying that you're not conceding to those points just because you use a convention that was already established before the heliocentric model, and ergo, I'm not conceding that the heliocentric model is true just because I use a convention that claims to revolve around it. Because we just established to you that it doesn't. So stop telling people that they're conceding anything about heliocentrism if they use a calendar. It's stupid. It's asinine. Right here, right now is the time where you decide to stop doing it or keep doing it and be an asshat.
No, I just learned that flat earthers believe there's 365 days in a year. That's news to me. Thanks, guys.
Wow, you're retarded.
I guess I'll go back to my hole and dig up some.
Yeah, go back to your hole. Go back to your hole and go on the internet and find a 375-day calendar. How about that?
What does that mean?
When you realize what that means, you'll have advanced a level in life.
75.
375 days, bro. Go online to Amazon and find that calendar.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Oh, by the way, did you know the Chinese calendar has a different amount of days? Oh,
don't forget
I guess
Caesar's as well. 13 moons of 28 days.
Israel also, and so many others. Orthodox.
Listen, I actually like the kid. He's pretty cool. He had an original argument, at least, than what we're used to.
He tried.
This is most ridiculous what I said here in 24/7. What the fuck is this? 65 days? What? Yeah, and
he was arguing over legalities, not even like actual facts or like concepts. Just over legalities and definitions.
Yeah.
How you can have 365 days on flat surface? Tell me.
Yeah, like you know, like when you go across the border and they ask you, "Are you a United States citizen?" And if you say yes, they just let you go. But if you hem or haw, they say, "Hold on, now we have to check you out." Right? So the answer is just say yes, and they'll let you go, whether you're a citizen or not. Now, if you say yes and they let you go, does that mean legally you're now a citizen? Well, of course not. Of course. This argument, dude, is so banal and base, right? But I'm sure it will befuddle somebody, most likely himself.
So if the Supreme Court were to make a ruling saying the Earth is a ball, does that make the Earth a ball?
Yes.
No, because that has nothing to do with one another. Supreme Court would have no jurisdiction or play into that whatsoever.
No, I mean, it was interesting that because he completely came out of nowhere and he was just like, you know what, I just want to talk. How old are you? And so I gave him a deep philosophical answer, that questioned the very nature of reality itself. And then I said, but by convention, right, the standard that we accept in our culture, I'm 43 years old. And then he said, so you concede that the Earth is a globe. And then I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, he tried to coincide the days on the calendar to that being, proof that the sun that we revolve around the sun. It's like that's not how that works. There's just a set, number of days and a set time frame.
But keep in mind, friends, that we got to focus on one thing, which was observations, right? We all have the same observations. Now, I submitted to him, which is true, that nobody has the frame of reference to see the Earth going around the sun. Nobody is far enough away to where they actually see the Earth travel around the sun. They're interpreting that from the observations that they make at a local level on the Earth, and at best high-altitude shenanigans, right? We all know this, and this is what the ancients do. They had the same thing. They had the phenomena of the sky, and they tracked it, and they made interpretations about it, and they wrote it down. And a lot of these interpretations predated heliocentrism, and a lot of these interpretations had calendars attached to them that didn't have heliocentric basis. And guess what? Since they were based on the same observed phenomenon, they're going to have the same cyclic rate, right? So 1 year is going to be generally 1 year, right? Across all societies. It's funny how that works. Now, he said that just because I use these conventions that were established before heliocentrism, right, where people said that the sky and the realm was planar in nature, doesn't mean I'm conceding that it's planar in nature. And then I said to him, okay, well then don't do it to us. Don't say that because we use the convention, we're conceding that the Earth is a globe going around the sun. It's fair. Both ways are fair.
But then he had a reset.
Yep. You know what's interesting though, brother? Even in his worldview, there are different interpretations of the relationship between the bodies. So you can have a space-based worldview where the sun is not the center point. right? For example, geocentrism or other such models. Ptolemy had different models, right? He didn't have one singular model. He had different models with different things being the focal point. So you could just as easily say, like, a year is to when this planet in the sky that we call a planet returns to its position. You could pick anything. It's a convention. It's literally a convention. That's the point that we were trying to make to him the entire time. When you agree upon a convention and you use the convention, that's what you use. It doesn't mean you agree with all the terms associated with it. You know, it's even like common language. Like the most common thing that people call their loved one. There's two common things. The most common, what are they? That people call their loved one who they're involved with, either romantically, intimately, or familial, like a mother to a child. What are the two most common? No. Not I'm talking like intimated terms. Baby. Right? Or honey. Everyone's baby or honey, are they not? Why? Who knows? I don't know why. It just is. Sugar is another one, but that's not as common as baby or honey.
I was about to say
baby is the most common. Baby's the most common. Honey's the second most common. So you call your child, right? Baby. Hey, baby, you want a hot dog for dinner? Right? And then you may say to your husband, hey, baby, I want a hot dog for dinner. You see what I'm saying? You get where I'm going? The problem is you're calling them both baby, right? But it doesn't mean they're the same thing. And it doesn't mean that if somebody else calls their spouse baby, that they're referring to your spouse. It's like if you use the term baby for your loved one, then you're a racist. It doesn't make no sense.
Well, I'm making my sugar booger hamburger steak.
How long did you cook it for?
It's still cooking. I'm letting the gravy thicken up with the lid on top. I've already seared the hamburger steaks.
Do you guys celebrate your anniversary?
Not recently, no.
But did you when it happened?
Not this year, but yeah, normally, yeah, sort of.
Okay. It was close there, because if you had said yes, then the Earth would be a globe. Woo! That was a close one, fellas. Dude, imagine coming to a flat Earth, globe Earth server, right, and talking about a convention as if it determines reality, right, to, tell the flat earthers this or that rather than just bring, like, demonstrable proof of surface curvature, which would prove your proposition in the first instance, and we wouldn't have to play these word games. Anyway, I apologize, friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I called you retarded. Okay? I'm sorry. If you're still listening to the live stream, if you ever come back, I promise I'll be nice.
He probably tore up his script and pouted away.
I'm pretty sure, though, that's the first time I ever known of where somebody came in with that type of argument.
I think it's first time this.
What was that argument?
Calendar.
If you demarcate your age by years, you're conceding that years are ipso facto proof of the definition of a year, according to a certain dictionary, which states that a year is the time it takes the Earth to revolve around the sun. Therefore, if you call yourself an age by years, for example, 33 years old, you're conceding that the sun and the Earth are at a particular position in free space in which the Earth is revolving around the sun to demarcate a year. Therefore, the Earth is a globe revolving around the sun because you called yourself 33 years old. That's pretty much the argument.
Well,
Yep.
Illuminati confirmed. Anyways, I think that the Earth would be a globe if I didn't make mashed potatoes with the hamburger steak. Good news, I made mashed potatoes.
Yes.
Earth is so
If P, mashed potatoes, then Q, flat Earth. Mashed potatoes, therefore flat Earth. Are you denying my logical form? Excuse me? That's a perfectly good logical form, is it not?
I said precisely. I'm agreeing.
Yeah. I'm just making fun of that kid the other day that said, if gravity, then Earth's a globe. Gravity, therefore Earth globe.
I think we're all being gaslit when they're saying time flows faster or appears to flow faster when you're older. What if time is actually going by fast? Because this shit's flying fast.
Oh, I gotcha. I always thought of it as, when you get older, one day, the fraction of a day compared to your life experience, changes. So when you're young and you're like 5 years old, a day is a major portion of your life. Whereas when you're older, a day is a smaller portion of your life. And I always looked at it that way.
There's a website for that AI. I kind of got converted into thinking the same thing. It's true. There's a great website. I can't remember the name of it, so forgive me. But essentially what you do is you start on year one, and you have to scroll to year 2, you scroll to year 3, you scroll to year 4. And what you notice is it takes a lot longer to scroll to the second year, to the third year. But as you've gotten to like year 20, you're scrolling 21, 22, 23, 24. So you experience, like AI said, when you're only 1 year old, you've only experienced 365 days. So, each day is like AI said, is a major part of your life thus far. But as you've gotten to experience hundreds and, however, tens of thousands of days, they kind of start to go by a lot quicker. What it seems like. So it is an interesting phenomenon how that works out.
That's kind of scary, though.
Times even. Go ahead.
That's kind of scary, though, because you know how everyone works when they're young. Best years of your life, you're slaving 9 to 5. So you can enjoy it when you're older. Well, if this theory is true, then you're going to get older and this shit's going to fly by. Your freedom's going to feel like 2 years max.
Damn, yeah, that's a good point. Kind of also ties into how older folks say, like, oh, Johnny grew up in The Flash. It's like, well, yeah, he did for you. For him, it was a lifetime.
That's actually kind of scary. We gotta just focus on our present time, what we have right now. Because even if times are better in the future, like it's just gonna fly by so fast.
I was trying to look for that website. I don't even know what to look up to find it, but if I can find it, I'll drop it in the chat. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, if it's weird, dude, like 2019 seems like yesterday for me. It doesn't seem that long ago, but it's like 4 years is kind of a long time. But I remember being in like, at grade school, like, dude, this is taking forever to get through the school year. And now it's like summer 23. We were just in summer 22 last year. It seems like it's just crazy how that happens.
Oh yeah. So speaking of Mr. Nage, Mr. If P then Q, I peed my pants, therefore Q. Speaking of him, you guys remember his whole thing was he changed it at the end to if gravity. It was if gravity exists, then the Earth is curved. Gravity exists, therefore the Earth is curved. He changed it to if gravity exists, the Earth can't be flat. Gravity exists, therefore the Earth can't be flat. And we asked him, why is that the case? And you know what his answer was? Somebody who doesn't know, we'll give them a chance to answer. Why is it the case that if gravity exists, the Earth can't be flat? Why would you think he would argue that?
Because he would think it's going towards the center of the sphere and the shape of the gravity would be spherical.
Sort of.
It would crush the flat piece of paper into a spherical crumpled.
Exactly. His whole premise was if the Earth was a giant floating space disk, then it couldn't exist. And we're like, dude, we'd probably agree with that.
He lied earlier in the conversation and said that wasn't his premise.
Exactly. I think it's because because check this out, if you guys noticed, if anybody who was present, that I kept posting the paper showing that Newtonian mass attracts mass to the center of mass math works just fine if you have a flat Earth surface. You just have to have a different permutation of substrate below the surface, right? So in other words, not a flat disk. So he might have noticed that and wanted to steer away from that. So if he was doing that, then I'll give him credit for stretching it out so long. But it was clear that that's what he was doing. We all knew that was what he was doing. The flying, floating space disk. And the old canard that if you had a flying, floating space disk, it would crush itself into a globe. Which, of course, denies the fact that you can have a rigid structure that has balanced forces and is at equilibrium that will not spontaneously crush itself. So his position doesn't make any sense. It's like, what mechanism would cause something that's completely at equilibrium to just crush itself? That makes no sense.
Also, I think Indio has posted a few times. I think they ran a simulation what gravity would do to certain particles in a space, and it didn't crush it into like what they're saying. I think there was two results: an egg or some type of orby egg type shape, and I can't remember what the other one was when they ran the simulation. But it definitely, based off of their claims about gravity and stuff, it wouldn't do what they're saying it would do.
But on top of that, that simulation couldn't get anything until they added an additional factor greater than the alleged forces that the creation of their Earth would do, and they dubbed it the stickiness factor.
Yeah, sticky.
They increased a factor with the particle collisions that would make them stick together, rather than just bounce off of each other. Right, so think about it. In order to get something resembling a globe with gravity, you have to have an external sentient agent introducing a determinate factor of the parts sticking together. So didn't they just prove that in order for the globe to exist, you need a god on the other side of the mouse clicking to make sure that all the parts fit together right? It's funny how every time they try to do those things, it requires an external sentient agent to realize what's going wrong and correct it by inputting something that otherwise wouldn't be there because of their mind, right? It's like they're just proving that mind is necessary for anything to be here, even in their worldview where they claim it doesn't need it.
Yep, that's another fail for gravity.
Well, his claim is pretty stupid on its face because his definition of gravity was the observed phenomenon in the Cavendish So the twisty torsion rod bit, that's what he says gravity is.
There's somebody that there's somebody that would agree with him. Interestingly enough, twisting string between two things, and that's what causes all the effects that we see. There's actually a band that has an entire theory. Well, loose theory, being everything is connected by a rope, an electromagnetic rope, just like a braided rope, right? That doesn't have the property of tangibility. It exists in like an energetic state, like pure energy. And so that rope is connected between every particle in the universe, and light and energy and other types of energy and even motion is communicated through that rope through twisting it, right? So rather than like this idea, if you think about an object here and an object over there, and you want that object to affect that other object, and you think about how it could do it, you could put a rope between the two, you could put a pole between the two, you could put a chain between the two, right? And then if you pull this object, it'll pull the chain and the other object will be pulled. But then how would you push it? Right? It's a little bit different. But if you have this intertwined rope that almost looks like DNA, and you tighten it, it becomes almost like a pole. And if you loosen it, right, and you do that fast, you could transmit energy to the other thing, or you could rotate it, etc. But the whole point is that he has this entire framework. He calls it the rope hypothesis, which, by the way, is a third alternative to the old dichotomy that was alleged that you either have to have atomism or etherism, right? And that's the only way that we can get the phenomenon that we say. But this man has an entire, hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, idea, model, whatever, about these ropes. So in that view, the torsion on the rope would be the thing that's pulling the other object, which would be the gravitational force, the stretching and torsion of these ropes. Which, in some ways it applies to certain observations like inertia, right? If inertia is an object resisting the ability to be moved, right? It's just sitting there and you have to put a lot of force in it to get it to move if it has a lot of inertia. And if you imagine that all these ropes are attached to everything else and they're pulling on it, then that would make sense. And it goes further than that, but anyway, I think I beat that to death for the time being. If you want to look at it, the guy's name is Bill, Bill Gaede, Gaede. He's part of a group called Rational Science, and he has a book and an idea called the rope hypothesis. If you look at any of those things, you'll be able to find his work. And he also publishes new videos constantly. And he has done critiques of flat Earth ideas, and he has done critiques of our dear, dear, beloved friend Ken Wheeler's ideas. So if anybody's interested in any of those topics, go take a look at it. Oh, man. Oh, if Quantum Eraser comes into the audio, ask him how old he is, and then say, aha, Ursa Globe.
But how old are you in space time?
Yep.
It's like dog years.
I only count my aging Klingon years. But don't ask me how old I am because I don't know.
Yeah, does space time make you older or younger?
I watched a good movie on that the other night. Apparently, space-time slows down. The guy stayed at 40 years old and his daughter, who was 7, ended up being 100. That's probably a confusing statement.
What was the movie?
I think it was called Interstellar, but some dude had to go through a black hole to find a new planet to live on. And when he left his daughter, she was about 10 or something. And by the time he reunited...
Not gonna lie, that movie was kind of fire.
Yeah, and then he went into the 5th dimension and he was like in a library looking through the books into all the different dimensions of the Earth and different time on the Earth. I think it was Interstellar.
Yeah, you got it right. It is Interstellar. That movie was not bad. I kind of liked it.
Yeah. Yeah, I only watched that last night.
Yeah, that movie was awesome.
It's very strange. I didn't like any space movies until I become a flat earther. And now I watch them and enjoy them.
Yep. I'm the same way. Might as well enjoy it for what it is, a fictional setting. But yeah, Platter says, I still can't look at Space Time Still Recovering. Yeah, I was just going to say that. You do go through a phase where you're like, nah, I don't want to see any of this gravel. I don't want to see this garbage. But once you get past that phase, you're like, you know what? Let me click on some. I want to enjoy this space movie real quick. Yeah, it's yeah, you get over it. Because really all it is fiction anyway. So like if you want to enjoy it, just enjoy it for what it is. Sci-fi, it's fantasy, it's fiction. So go on and lean back with your clicker. It's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-do-ba-do-boo. All right. Questions, comments, concerns, complaints, restraints.
I got something. I just need to convert a file and load it into the hopper. Give me just a sec.
the heck?
I was watching a pod today, and topic of flat Earth came up. I guess there's going to be an upcoming debate this Monday between Indio knows who Michael Sartain is. Some of you guys might be familiar with the name Mike Sartain or Michael Sartain. But it'll be between him and John Zerka, which is kind of funny. It takes us back full circle, right before the Fresh and Fit collaboration that we did recently. The reason that got kind of sparked up here was because Zerka was supposed to go on Fresh and Fit. They mentioned he was going to be talking flat Earth on there. They actually never did. So apparently there's going to be a debate on Monday, and I'm guessing we'll see if it actually goes down this time. But they did specifically mention that they would be debating flat Earth, Zerka, and the Sartain guy. So I do have a clip. I just need to finish converting it. It's just kind of being slow. But it's funny. The first time I brought him up, I had never even heard of this John Zerka guy until someone donated a super chat and was like, "Hey, man, you guys got to get Dave Weiss on the show." And they're like, "Oh, don't worry. We'll have Zerka on. He'll talk flat Earth." So we started looking up who the hell is John Zerka, and I guess he did a debate with Destiny, which is, maybe you guys are familiar with Destiny, the blue hair and stuff. So he did an episode on No Jumper with Destiny about flat Earth, and Michael Sartain actually admits that John won that debate in the clip. I'll show you guys once it's finished. But I don't. The first impression that people had of Zerka wasn't very good in terms of like his flat Earth debate skills. They're different for sure. Like if he were to come here, perhaps, and throw out some of the same arguments, he might get. People would probably try to like smooth out the rough edges, but should be interesting nonetheless. Mike Sartain says something else really interesting. He goes, "Oh, I have a degree in astrology or astrophysics. Sorry, not astrology, astrophysics." And honestly, like as we've seen, that means almost nothing here. You can dismantle someone with that degree pretty easily. It's not like they have special information or special access to facts. Oh yeah. Michael Sartain, Critical Inception, posted a video. I guess he did speak with Dave Weiss. I haven't seen that one in particular, but Sartain says, "Oh, I'm not here to debate you. I'm going to educate you. You don't know who you're getting into this with. I studied astrophysics." I'm like, dude, that doesn't mean a lot. Honestly, we spoke to astrophysicists. It's not like they have, special info or like you can easily defeat a guy like that. So that's the gist. Once this clip is finished converting, I'll throw it in the hopper. We can listen. It's only like 2 minutes. I think it's almost done. I got banned from Zerka's server, so if anybody wants to go in there, and I got banned for dropping a link to this place, so I guess don't do that. But if you want to promote this place and say, "Hey, look, if Zerka needs some help or whatever, you can come over here, get some tips." I think the clip's ready. All right.
So Lord help.
I say it enough.
And may peace be with him. That's all I got to
Nice.
say.
Amen.
Con Dios.
One more thing. So John and I are going to do a debate on Monday. And John, honestly, like, there's much more things I want to talk about besides flat Earth. So
Actually, I want flat Earth to be the smallest one because I think that's the one you'll lose the fastest in. It's not really your area, but
you do understand I studied astrophysics in college. Like, you have no idea what's about.
Earth is flat.
Yes, I do.
Are you surprised?
Adam,
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
stick around.
You gotta
till
watch
Monday.
this.
John.
Do you guys know who Destiny is?
Yeah.
You know who Destiny is?
Sure.
No.
Check this out. I'll give you $10,000 if you can beat me in a flat Earth debate. I'll get 0 in return.
How do you
Free
win, though?
10,000.
Like, what
Actually,
is
you know
the
what?
determining factor on win to loss?
John.
Whoa, hold on, that's 20 minutes.
John,
for 20 minutes of your time, you can have 10,000 transferred right now.
I'm gonna
and you don't have to win. Just let me have the no.
John,
don't
I'm
say
gonna
that.
do you
Rolo,
one
don't say
better.
that.
You're gonna pay me 10 grand to listen
to you for 20 minutes.
No. You can debate.
So I get to debate you for 20 minutes.
Yes.
And I can make 10 grand if I can last 20 minutes of listening to you.
Just win the debate.
How do you win? What is the determining factor of win to loss?
Listen.
Who's the judge?
Who is the
Destiny's
judge?
a chat that hates me. So he's the first person I debated. And
To be fair, he did win.
You watched it?
I did, yeah.
Oh, dude. Oh, I'm in trouble. You actually studied
Listen, man.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
I have a degree in astrophysics. Like,
But hold on.
you're in a lot of trouble.
But hold on.
But I still
Who's
like
the last guy I beat?
I forgot the guy's name. The blonde
Engineer who works at NASA.
I remember. Yeah.
No, engineer who worked at NASA. So you got to be better than someone who's.
So here's the thing.
And a telemetry guy.
One of the things. So the difference between those guys is I'm actually friends with a lot of flat earthers, and so I had them look at your arguments. So they don't.
Not a disc in space.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Okay. No. It's not
We're
those
talking
guys.
about the real one.
I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to teach you, bro. Like, it's not. It's not what you think is going to happen.
Check it out.
I do this for a living.
No.
Yeah. Well, that was it. That's the clip.
Bring it back. That was just getting good.
That was all they had to say. They ended up going on to something else right after that. But they'll be having a debate on Monday if you guys want to tune in. Yeah, this is Michael Sartain is the guy who was like, "Oh, I have astrophysics degree, blah blah blah." But he did. It was kind of cool. He did say that maybe he was just buttering Zerka up, but he was like, "Yeah, you did win the debate against Destiny on Flat Earth. You won the debate against the other guy, the NASA guy. But I've spoken to flat earthers. I'm prepared. Blah blah blah." Okay, we'll see. I guess.
I love how he says, "I do this for a living."
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Interesting though. Zerka goes, "Not the disc in space," and he goes, "Yeah, not those guys." What? Okay. All right. I'll take you at face value. Those guys. But he's like, "No, I've spoken to flat earthers. I'm friends with flat earthers," he said. I'm like, Are you now? But yeah, if you guys are curious to tune in, that's Michael Sartain. I think he dropped a link to his channel there, Critical Inception, if you guys want to pin that for later. Yeah, Zerka's a character though, man. If you guys aren't familiar, I didn't know who he was till recently, but he's a heck of a character. Might not be everyone's cup of tea, so just preemptively prepare yourself. It would probably look bad if I just played the original, like the Destiny. There was a short clip of him talking to Destiny about Flat Earth. I don't think it would be a good clip necessarily, but it is out there if you guys want to find it. Destiny versus Zerka. Flat Earth. But yeah, that came up today. I thought that was really interesting. I had to clip that out. Man, it got quiet. I'll grab the clip of them mentioning him on Fresh and Fit about talking flat Earth. So let me grab that.
If anybody was still on here.
Is he robotic for you guys or just me?
No, he's roboting.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody with a profile picture of them taking a selfie with Sneeko donated I think it was $100 super chat to mention getting Dave Weiss to go on Fresh and Fit. This is the clip from that.
Okay, where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific
Chris would love
Don't worry,
him.
we're going to have John Zorko
on
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
One thing that stood out to me was in the first clip that I played, you could hear this guy, "Oh, you believe in flat Earth?" And he just starts cackling like a schoolgirl, right? This is such a common behavior. People don't really have the weapons to address the arguments. They just start immediately trying to mock the idea. It's just really all they have. But it was funny, that guy, the whole episode, like blue pill take, L take, the whole time, like every take he had was like, I don't know, huge L. So it's just funny that it's no coincidence that he wasn't down with the flat Earth. I might have to play it again so you guys can hear, but yeah, he's like, "What? Do you believe in flat Earth?" I mean, dude, like, what is that a response? Yes, clearly, yeah. Like, do you have a rebuttal or do you have an argument? Or yeah, of course they don't. And then the second clip that I played, someone else kind of was like, "Flat Earth, oh god," which is kind of funny because I kind of like that guy who did that. But yeah, people, that's like a defense mechanism or some type of tactic. Just react.
Yeah, it's funny. Like most Globers, when they come across an actual flat earther, it just breaks them because it's so unusual for them. Like they're used to like political debates, religious debates, but like flat Earth, they don't know how to defend their globe model. Like they just believe it.
Facts. I'll play the clip just short, just a small part of it, so we can hear the guy like kind of trying to mock the idea, cackle. I want you guys to catch that behavior. Small part of it. So we can hear Leo. What's up, buddy?
Hey, is there anyone here that didn't used to think the Earth was a globe at one time? that's a flat earther now? I'm just wondering.
I would say that I was always confused about how I was standing upside down on the outside of a spinning ball, but
There you go. That sounds like an Aussie.
yeah. But I suppose that you just told that, so you put it out of your head and you just accept what you're told, but you never really understand it.
Sure, I mean, hey, it goes the same. It can work the same way for people in the north as well. So it's just like, well.
I don't know that I ever believed it. I just don't know that I ever understood it. So it just gets pushed to the back. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, but everyone else believes it. I mean, it's really general consensus. It's like, if you don't believe it, then you're a fucking idiot, right? You're a retard.
Oh, yeah.
You don't understand. You don't understand science. You don't believe the scientists.
Well, now I do understand science. I understand that the globe's definitely got no science behind it. That's a point, I think.
Yeah, Jay, you probably learned more about science since you came across the topic than you ever knew when you were in school, right?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
If you're listening to Globers, you'll learn tons about logical fallacies.
Well, that's another thing I didn't know about till Flat Earth was logical fallacies. And I can tell you that I've spoken to a lot of people now, and when I bring up logical fallacies, they're all very confused and have no idea what I'm speaking about.
Well, why would you want to teach your slave population about fallacies and logical reasoning and how to seek truth properly?
My brother-in-law is going to use it when he goes to court. Actually, he got pulled over and the police fined him for dangerous driving. So they've told him that dangerous driving is deadly. So he's going to call them out on their fallacy. Tell them that, well, who did I hurt in this instance? Please show me how what I did was deadly.
Yeah, that's a hypothetical, right? But what if a lady tripped over her high heels and landed on the shovel, and the shovel hit a baby in the head? Right?
Yeah. But you can clearly see, like, even in court, how these fallacies are used against us every day.
Assumption, presumption, and tacit agreement under color of law. But yeah, these Globers, they can't make an argument without using logical fallacies. And tactics, bias, all sorts of weird things.
I mean, do they actually believe it in your mind? They probably do. It sounds like they do believe it, right, Hank? I mean, Larry?
A bunch of them do, yeah. I think so.
I mean, they're completely dedicated to it. They think there's no possible way we can be right about this. In their mind, we cannot. There's no plausible thing that, since we're talking about flat Earth, this is like. But they come in here for hours on end, just like spouting bullshit, talking against our logical arguments and making fallacious arguments all day. And they think their fallacious arguments stand up against scrutiny. And that is, it's actually just not, it's not plausible. And they think they're right. And there's no way the flat earthers can be right, because the general consensus is that flat earthers are dumb and they're just making shit up.
I don't know if there is a consensus. I would like to see some polls done, very large polls. Because it's been 8 years, right? So it's not like this flat earth thing just came out, right? It's been out for 8 years, and the people that were going to look into it have probably looked into it by now.
Yeah.
So I would be curious to see a poll, right?
I mean, people get butthurt. I mean, they're more in their feelings than they are about evidence,
Agreed. But I'm saying, like, if we did a poll, like, over the next 2 years and released it, like, 10 years after, it came out,
It's hard to predict the future. We'll see. Or maybe,
I mean, it'd be really interesting if every flat earther everywhere agreed to just poll 500 people, right? That would be a pretty good chunk.
I would say in the past 80 years, there's a shitload of more flat earthers than there was at the beginning.
There was a poll not that long ago that 33% of the people, something like that, believe the Earth is geocentric. So if that was true, a few years ago.
Beginning, yeah. I was a geocentrist my entire life, so yeah. I still thought the Earth was a globe, but I was a geocentrist.
Hey, I was on the fence.
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was going to just tell you guys, after spending time on the server, I was put under government surveillance from glowies in the server, so just a heads up with everybody here, yeah.
Okay, anyway, continue, Larry. He's gone. We're all under surveillance every day. I mean, we do this live on air at fucking 24 hours. So it's not like we're not spreading. It's no secret that we're.
It's live on YouTube.
Do you feel like you're special now? What the fuck?
Whatever you do, don't look up prosecutory delusion disorder, bro. Don't look that up.
Anyway,
good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, I might have to go, guys. The FBI's just kicking my door in since I'm on YouTube.
Yeah, the FBI's kicking your door in fucking Australia.
Yeah, man, they heard us on YouTube.
ATF is here. They want to check my cigars and see if I paid the taxes on them.
Bunch of paranoid freaking weirdos. Anyway, that was funny. I don't know who friggin' got rid of him really quick, but that was funny. Oh, freaking hilarious. Where were we?
I think we were talking about logical fallacies, man. If you look into the flat earth thing, and the only thing you learn is how to soundly reason with logic and formulate, good arguments and persuasion, if that's the only thing you learned because you looked at flat earth, flat earth is definitely going to make a huge difference anyway, right? You're going to be able to suss out bullshit, especially the sophistry that the lawyers, politicians, and judges like to use.
Words have meanings.
Well, it's like in these congressional meetings, you know what they call, that's mostly about politics. I mean, it really has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. But some of the same logical ideas can apply, when it comes to social platforms and ideas, and people get. I would say on the flat Earth side, a lot of people would say we're more conservative, but it's not because we're politically conservative. You know what I mean? So people don't get us on the liberal side. They think that we're ultra right wing. That's what they would call ultra right wing, and into totally conspiratorialism. Do you guys think that that's what they think sometimes about it?
I do, yeah. I think that, and I don't mean to offend anyone here, but people that are generally on we'll say the progressive left for us Americans, right? I think they have a fantastical belief in all of their experts, and I think we are skeptical of the experts and what the experts just spout out there. But on that side of the aisle, if you will, they just give credence to any expert, and in fact, they'll only give credence to experts. Look at the Supreme Court nominee. I'm not a biologist. I don't know what a woman is. You don't have to be a biologist. I'm not a veterinarian. I know what a cat is. You know what I mean? It's just this silly notion that I'm not going to listen to anyone that isn't an expert in that specific field.
Well,
They're
and
the
then-
only ones that can speak on a topic, you know?
Right, and then if you walk down the street and ask people what a woman is, they can't answer the question, are you fucking crazy? Or are they crazy?
Well, I think the word tells you what a womb man is. Womb
man.
Man.
A man with a womb.
Yeah, that's what that is. A member of mankind born with a womb.
Hey, if you want to hear some like logical fallacies, FED did a recent video on Martimer 81 because he started a series attacking flat earthers, and within the first 15 or 20 seconds of his video, he had rang up like 5 or 6 different logical fallacies from the very start. So it was pretty eye-opening with Nathan Oakley pointing all that out.
Yeah, I think I saw that. I think it's true that they often. I found this out yesterday. It was really interesting to me, and you guys have probably run across this. As you guys know, most of you, that I'm pretty new here, and talking to a glober yesterday, and he said that helium balloons aren't going up; they're accelerating downward negatively, and it just got me thinking.
Oh, wow.
The mental gymnastics you have to go through to convince yourself of such an absurdity, you know, and, you know, when I push back on him and whatnot, he's like, well, what, you don't believe in negative numbers? Like, dude, that's not even what's at issue here. Like, it's just, yeah, it's crazy to me.
Accelerating downward negatively.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's double speak. That's called double speak, right? That's when you say it's not a baby, it's a fetus, right? It's not a murder, it's an abortion, right? They're saying the same thing, right? But they're saying it with propaganda in a way not to trigger someone, right? So when they do these sort of things, you got to call them out. Now, double thinking, right? That's when you hold like 2 mutually exclusive beliefs at the same time. Right, so double thinking, double speaking, all these tactics like stultification, like, oh, you're a flat earther? Like, what do you think? Like, what, green lizards are drinking baby blood or something? Like, you're a conspiracy theorist, you know? It's like all these tactics, it's just tactic after tactic after tactic. And, you know, tactics are great when you're playing chess, but when it's logical debate, you shouldn't be using logical fallacies as a tactic to win a debate. Right? That's sophistry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spent a great deal of time talking to these people, and over the years, they've gotten better, more cordial, more calm. You know, they don't tell us to delete ourselves and things like that as much anymore. But it's really interesting that they haven't quit using the tactics. So they quit using the things that make them look really, really, really bad, like getting irate and blowing up and rage quitting and that sort of thing. But they haven't quit using these tactics. And that tells me they can't afford not to use these tactics.
Yeah, earlier this evening, too, I listened to a show where I guess you guys probably know Charles Flat Earth Math, I think his name is. And it was the first time I had heard him speak. And he was saying that you can just sit in your house, and if you look out all the windows, you can tell the shape of your house. Therefore, by looking up at the sky, you can tell the shape of the Earth. And, you know, after much ado, he finally dropped the analogy and admitted it was a terrible analogy. But it's just, I just think like it's kind of like this, right? Again, I'm fairly new, so a few months ago, right? If someone would approach me and said, "How do you know the Earth is a globe?" I feel like I would have come up with better arguments than that one. And these are people that have spent now years on YouTube combating many of you.
8 years he's been in the game.
And
I debated him in 2015.
Like you would figure there'd be, I don't know, just like seriously, that's That's the best argument currently in 2023. But yeah, anyways, it's been fascinating. If nothing else, it's been fascinating over the last couple of months.
Repeat the argument. I missed that part.
Yeah, so I mean, what he was saying, it initially began with him saying that he's going to take horizontal angular size, I'll call it a measurement, with his digital camera that he's calibrated of the moon, the full moon at its horizon, the horizon as it begins its ascent, and then measure the same angular size of the moon when it's at its meridian point or whatever. And by noticing that there's no change in the angular size of the moon during a full moon, therefore kind of the Earth is a globe. That was kind of how it initially began. He did give some. I will give him that he wouldn't quite land on that. That's how you know it's the shape. But then ultimately he said, if you're in a house, let's say you're locked in a house and you cannot leave that house, you can tell what the shape of that house is by looking out every window. And he even said, you look at your backyard and you can kind of see a little bit on the left or the right of your side yard. And you would eventually be able to determine the shape of your house just by looking out the windows. And he was making that analogy because people were giving him a hard time about just looking at the sky to be able to denote the shape of the Earth, rather than looking at the Earth and measuring the Earth itself, right? So that's kind of how the argument, or the analogy, it wasn't even an argument per se, but yeah.
Because there's children issued by the education department saying, look out your window, what do you see? Do you see anything round? Can you tell the Earth is a ball? No. Is that right?
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, and apparently this gentleman teaches children, so there's that too. And yeah, I don't know the guy. Larry, it sounds like you kind of, I think that's your name. I think it sounds like you kind of know his general MO over the last few years, but I just thought it was a pretty interesting conversation. Pretty funny.
Yeah, I really wish we had our first debate recorded. That would be a good one to play back for everybody to listen to. But I don't have it. I didn't record stuff. So, but yeah, they use these tactics. And the funny thing about these tactics is that we don't have to use them. So if we do commit a fallacy, if someone accuses you, the first thing you should say is, show me, like immediately, show me how I committed a fallacy, right? And, if you did actually commit a fallacy, say, okay, I apologize. Let me reformulate my argument. They don't do that, right? They don't ever say, show me how did I commit a fallacy. And if they do, and you point it out, it's not very likely that they'll reformulate their argument. These people double down and gaslight like you wouldn't believe. And it's really interesting because these are all still just tactics, right? And, it's obvious to me that we're in an information war, right? And I'm not talking about Alex Jones. I'm talking about World War III is an information war where there's no lines drawn between military and civilian participation. So I think that this is like the middle of the war, right? And this war is so interesting because we're in the middle of a revolution, just like 1517, Martin Luther nailed the 95 Thesis on the church doors, challenging them to a debate. I think that's what's going on right now. Like, we're speaking truth to power, and we're kind of reforming science, right? Because we're kind of fed up with this, pseudoscience that they push around, right? Like cosmology, claiming that it's a science and making it out like Big Bang is, settled science. The Earth as a globe is settled science, right? I think that's what we're combating right now. We're combating the hijacking of the scientific method, and they just label anything they want to be true as science. And if you disagree with them, then you're anti-science and you need to be censored for pushing false information. But who died and made them king? Who said these are the purveyors of all truth? And anyone who questioned them should be censored. Like, that's why they're called secret kings. Because they think that they're kings. Yeah, I've known Charles for a while, and he's a good man, right?
He was he was incredibly cordial. I was actually surprised because I've seen quite a few other people who just whatever, like you said, they get triggered and just go off the rails. But he was completely cordial the entire time. He was respectful, you know what I mean, and so kudos for that part at least. So yeah, I second that, Larry.
Yeah, I believe he's a good man. He has real strong beliefs about the Constitution being the highest law of the land and our rights. So I believe he's a good man. I just believe that he's wrong. And for some reason, he has blind faith in pseudoscience and his government in the sense of, the globe. And I think it really is a religion. Like, this is the one world religion. Right, the globalists, the people who think that the creation of this world was created by gravity. That's a really interesting creation myth. And the Big Bang is, to them, the all creator, or the source God, or the high God. And gravity is the lesser God, right? Like, that's the one world religion right now.
Yeah, like when they, and then like in media, books, or whatever, when they mention Earth, it's usually as the planet. And every time I hear it now, it's just like, it's like they're referencing something that's not even in reality. It's like it's a idea to them, but they connect it to the world we live in. It's just kind of weird to me now.
That's right. They saw it on TV, and then they reify it in their mind to think that that's what we live on, right? So ask them where they've seen the globe, right? And they'll tell you they saw it on TV, right? On magazine, right? Or the internet. But you don't see it in reality, right? Outside, you've never seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like with the moon landing, right? Like, so you could say, well, they deliberately aged that to people that Earth is a globe. But I would argue that because everybody already had that, well, most people had that expectation already. They had to design the hoax according to that. Like, this will fool everybody. No, they just wanted to pretend that they went to the moon. And then to do that, they had to meet people's expectations, right, of what they would usually see from the moon or experience on the way to the moon.
Keep right.
Keep right.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, I do a word association from time to time and ask people to close their eyes and tell me what they see in their mind's eye when I say the word Earth. Right? And they start describing the blue marble like 9 times out of 10, maybe 8 times out of 10. And I tell them, like, the dirt is that stuff outside that the earthworms live in, right? That's what the Earth is. Right? So what you're talking about is the model of Earth, and you've only seen it on TV. Like, what? There's only like 33 people that have ever seen the Earth as an object floating in space. So it's an anecdotal story of this.
I was watching, on my YouTube nowadays, it normally only suggests me flat Earth debunking videos these days. But a live NASA feed, whatever video came up. I think it was a rerun, and maybe some of you have seen it. I don't know, but apparently, allegedly, I should say, not apparently, allegedly, they sent a probe or whatever to go knock this asteroid off course. You guys know what I'm talking about, like Dimorphos or whatever it was called. Anyone?
Yeah.
Bueller? Yeah. Anyway, so I'm watching.
The video looked utterly. Oh my god.
Oh, and so I'm watching this, and I'm like, okay, come on, there's got to be something to this, right? Like they're not just gonna like, what is this, right? So I start watching this video, and they had like a news reporter, like this girl, it's kind of like a news reporter at the news desk, live from the NASA feed, we're only an hour away, it was 60 minutes away at the time when I started watching this video, and whatever, she's doing some kind of puff piece on it, and of course they show a live feed from the camera of the probe or whatever, and it's literally a black box with a single white dot in the middle of it. Now look, I'll give you this, you're 60 minutes away. Maybe it'll look better when you get closer, right? Who knows? So I keep watching, right? And they're like, we're going to go to the control room, and they're about to do a poll. And I'm thinking, okay, they're going to poll this probe that's, who knows, God knows how many millions of miles away. I'm interested in communications technology. Let's see how this goes. And so they switch to the office, and this blonde lady, she's the boss, babe, right? And she's in charge, and she's going to run this poll. And so, she says, comms, check, right, or whatever, right? And so the guy at the comms, this office is just like 10 people staring at a computer screen. That's what they're showing now, right? And so they're all on headsets, ironically, right? Like, why not just talk to the person next to you? But whatever, fine. And so the guy from comms is like, comms is good, check. We're nominal. Okay, whatever the next is, like propulsion, all things good over here, sir. And it was just like, are you kidding me? Is this actually happening? Is this what they're putting forth as a live feed? And it's like, so she goes through and she asks these 10 people about all their systems, right? Geodetics or whatever, all the different, who knows, right? Whatever all their different systems on this probe are. And of course, everyone comes back and says everything's good and nominal. And there's a big sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness, everything's normal. 59 minutes till impact, whatever. Now, I could not suspend my disbelief any longer, and I switched off that video, but it just got me thinking, like, that's the shit they're peddling. And 3 months ago, I would have ate that up. You know what I mean? It's like, but when you look at it critically with a different lens, an alternative position than what you've been fed your whole life, you just realize the complete bullshittery, And anyways, it was just another eye-opening experience. Like I said, the last 2 months have been fascinating, so I thought I'd share it.
And like you described anything you wouldn't have saw, in a Star Trek scene, a scene from Star Trek,
It wasn't even that good. It's like something I could have just edited in my basement, like it's just like, it was so nothing. I was a bit disappointed. Now, there was a couple of good CGI clips of the drone, or whatever, not drone, probe, whatever this thing is, spaceship. So they did do some good CGI cuts from the news desk. But aside from that, I was just like, there's no content. It's just nothing. Did anyone watch it to the end? Did we win?
The collision with the asteroid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won. Yeah.
Oh, good. I was worried. The suspense was building.
See, I think they have to tell us. I think that they have to nullify the bad karma by telling us outright, right? They tell you that it's a model. You reify in your head, right? Somehow when the teacher tells you, look, Timmy, you look here. It's like in kindergarten, like you barely know how to wipe your butt, right? So you don't tell the teacher, no, I don't live on a ball on your desk, right? I actually live at home with my mother and father, right? So if you look up the definition of nominal, I just posted it. So when they're telling you everything's nominal, I believe they're telling you in plain English, right? I think that they're just outright telling you it's a model and everything's nominal.
Yeah, back to the language point from earlier, right? The doublespeak of the semantics. You know, I don't know. I watched for a good 3 to 5 minutes at least. Like, but if there would have been some more intrigue and some backstabbing, maybe they would have voted some of the people out of the office. You know, like an episode of Survivor. Then maybe I would have stuck around, or like maybe the guy who's backstabbing everyone, he gets put on a rocket and launched into fake space. That would have been cool, but it just didn't have enough intrigue for me to really sit around and see if we knocked the asteroid off course.
Yeah, I think it's revelation of the method is what they call it, right? So if I tell you I'm going mutton and I'm taking your truck, and you just look at me while I grab your keys and make eye contact, and you don't say anything, and then I break your axle, like, whose fault is it that your axle's broken? Well, it was your truck. You could have laid claim to it and told me, no, it's my property. Don't trespass against my property. But instead, you just didn't say anything, and now your axle's broken. Well, that's your fault. Based on this model, the theory of dark matter, the theory of dark energy, and that we, believe all this stuff like it's actually real and take it as blind faith. Well, you have the right to religion. You can have whatever belief you want to.
Except the right.
Say that again.
Larry, say we can believe what we want to. Michelle Thaler said, it's not okay. It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. Okay.
You're breaking up really bad for me, Larry. Well, it's been an interesting week for me nonetheless, as far as the FE stuff goes. I've learned a lot, seen some crazy stuff. Yeah. I still think probably, to my mind, as far as the FE side goes, we'll say, I just think gas pressure just nails it. I think that's an incredibly salient argument that I haven't heard a good rebuttal for. at all, right? It's always just gravity, right? And that's how I came across negative. Wait, a balloon is going up because it's accelerating downward negatively. Yeah, that was precious.
So you could turn the scales upside down and let the balloon press up against it and measure its weight.
Is my microphone better now?
Much clearer, yeah.
Yep.
Gamer headsets. The way to go.
You know, I even suggested to the guy, I can't remember his name, if I took a hit off a joint and inhaled that hit, you know, negatively accelerating towards low, would that make me high? But he didn't seem to like that counter argument.
So I take it
Well,
you're new to these.
So I just took a hit on a joint, and what you said just completely confused me and blew my mind.
That's so good. What were you saying, Larry?
So you're new to the whole argument, I guess? You said you've only been here for a couple of months?
Yeah, a couple months now, yeah.
Yeah, I would say go back to the Reformation.
Oh, hey guys.
If you look at 1517, Martin Luther and the Reformation, and Ignatius of Loyola forming the Jesuits and the Counter-Reformation, you can kind of, see a very interesting timeline of events that happened there. And I'm sure some people will do it justice, like Walter V, I think is his name. He's a Seventh-day Adventist, but nevertheless, he does some really educational sermons on the Jesuit order, and it kind of helps you to understand what's going on today, I think.
Freeze.
Hey, T-Dub.
You're back. You're back for round 3, is it?
Oh,
round 3.
Round 3. I guess I am. Yeah. Are you? Are you like ready for? Are you ready for round 3 or not?
Yeah.
That's you are. Yeah, what I just said. This guy was. I think he was talking about the gas. The gas. Way of explaining the Earth is not a globe. But I don't really get it. Like how does the Earth? How do gases prove that Earth is not a globe? I didn't get it.
Yeah,
hold on. I mean, we could ask you the same question. I mean, how do gases prove the Earth is a globe?
I never said it was a globe.
Okay, nobody else did. Nobody said black gases prove the Earth is flat. So
don't attack me, skeptic.
I think the blind spot was just presenting it as an argument against the heliocentric idea that that air is sticking to the surface of a sphere in an ever-expanding vacuum.
Yeah, but
that's correct.
Isn't it the same explanation like with the oceans? Like the oceans are not flying up. Same reason why the gases are not escaping.
Hey, hold on. Check this out. I mean,
yeah.
Listen, you're a man on Earth, aren't you?
Yeah. Of
okay.
Course, yeah.
So am I. Are the oceans doing anything other than what you would expect them to do?
They're not. They're just there.
Yeah, they're there. They behave the same way that an ocean behaves. Correct. Okay, then what does that have to do with the Earth being a ball spinning around the Milky Way galaxy?
The
answer is nothing. It has nothing to do with it.
I mean, It is nothing, but
I can feel the blood pressure rising in the silence.
I mean, but,
well, man, my
a lot
blood
of people
pressure's
could
already.
like
My
give you other
blood
reasons.
pressure's up all the time, but yeah, the answer is
like, if
zero. It's like we
but if
all
I
see
ask
the
my
same
brother,
freaking
like,
ocean.
Captain,
We all see the same
Captain.
freaking ocean. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like, okay, I like joined the server like 4 years ago. Okay, like I'm pretty convinced like that we do not live in a globe. But like one of my brothers, I have 6 brothers. He just thinks I'm crazy, and like whenever I ask him these questions, he just keeps giving me his arguments. He just says, look at other planets. What about the moon? What about Mars? What about
Yeah, that's what Globers do. They don't want to talk about the Earth. They want to talk about planets.
At 1 in 6, one of them's bound to be a defect.
What I think, but what I always tell him is, I just say that there's like a bigger story that you're just missing, and like to life and all, and that there's
Hey, brother, man, listen,
plot
man.
that's
You
happening.
see this. I'm not saying you see the same thing I do. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Do you have 6 other brothers, and you're the only flat earther? Is that the deal here?
Pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that must be difficult.
And you've been working on them for 4 years?
I've not. I've like literally spoken to them like maybe a couple of times about it. They just like said, "No, you're crazy."
Well, let me ask you this now. Even in this server, I mean, people come here every day. They like change my mind. I'm a Glober. Change my mind, dude. That's not our job.
You know what's funny, Skeptic? Like,
we're sharing
Skeptic,
information with
like
you.
last month. Listen, like last month, I literally like I said to him, "Yo, just come with me." I like joined this server. Like I joined the channel. I told him, okay, listen to what they're saying, and try to like refute any single actual point they're making.
Did they listen?
He said okay. He like sat for like about 35 minutes. He got angry and then just left. I told him, okay, can you actually like refute a single point they said? I showed him like the resources, whatever.
Oh, one of your brothers listened to the channel for a while. Okay.
Yeah, with me then.
I think I remember you. I thought you were a Glober, but I think I remember you saying you did an observation, a lake or near the ocean or something like that.
No, that wasn't me. No, I never did.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't even have the.
Might as well be the same thing.
That was
so one
some
of
guy
your
in
brothers,
Apple last night.
Okay, Kill. One of your brothers listened to our arguments and didn't really get the argument, which is fine, or just disagreed because of fallacious ideas or whatever. It seems like you get it.
I do, but like I kind of think that it's like I have, let's say, some other theories now.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you think that it's your job to go ahead and change all your other brothers' minds about this?
I would like them to see like the bigger narrative that's going on.
They're not. They're not.
Yeah.
No. Just go with what you know, dude. You know, I'm the only flat earther in my family, so and they never asked me about it. You know why? Because they know exactly that they don't know. You know, they don't ask me. You know, they're just like, I'd rather stay ignorant about this shit. I just want to do this. You know, so they're doing their thing.
You know, Freeze, I'm pretty new here, so a lot newer than you if you've been here for 4 years. And I have kind of the same sentiment, right? And I've talked about this on the channel before.
But I still have a good relationship with my family, by the way. Go ahead.
No, that's good to hear, Elio. I'm glad. So, I've been talking to my dad, and, I present some... And look, we have great communication, right? So it's not like he even thinks, quote unquote, I'm crazy, right? He's like, okay, so the blind spot's bringing these arguments. Let me counter them, right? Let me think about why I believe what I believe. And so the other day, I decided it's you can walk up to a brother, let's say, or a family member, and just say elevation angles, Earth curve, and gas pressure, and throw all that in their face, and they're just going to be confronted, right? And immediately throw up those defensive walls. And I kind of noticed that a little bit with my dad. And so I thought, you know what, let me take a little bit of a different approach and take the slow drip approach a bit. And I actually sent him the documentary. It's called The Principle, done by Dr. Robert Sungenis. And what it is a documentary that... Oh, he loved it. He called me halfway through, and he's like, blind spot, if this is true, the world is screwed. And I'm like, yeah. But really, it's what it does for a normie, let's say, is it takes their assumptions, right, or their conceptions about space and these things, and it provides data and evidence, even if you don't agree with the fake space vacuum, right?
I mean,
it presents
there's a lot of really crazy documentaries or whatever. I mean, good documentaries, but yeah, that's one of the best ones that show somebody, that especially if they're a Christian,
that's right.
If they watch that and come out going, if they come out, oh no, I see what they're saying, but I'm still going to go back. You can't go back after that.
Yeah,
and it's see that.
You made me think about it earlier, Helio, because you mentioned you had always been a geocentrist, and really, I think I had been a geocentrist ever since Sungenis' work. Honestly, from we'll call it, I probably saw it maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Still a glowy.
Sure he is. But that's my point, right? Is at least take the baby step, right? And then, and now you've got them at least to the point where they're convinced that there's some lies being told, right? And that there's people that are dogmatically fighting against truth, right? And so once you have that seed planted, now you can take that a step further.
There you go.
Like I'm not going to invite my dad to the 24/7 Discord. This is not the place for him. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
But if I can,
you can give him, you can give him a film like that to watch, and he'd be like, "That's freaking amazing."
Yeah, that was really cool. It's been a good week.
So your dad watched it?
He's pretty convinced. He's looking into it, right? He's digging in now, so it's a step in the right direction.
All right. So if he's going to watch that, he's going to take time to watch that. What's your next video that you're going to share with him?
I don't know yet. That's a good question. Maybe you guys have some suggestions. Right now, I'm just letting it sink in.
Yeah,
I wanted to send him Europa.
That was the Principle.
That's a little heavy-handed.
Did he watch The Principle? Is that the one you just said? The Principle?
Yeah.
All right, so what's the next one? Let's go with if he's a Christian, what's the film by
Scientism Exposed?
Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yes.
This sounds interesting.
Dude, I got a link. I'll send it right now in the live stream voice text. I think if he likes that one, he's going to love this one. So
perfect. Yeah, shoot it over.
Robbie Davidson does some excellent work with his team of people.
That's the one I was thinking about. Thank you for bringing that up. Scientism Exposed. I don't know if it's still up on YouTube, but I think it is.
And I might suggest there's a relatively recent one called what is it?
Sorcery.
Heliosorcery. Yes. That's another good one. Yeah. That was somebody else talking earlier today or yesterday talking about that. That's another good one too. So yeah. Scientism Exposed by Robbie Davidson and others. That's a good one. If your dad enjoyed that one, he's going to love this one.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. I'll definitely pass it along. I haven't watched it either, so I'll watch it first.
No, shit. I can't believe you haven't seen it.
I linked it up, Elio. It's up there.
Oh, you already did? All right.
Cool. Yeah, I got it.
Cool.
Thanks, guys. Wait, what's the second one here?
His whole channel.
His whole channel is good. Heliosorcery, that's there. Both of them are right there. Those two links. If your dad enjoyed that first video, if he watches those two, he's going to be like, oh my God. He's gonna lose his shit.
Yeah.
It's not funny though. I mean, it's just like the lie is so profound. It's just crazy, man.
Yeah, it's true.
Can be like,
Now, the
no,
reason-
it can't be.
The reason I was thinking about Europa, and obviously I probably don't want to dive too deep into it, but I was born in Germany. We're Germans, and he's probably born, I'm going to say maybe 54, something like that, 53. So kind of growing up post World War II Germany.
Oh, so he grew up in Germany?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I think he's probably going to like these films then. Yeah. Yeah. That's why he gets it, I think. That's cool.
Yeah, it just goes to show all the lies that have been perpetrated.
Dude, if I have some other films that I can't share from YouTube, but I have them saved somewhere. But I don't know if I should share it, you or him. But I mean, you can go on my archive.org channel, and there's some.
Yeah, send me a link or DM him to me. I'll watch them.
Yeah, there's some documentaries about World War II that are not mainstream, and they're banned from YouTube. Do you want to watch them?
Absolutely.
No.
If it's banned, you bet.
No, you don't want to watch this shit. You don't want to watch this shit. All right. All right, here's one. I'll post a link here. I don't think this will get our Discord taken down if I post the link.
Just be careful. You just DM me or something.
Yeah, I'll just send it in your DMs. Yeah, I won't. Yeah, because it's so good, dude. This movie's so controversial. It's just like if your dad if he's German and he watched it, he'd be like, I think it will blow his fucking mind, and you'll be like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's right now it's baby steps, but I definitely want to watch it. So shoot it my way. I'll analyze it and review it before I send it to old pops.
Well, it's 7 hours. It's like 7 hours long. So. But once you start watching it, you can't stop watching it.
Is it not the Europa one? That might have been.
No. This one's called The Greatest Story Never Told.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a really good one.
Yeah, it is. I told you.
Well, this is actually an interesting topic because, like, I've heard of those films for a while now, and I've watched them.
Who am I supposed to send it to?
Blind Spot.
So we got
Blind Spot.
Blind Spot wants to watch it. Who else wants to watch it? You know what? I think the link won't hurt us here. If I just send it in live stream voice text, you guys can grab it from there.
Those are all good.
It's on my archive.org channel. It's the only place I can share it. It won't get deleted.
But watch it
How objectively.
Do you know if those are
watch
true
it
or not?
objectively. I mean, just watch it objectively, and come to your own conclusion. And also, if you're going to go to archive.org, I have a channel there with some other videos that I can't share anywhere else. There's a shitload of videos on there that also I can't share on YouTube or any other platform. There's a lot
that link will take me to your channel?
It'll take me that'll take you directly to the video, but then you just click on my channel there. Then you'll be able to find some other videos.
A lot of those videos are like the greatest story never told. At the very end, they have almost like a half hour of citing all their sources and citations, as well as Mr. Truthbomb. The documentaries he does the same thing. It's like a 7-hour thing, but 1 hour is just
the guy that made this film his name is Dennis Wise.
It's weaponized autism. It's fantastic.
Freaking awesome! It's a really awesome film.
What is weaponized autism?
I don't know.
Okay, so
go ahead and explain that because I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
either.
so there's people that are like autistic savants, so like people that are like higher on the autism scale that are like really damn fucking good at doing like one thing.
Yep.
Like Rain Man. that him turning his autism of numbers into something of personal gain or a way he can use it and profit from it is weaponizing autism. But the detail that like Mr. Truthbomb goes into, and the guy who did history, Adolf Hitler, the greatest story never told, all those documentaries, like they just
Dennis
they
Wise.
they
His
went
name's
so
Dennis
in depth.
Wise.
They
He
went
made
so
this
in
film.
depth on all the citations and sources. They just build it like kind of how we do for Flat Earth. They build it from a point of like you can't refute it.
No,
I wouldn't
it's
say
easily
that
refutable. Like see, this is my issue with this alternative history. Is it's like
I wouldn't say it's true. I'm just saying
anything that's
you should take a look at it. That's all I'm saying.
I did, but like, see, I never looked into what Germany was accused of. I said, oh, that's all lies, and it's all made up. And so I never looked into the Nuremberg trial. I just watched documentaries, and I just accepted it.
What did you hear when you grew up about Hitler?
Yeah.
When you grew up, what did you hear about Hitler? Germany was as the devil, right? You know, the whole Hitler system was the devil.
Why weren't
and
the
nobody should consider anything else? Just it's the freaking red regime and everything. You know, it should have never been a thing. And Hitler was trying to conquer the world. But if you look at some of the real facts about it, then you're going to find out something different. So,
well, no, I looked even deeper than that film went, and like it's something that I'm surprised more truthers aren't aware of. It was just how sadistic the Nazi regime was toward anybody who stood against them. Like Hitler.
What? Wait, are you going to put all this on Hitler? Look how freaking sadistic the Russians were against the Germans, and the English were against the freaking Nazis. Come on, bro.
I'm not defending Russia.
It was
what I'm
bad
saying
all around. Don't even freaking get me started.
No, what I'm saying is Hitler was supposed to be this nationalist who loved the German people and was all about white people. And so he goes to war against white people, and who
told you that?
Basically
watch the fucking video. Watch the video.
No, I watched it, dude. I watched it. He goes to war against Poland. Polish people are white. Okay? And so I mean, a lot of the stuff, if you look into it.
So nationalism is a thing, right? And the Polish people were proud. I was like, the French people were like, they let, the Germans march right on into France and be like, woo, we love freaking Hitler. And it's like, they're white, right? Are the French people white?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
Germany, they used to be.
Germany, what they did is they were so brutal in the countries they occupied that they turned everyone against them. Like in the countries they occupied,
wait. Did they do it by brute force or by the ideology?
By brute force. Like in the countries they occupied,
and their ideology.
Listen to what I'm saying.
So why would they have a parade and people just celebrating?
Well, the parades were before they started occupying all these countries. Like when they invaded these countries.
So you haven't watched the movie.
They told the people, "No, we're not going to force your men to join our military." But when they occupied the countries, they did that, and so the men either had to leave the country or go into hiding to escape being forced into the German military.
And I, just for the record, I'm not supporting what Germany did. I'm just telling you. I think
there's more to the story.
If you're talking, there's more to the story. You're not talking about the same thing I'm talking about.
Well,
let me give you just a quick story. I promise I won't take long. And I'm with Helio in the fact that there's just a lot of nuance here. And what we're taught about in school, right, is it's just one big, bad, ugly dude or one big, bad, ugly regime, and there is no nuance, right? There's only evil, and then there's good, right? The stars and stripes are the good, and the Nazis are the evil or whatever, right? That's just the story we're kind of told growing up.
Just think about this happenstance blind spot. We have Winston Churchill. We have freaking, the American troops. We have freaking Stalin, who was a fucking crazy motherfucker. That was his freaking concentration camps were way worse than Germany's. And Winston Churchill, combined with freaking Roosevelt, everybody, they all got together and and said, well, Hitler is the bad guy, right? He's just boom. So they, it's like, we better make this happen or else we're fucked. Because Germany was powerful, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's listen. How could any?
I just wanted to give a quick anecdotal story about my family and where we're from. We're Germans, but we came from Sudetenland, which is a section, we'll say, a swath of Czechoslovakia, and it was in the 1200s that German immigrants, German farmers, were asked to immigrate to that area because they were such good farmers. They were really, and that's my family. We're rural farmers. That's where we came from. We're German rednecks, if you will. And they
rednecks.
In the 1200s, my family settled in. My dad's side of the family was settled in Sudetenland, and when the German troops, even when they went into Poland, and again, this is initially. I'm not saying this didn't change throughout the war, and ideologies didn't change, but initially, at least the premise was, it's East Prussia, right, which is separated between Germany and Poland, and it was after the Treaty of Versailles and how things were separated after World War I that German peoples were split, right, from their homeland, so to speak. And so when Hitler came into Sudetenland, this is pre-war, right? He just rolled in. And that's where Healy was talking about the parades, right? And literally, my family was there, I'm sure. Some of my family members were there waving the flags, right? And we're happy that they were coming in and being reunited with their families, their people, right? And
yeah, but
and same
guess
thing
who wasn't happy about it? Stalin. He was not happy about that at all.
That's right. And so, again, I'm just saying there's a lot of nuance to it. I by no means defending any of the atrocities that might happen either via the German troops or concentration camps or whatever. I don't know. But ultimately, there's just a lot more nuance to the story, right? And we've been told never to approach the narrative that way. We've always been told to approach the narrative one way. Yeah,
that's why I come in and I say, "Hey, I have a 7-hour video. Do you want to watch it and kind of get some idea of what the German point of view was from there?" And that dude Dennis Wise, of course, he's got the Nazi point of view, but bro, you can throw that against anybody else can make a 7-hour video against,
yeah, but like Nazis had they did not respect old people. They viewed them as useless leaders. And same with crippled and people that
that's a stereotype fallacy.
According to what?
The Nazi ideology.
Where did that?
Well,
this
that's
is not
true.
secret.
That's not
yes,
true.
It
because
is true.
if you could just let me explain for a second, they had sanctuary cities, and the Nazis sent the men, women, and children. I'm sorry, the elderly men and women and children to these Nazi cities. And even though these were like protected under the Geneva Convention, the West bombed them anyway, right? So who didn't cherish, the elderly?
Yeah, look at the city of Dresden and the fire.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
There's another movie I have on that archive.org channel called Hailstorm, where they fucking firebombed a bunch of cities and ships that were trying to evacuate from Germany. England freaking firebombed people that were evacuating from Germany. Old women, children, they freaking just killed them all.
Yeah. I'm not saying that horrible stuff did not happen. I mean,
this is it. There's two sides. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. but we've only been allowed to look at it from one side. That's the point, right? But there's actually two sides, and not everyone involved is an evil person, right?
Has anyone here looked into the Nuremberg trials?
I have extensively.
So, which one of those Nazi leaders had any fucking remorse about anything that they did? Like, all of them were proud of the atrocities. They were bragging about them.
Well, I'm
like,
assuming
they're
that
psychopaths.
Hold on,
I'm
you
assu-
asked the question, let Larry answer it. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you didn't do any research whatsoever, because they took them to this place at Nuremberg where normal laws didn't apply, and their lawyers were working against them instead of the client confidentiality thing. They were telling them everything to the other side, and they crushed their testicles in order to get confessions out of them. So when you say that they were bragging about what they did, it was actually the opposite. They were saying that they didn't do what they were being accused of. So I'm assuming, judging by what you just said, you haven't looked into this.
What research? No. Like, are you not aware of the insanely long paper trail the Nazis had, like, with all their war crimes? I mean, it's not like the prosecution was relying on confessions. Like, this
isn't a frickin' war crime Jew discussion or war crimes against Jews or Americans discussion. Listen, I mean, all right, if you have them, hey, I just sent you a 7-hour video that describes what happened in Germany. You already saw it? All right, cool.
I saw it, man. I saw it.
You understand what Hank just explained to you? I mean, Larry just explained to you? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I
all right, do you understand the involvement with Americans and fucking Russians and the Jews all together against Germany? Do you understand all of that?
When I watched that 7-hour film, I was saying the same kind of stuff that Hank is saying. So, like, it's only after that I really read books and looked into the Nuremberg trials and looked into the Nazi documents that have been recovered that I've understood, like, I mean, the trials were 9 months long, and they went into, like, it was ad nauseum going over the different atrocities. Yeah, so, like,
well,
I mean, I guess to put it in a nutshell,
but it was like only Germany. Only Germany's atrocities were addressed. Is that what the deal was with that?
Because at that point Germany was no longer a state. They took its statehood away.
All right, well, and if you follow my channel that I posted that video from, there's another video called Hellstorm. Look what they did to the Germans. Look what the British did to the Germans. And then you can fucking come in here and say that anybody was held accountable for that bullshit. Watch
Maybe
it.
we should segue.
We definitely should, because
is there any evidence of Earth curvature in Germany?
Not with this shit.
I guess I just wanted to cap this by saying, like, I guess this is my pet peeve with this. I guess the truth community is anything that is going against the mainstream is deemed more true than what is mainstream. And I don't think that's the best way to treat.
Hold on, does World War II describe, or has it prescribed or meant anything altogether? Of course, there's a part of it that describes what's happening to us now. As far as shape of Earth, that shit was established. I mean, this is like, we argue with people about flat Earth. They're like bringing up freaking Aristophanes from the Greeks, freaking 2,000 years ago. It's just like, yes, I mean, as far as truths go, there are things that they won't let us talk about on YouTube, and we're right on the brink of that, right?
Right.
And so
my point is that
but that's the last point you're going to make about it, and this last point I'm going to make about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying something isn't true simply if it goes against the narrative. You have to critique that as much as you critique the dominant narrative.
Sure, you can be general and just tiptoe around a topic and it's just like, I'm trying to tell the truth, but YouTube won't let me because I have to tiptoe. It's like walking on eggshells fucking all day long. All right. Thanks YouTube for letting us fucking talk about flat Earth, but we can't talk about the shit that we just talked about until we reach the brink, because there was some shit I was about to say that I'm not going to say.
Well, yeah, I don't want to mess up the live stream, but
yeah, well,
yeah,
thank you.
Do you get my point?
I do, because there was a lot more shit that I can say about that I'm not going to say.
Yeah, well, it's just the truther community should examine the alternative, just like they do the dominant narrative.
I agree. I agree. I think you should critically evaluate every position you're presented with. Although I will say, if one position is more censored or utterly censored versus another, I'm going to look there. Do you know what I mean? I think that's why people go looking, is because something is utterly censored, where you're not even allowed to speak. He who shall not be named, right? And so I think that's what makes people.
Well, I can speak here on the YouTube channel unless I say this. Blank space. I have some shit to say about it, but I can't say it on YouTube. So, you know what I'm saying?
So can we get an elevation angle from Berlin without a horizontal baseline?
That's comical. From Berlin, you have to have from Berlin to where? That's fucking badass. I love it. I have another video I'm going to share in the live stream, but don't talk about it. Just watch it.
Okay, let me switch topics. I've got a question for all of you. Anyone, feel free to chime in. And this might be a touchy subject, not in a YouTube way, but just in, we'll say, maybe in a flat Earth way. And I just don't know the answer, and I'm curious what your recommendations are. And that's that coming in, being someone who's not of a science background whatsoever, software, right, sales, things like that, whatever. Learning what I've learned over the last couple of months, learning more about science, what I've learned over the last couple of months, over what I learned my entire life, ultimately. The only question I have is, let's say I want to dig into a scientific topic, and let's say it's whatever, Brownian motion, gas laws, and gas behavior. How do you weed out a trusted source versus an untrusted source when it comes to science? What discernment do you guys use when trying to dig into a topic to know you're not being presented some sort of pseudo trash, and not even pseudo trash, but just and let me give an example, right? I hear from both sides, and I think one side is incorrect and the other side is correct, but I hear from both sides. Celestial navigation is only possible on a flat Earth. And then I hear celestial navigation is only possible on a globe Earth, right? So if you want to now research celestial navigation, the assumption would be that there are sources out there that posit both positions, right? There's probably books or article or whatever. And so it's a crude example, but I'm just curious what you guys think is a good method of discernment to make sure that what you're evaluating, what you're digging into, is actually correct or truthful? I don't know if that's a good question, but
I think it's a good question. If there is a globe earther in here, do you think? Because those are very simple questions. So, any globe earthers in here that can address what he was asking?
Yeah,
I think it's
where's Ruhif when you need him?
Yeah, he's right
there. He is. Hold on. Here comes Ruhif. All right,
Say his
have
name
at
and
it.
he
I'm
shall
gonna go
appear.
smoke a cigarette. You guys fucking have at it. All right, go ahead. Ruhif.
You got this, bro.
The answer is, which side has demonstrated celestial navigation working?
Well, I would say that both sides would argue they have.
If you can point me to a flat Earth demonstration, please do. I have not seen one.
We have one. It's a dual pole flat Earth model. It fixes the southern stars and almost everything else.
Celestial navigation or a model?
I'm sure it could be done. The stars are basically a literal stereographic projection overlay. That's a rectangle stereographic projection, so you should be able to do it.
But should you address directly what he's saying? A model or what? There is no model. I mean, the model.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, so he's talking about a model. You're talking about something else. Let's talk about the same thing, so that we can talk about the same thing.
Sure,
Yeah, he's just presented a concave model, not
concave. It's flat.
Okay.
Yeah, hang on. The topic was, how would you be able to discern which claim being made on either side of the argument, Ruhif being on one side of the argument, and let's just say, well, let me not even put you in personally. I saw, I think it was Craig. Is that the guy's name from FPFE or whatever? He was debating some guy with a very heavy Eastern European accent, Johnny or something like that, right? And so they're both claiming they're sailors. Craig says he's in the Royal Navy for 10 years. This other guy says he's a ship captain or whatever, right? And they both claim to be doing celestial navigation. One says he's done it many times flat, and the other says I did it for 10 years spherically. So how is someone from the outside, Ruhif, or anyone, feel free to jump in and challenge Ruhif's assertions, but how is someone to discern? And again, okay, so let me go look into celestial navigation. Where would I go? Right? Which book should I read? Right? There's plenty of books that
I've been short a soar across the United States in a car, so
No, well, there you go. Anyways, you get the question. That's what I'm curious about. Yeah, no. I think that the question's out there. Feel free to jump in, Ruhif, or anyone else.
Yeah, the answer is, which side can demonstrate it? Flat Earth can't. I'm yet to see a flat earther draw a circle of equal altitude on a map. But there's $10,000 challenge out there, right, from MC2?
I'm not even sure who that is.
Okay, I'll DM it to you. One sec.
Oh, is that Mictune?
Yes, MC2.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes.
No, I'm totally fucking with you, Ruhif. Yeah, no, I've heard, right? So all kinds of challenges with Bitcoins around.
Yep. It's a legitimate challenge, though, as opposed to, say, Dave Weiss's 3 Bitcoin. All right. DM.
Yeah, and first of all, anyone, feel free to jump in. I don't have an answer. I'm new, right? So I'm the guy trying to figure out who the hell is lying, right? Because there's two positions being put forth, and celestial navigation is only one side, right? One argument, we'll say, within the space, let's say it, and two different people have two utterly different positions. So how is someone new to the space supposed to discern who's the liar? Now, many have told me Ruhif would be the liar, but on face value, I just, whatever. I want to see the arguments or have a better way to discern where is the lie, who's the one making shit up, and maybe it isn't that black and white. Maybe I'm too binary about it to begin with. But yeah, anyways.
I can demonstrate it. I've pushed flat earthers for, I don't know, maybe close to 18 months, 2 years, something like that, to give a demonstration. Not a single one has. No one can do it. That should settle it for you. That should.
Not even Witsit?
I've not seen Witsit give a demonstration of celestial navigation.
Are you denying he's capable of doing it?
I deny that it's possible on a flat Earth. Yes, I deny that.
Even with his azimuthal perspective grid of vision?
Sure. Has he drawn a circle of equal altitude and found them intersecting at a location? The answer is no. The blind spot's like right on the money though. Like both sides claim it only works on their model, right? The fact that only one side of that argument has demonstrated it should tell you everything.
And when you say one side has demonstrated, do you mean your demonstration, Ruhef?
Oh, I've done it. Stacks of people have done it. There was a challenge after MC2 put out his first challenge. There was a challenge where you were allowed to use the globe, and he had like 7 submissions in the first minute. Like it was easy. And my friend Bacon won it and got like $100. Yeah, this should be determinative for you, Blind Spot.
I don't know, man. I think if all the world's scientists come together on this one truth, we could have the flat Earth stars figured out in 2 weeks.
Only if geometry is completely broken and useless, I'm sure. I mean, you've heard the old Polaris argument, right? That you step away from Polaris 60 nautical miles, it drops by a degree. Yeah, so celestial navigation is just a restatement of that argument. I was shocked when it came up a few years ago. I was like, what? This is just Polaris all over again. Yeah, Blind Spot, if you can push for a flat earther to give an actual demonstration, so whether they take angles themselves or whether we give them angles, either way, turn those angles into a position fix without using the globe, and you'll become a glober. Because it can't be done.
So the Spanish and the Portuguese navigators 500 years ago, when to them the Earth was flat, you are saying they are dumb and they couldn't navigate the ocean. Okay.
I don't think they thought it was flat. All right.
Nice try. Nice try. Okay. I did learn this at public school.
Okay. I don't think they believed it was flat.
I'm a Portuguese. Don't give me bullshit.
Okay.
Okay.
Again.
Go read the historic books. Okay.
Okay. I don't believe that they thought it was
believe
flat.
You. I don't care about beliefs. It's a fact.
Okay. If you say so.
Yeah.
It would be easy to demonstrate celestial navigation then, right?
No.
It would be easy if it's flat.
Those guys were navigating these waters, okay? And to them the world was flat. But you came with your bullshit.
Okay. Again, if it is flat, it should be easy to demonstrate.
You just give to us bullshit. First you have to prove it. Is Earth moving? Can you prove it?
I think that no, I don't want to.
You see, you just give us bullshit. You don't come here to give us proofs. You know, just fairy tale stories. Aristotle's and so on, fairy tale stories. Can you prove the Earth is a globe? Show us proofs. Don't make your videos trying to debunk other people.
The issue here that he brought up wasn't proving a globe. It was that I think what he said was the celestial navigation for the southern stars don't work or are impossible on a flat Earth.
Well, you know, I'm gonna resume what he's doing. Okay, he just takes something to try to prove the globe. Okay, like for example, yesterday he came here with a meme he did, trying to say that the airplanes has to deep nose fly. And I did say to him, and I did post videos. Pilots talking, they have to nose up 3 degrees. Okay, but he came here with his claim, but he doesn't know how to fly. Okay, and so on. He's doing all the same thing, everything. You know,
anyway,
when we have when you tries to say pilots are flying on a globe, and we have helicopter pilots and the F-16 pilots saying they are this flat. What he has in his pocket? Nothing. We have
I'll restate.
We have an pilot that did work at Antarctica. It was at that time he was a glober, but now he's a flat Earth guy.
It's even a bigger question than that, Ruhef, and bear with me, right? It's more, if take it out of this passionate realm for a second of FE, and let's just say the events of just a few years back, right? If you're Johnny Go Lucky, and you need to go find out the truth from the events that transpired for a couple of years back, how would you go discern that truth? Now, you could go to Google, right? And you could Google how effective or ineffective certain things are, right? And it would tell you, go now, right? Or whatever. And then, but if you dug really deep, you could actually probably get to some alternative information, maybe in the dark, seedy recesses of 4chan or wherever you had to go to try to find some information, right? And then you could start to formulate your own argument, right? Or at least look at evidence differently. Let's put it that way. And so the real question isn't about celestial navigation per se. It's more about how does someone who's approaching an argument know or discern where to actually go for the truth. Now, I wouldn't go to Ruhif, right? Even if Ruhif had sailed the 7 seas or whatever, because Ruhif already has a predisposition to the argument just by you being here tonight proves that. Just like it doesn't make sense for me to go to 10th Man Rising, for example, because he has a predisposition as well. And so if someone really wanted to be somewhat, because I know it's impossible to be utterly unbiased, but if someone wanted to be as arbitrary, as unbiased as possible, how would you go research the subject matter, whatever that subject matter might be? Right. That's the ultimate. I know you get it. I just wanted to rephrase it a little bit for the sake of it.
So the events of the last 2 to 3 years or so, also the events of 2001, the events of 1963 Dallas, those are historical events. All right. I see them completely different to the topic of this debate, which is something you can go out and do yourself. You don't need to rely on what people wrote down at the time, what people saw, blah, blah, blah. You can do this yourself. So the shape of the
That's not true, Ruhif. Stop.
You can figure the shape out yourself.
Stop with it.
The blind spot. The blind. If I could just address the blind spot. Just want to address the blind spot. So if you're not happy to go to 10th Man, why not go to the sources that he references?
No, and that's what I'm asking, right? And but if Ruhif would suggest these 3 books, and 10th would suggest these 3 books. Do you see what the conundrum, right? Like that's why I'm saying, how do you even get to the point where you can evaluate unbiasedly the source material? Because I'm sure there are celestial navigations that tell you how to navigate it spherically via the Royal Navy, just like there are celestial navigation books that, just like our Portuguese friend here says, all right, we sailed the 7 seas way back when, and we did it flat, right? And so, and I know Ruhif disagrees, but of course he would, right? So how do you, to answer your question. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a problem. It's different interpretation of the same data, and Ruhif wants to pretend that because his math says that this is how it works, that's actual reality. And he says you can go out and do it yourself. Okay, but we also have to agree that every 69 miles is 1 degree drop in Polaris. When, if we're on a flat Earth, it's obviously working the same. It's just a different equation. It's just different. It's dropping due to perspective, right? Which you guys also have to admit, by the way, with certain phenomenon on your side. So it is rather weird that you're here saying that, Ruhif.
It seems to be, though, that... Sorry, go ahead, Rufus.
Sorry. 69 miles per degree does not work on a flat Earth. That's basically against geometry. Very basic stuff.
Okay. So that's your argument, right?
It's geometry, yes.
Not that we can't do it, just that we can't do it without agreeing to your stupid math.
If you want to disagree with trigonometry and basic geometry, fine.
Perspective, Ruhif, right?
What if it's just 69 miles per degree of perspective?
I don't even know what that means. Of perspective.
It's silly anyway, dude. Like, the curve around a ball is exponential, and you guys claim a linear relationship with the drop of degree of Polaris, even though you're backing up behind a ball with exponential curve. It's just stupid, dude.
You don't understand how that works? Geometrically?
Oh, I understand, Ruhif. But I also understand perspective, which you guys love to just block out and ignore in these situations. That's why I don't like the game you're playing here.
The issue is not with Ruhif. It's not his problem that no flat earther, including myself back in the day, could do southern celestial navigation. That's not an inherent flaw in Ruhif's character or his being.
You can do celestial navigation in either hemisphere. That's not a problem. It's the process of turning 3 star angles into a position. No flat earther has done that.
So my suggestion to the blind spot is to look into the use of a nautical sextant in practicality, not theory. Like, study how they actually use it in reality. So,
Ruhif, is your claim that we cannot do it?
Correct. You cannot draw a circle of equal altitude on a flat map and have them intersect.
Dude, you're just doing it again, man. It's unreal. You come to a new server and just spout the same crap, dude. It's unreal. I'm not even going into it. I've already talked to you about this a million times. It's so frustrating to deal with you. You just ignore it and go back to the same stuff all the time. It is super frustrating.
What's wrong with Ruhif?
Sorry. I'm sorry that I'm pushing you guys to demonstrate something that you claim is only possible on your flat Earth. I'm sorry for that.
Right.
My apologies.
Right.
Big sorry.
No one here said it's.
I've heard that the argument is that it cannot be done unless Earth is flat.
I know you've heard that argument, and as I said to Blind Spot maybe 10 minutes ago, only one side of this argument has been able to demonstrate it working on their model.
Ruhif, that is a different argument than it not being possible. Okay, you're just doing this like weird thing, dude. Like first off, you got to say, okay, we're taking an angle with a curved baseline. Okay, like, fine. If you think you can get an accurate angle doing that, fine. I'm not going to say it doesn't work, because if we're on a globe, it works. If we're on a flat Earth, it works, bro.
Not in the AE
model. If we're on a flat Earth and it works, then obviously perspective has something to do with that drop, doesn't it?
Hey, not on Regis, hold on. Regis, did you just join? I remember you from back in the day. I just want to make sure that I remember Regis. I mean, fuck Ruhif. I just want to be, dude. I'm tired of Ruhif. Regis, I remember you from back in the day.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, but you've been here before, right?
Yeah.
And you're a flat earther.
Yep.
And so I'm definitely meant to interrupt you and Ruhif, because he's going to spout the same nonsense. But I just want to. Is this your first day back? Let's see. You. No, you joined. Yeah, you jumped back in last month. Your roles are updated. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure you're updated, because I remember you, bro. And Ruhif, that freaking asshole. Anyway. It's just like people want to make clips of Ruhif spouting this nonsense. It's just like, don't give him any time, to be honest. I don't know why he's still here.
Yeah, my only problem with Ruhif is like he's super honest and like logical with a lot of stuff, but then He'll just like put this blinder on where he just keeps spouting the same thing when he knows there's an alternative. He just wants to ignore it totally.
An alternative to celestial navigation working on a flat Earth. That's what I've been asking for 2 years, for someone to demonstrate that.
Honestly, Ruliv, that has been explained to you multiple times, and every time it's explained, you just walk on by it, and it's never. You don't really have an answer, and you're actually talking about something else, by the end of the conversation. So it really doesn't lead up to anything that supports your position. You should be embarrassed that you make such a weak argument.
Okay, I agree. It's been explained in words many, many times.
Okay, so why aren't you embarrassed that your weak argument doesn't stand up to scrutiny?
Because there are explanations, right, which don't work. Therefore, I require a demonstration.
So you say I have an explanation that doesn't stand up to scrutiny, whereas flat earthers say we navigate a level stationary plane and it works out just fine. And it certainly does. Yes.
Can you demonstrate it rather than just say it or explain it?
Yeah, you can use it with ships and airplanes. Yes. Works every fucking day.
We have guys.
There are hundreds of fucking airplanes and ships that travel. No, there are thousands of ships and airplanes that travel across this level stationary plane every fucking day.
Guys, we've got members of this community being donated money. This is an issue that has had no solution for 8+ years.
No, there is a solution. There's no curvature of the Earth. There's nothing to fly over. I mean, Ruhiv has got this weird idea that ships and airplanes are moving over the curvature of the Earth. He's got this weird idea.
It's not about the globe or Ruhiv. It's about the southern stars, southern celestial navigation.
Oh my God. Nobody does that.
Dude, like, I have to be able to speak freely in the server without being like.
No, you don't. Hey, hold on. If you say I have to be that in this server, you don't have to. You're only subject to the moderation here. So go ahead and say what you're going to say, and then we'll figure out whether we deem it necessary for the information to come true. Go ahead and tell us Earth is concave.
No, concave Earth is irrelevant to this conversation. It's about what Ruhiv.
No, I didn't. I just said your name. Tell us what you mean.
I agree with Ruhiv in that the celestial navigation, especially on the southern stars, they're impossible on the AE model. And it's not I believe or I think, it's I know.
All right.
I know.
You know what? You know what? You know what happened? You know what?
I know a secondary flat Earth model.
Hold on. You know what never happens? Nobody does it.
Exactly.
All right. So
we're not debating.
Why the fuck are you talking about?
No.
See,
we're not debating the AE model. We're not debating. It's not a debate against.
I don't wish to speak because if I speak, I will be the bad guy in here.
What's AE?
All right, be the bad guy. You agreed with me that nobody ever does it, so let's just leave it there.
Instead of attacking Ruhiv and his character, demonstrate the fucking southern stars. Call up Witsit in here. Let's figure out the southern stars.
Hey, you're not gonna fucking sit here and white knight for him.
Earth is concave. Excuse me.
They've
this
lost
is not a debate.
Hold on, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let T-Dub handle this. Yeah, this is pissing
Just
me
want to say that it's not a debate. It's not a dichotomy of the AE versus the globe. AE map. We're not standing on an AE map. That's not the argument. Okay.
What's AE?
Azimuthal equidistant projection.
Yeah, the standard
globe projection anyway.
Yeah, but it's still a globe projection. I mean, it's a circle map or the globe. I mean, it's the same thing. Go ahead, T-Dub.
What you're doing is a straw man right now. Saying, make this work on the map that you're not claiming to represents reality. Because we're not claiming that represents reality.
I don't need a claim from a flat earther. I was one for 4 years. I consider myself top tier. The AE map, the AE model, the Gleason, the UN, the Southern Stars, or really anything south of the equator doesn't work. There is a different flat Earth model where the Earth is still flat, where a lot of things work. It fixes a lot of issues. Nobody in these communities are interested in it.
Hey,
cool. That's great that you say.
Before you get in on him, hey, Earth is concave. Just calm down a little bit. Talk to T-Dub. Let's get a real conversation going on. Don't get excited. Go ahead, T-Dub, please.
Interesting that he says that a globe projection map doesn't work.
Okay, look, I'm not here.
Okay, cool.
Real quick, I'm not here to
hold on. Let him finish, brother. Please.
All right.
But he can go.
All right, go.
I was gonna say I'm not like here to debate. I'm not here to prove Earth is concave or this or that.
Nobody else is here to prove it
again. Like I can't finish the thought. I'm out. I'm for real out.
All right,
maybe next time.
Why don't you stick to one viewpoint? The last 2 days, that dude has literally argued for flat Earth, for globe Earth, and for concave Earth.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, that's why he just left, because he's too big a pussy that he can't not be the center of the fucking universe. You know.
It was weird.
He was trying to present a false dichotomy.
Yeah, yesterday he was arguing against flat Earth, not for concave, for the globe. And then I was arguing with someone else, and like 5 minutes after it, he starts talking about flat Earth. Like, dude, what is your standpoint? So it comes off so weird when he just keeps changing his stance on the different topics.
I'm saying, do you really want to be here and have a conversation, or do you really, just want to fucking control the whole thing?
Well, it seems like he was just being contrarian.
I'm pretty ignorant about what is his claim currently, at least. What was he trying to say just tonight? I don't understand.
He was trying to present a false dichotomy. He was trying to get us to make celestial navigation work.
Now he's back. Now he's back.
Equidistant map.
Yeah, now he's back. What were you trying to say? Earth is concave.
No, that's not the argument. The blind spot.
Hey, and I want everybody to shut up except for T-Dub and Earth is concave. If you really want to be back in here, go ahead and say it.
Oh, I didn't have anything to say. I just said I joined so I can listen to you guys.
All right. Well, talk to T-Dub, because I think he had something to say to you and you just got pissed off and left because you thought I was jumping over. I'm a moderator here, so I was trying to moderate. And so talk to T-Dub. He's in Australia, by the way, so go ahead and talk to him.
Not really interested in talking about flat Earth. I know it doesn't work. Then
well, the fuck off! Do you know this? The name of this server is Flat Earth Discord. So then, if you don't want to talk about flat Earth, then you can fuck right off.
I'd like to listen to other people talk.
Okay, maybe listen to it on YouTube.
Yeah,
we're live 24 hours a day.
Can come up with a solution for the Southern Stars.
Oh, listen,
your reaction,
bro. Well, you don't want to talk about it. You're gonna fucking
complete discord with the universe, with God.
All right. Well, you can listen.
What is your position, Earth is concave? I'm just curious.
No, he's not going to be able to answer because I just muted his dumb ass.
Oh,
I told him to listen on YouTube. If he said he just wanted to listen, he can listen on YouTube if he wants to fucking listen to it.
I mean, of course, if you want to come here, of course, this is what we do. We talk about flat Earth. And if you don't want to talk about flat Earth, then why are you here?
It's so simple. All day long.
If you want to listen, just listen. Go ahead, listen on YouTube. You know what I mean? We got it's live 24/7. Just go there. You don't have to talk about flat Earth. You just listen to flat Earth. You don't have to be in the chat.
Yeah, there's a chat there too. You can chat in the chat. Yep. I mean, we're on multiple platforms. You can listen on YouTube, Rumble, freaking Twitter. You can listen all day long on multiple platforms, bro.
Yeah, I'm just confused because his name.
Don't come in here and fucking think you're gonna fucking fuck our chat up. But just saying, don't want you to talk about flat Earth. It's like, bitch, that's all we do is talk about flat Earth 24 hours a day. You ain't gonna come in here and say that shit.
And maybe T-Dub, maybe you know, but his name is Earth is Concave. Sounds like he thinks we're on a globe, and he doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. I'm just confused about what is his position. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
No, he's a troll, obviously. I mean, because like you were saying, I hadn't heard him talk before, but you were saying he was talking about the globe, or other dude.
Bro, he was talking about the horizon and how it drops as you rise in elevation. And that's why I was like, dude, aren't you?
Yeah, it was Regis. I'm sorry,
what
brother.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
No problem. But I was asking him, like, what are you doing? Like, are you concave earther or glober? He was like, I'm nothing right now.
I'm nothing. And then he comes in. He got pissed. And once he got really pissed, he's just like, I ain't talking about shit. I'm not talking about flat Earth. And he's like, well, then you're in the wrong fucking room. We're talking about flat Earth. Get the fuck out. And Earth is Concave is still in here, and he's listening to us take the piss out of him. Because if he really wants to talk to us about this, then he can have an open dialogue. And if you're not going to be a fucking punk bitch, then we can fucking talk to you. I'm going to give you one more chance. And then, do you guys want to give him a chance?
Yeah, go ahead. Give him a chance, please.
All right, now he left. See? Anyway, go ahead.
Looks like Ruhif left.
No, wait, no, he's still here.
Oh, yeah. Ruhif left.
All right, so Ruhif. Fuck Ruhif. He's a fucking prick. So Earth is concave. Tell us.
I was able to
just be calm.
I was able to identify you guys' issue with Ruhif. You were having a great conversation. Everything was calm. Then he mentioned the navigation using the southern stars, and that's when you guys broke down. And
you know why?
You made it about the southern stars.
Can anybody here demonstrate the southern stars?
Let's go back to where we were. T-Dub and this guy. T-Dub, go for it.
So like
T-Dub,
Ruhif,
can you demonstrate the southern stars for me visually? I need to see it. All the southern stars. I actually have a
demonstrate. Can I demonstrate the southern stars?
I have an image with Polaris being centered and the northern stars around it, and then all the other stars around that, as a template for you if you would like. Flat earthers in here say that the globe was reverse engineered from flat. Now the globers are able to do celestial navigation of the southern stars. Could you do some of that reverse engineering and show me some of that on flat Earth?
You go to
that's what I'm interested in. You see, because concave Earth, we have celestial stars.
I did post something in live stream.
So
I did post something in live stream. Go watch it about the southern stars. And tell me how is that possible on your globe or concaves? The bullshit.
Yeah, he kind of had diarrhea.
I'm gonna play that video on live stream without the audio, of course. But
my dude is wild.
I'm not interested in the globe. I'm interested in flat Earth and the southern stars in particular. I'm actually you guys may know I actually know a lot of,
I have a feeling that you don't know shit about the southern stars.
Flat Earth
You're just making shit up, asshole.
This is great.
Like Ruhif, right? But where Ruhif doesn't present a false dichotomy, right? You do, right? But you're both misunderstanding the whole celestial navigation argument. It's not about being able to demonstrate the full process of celestial navigation on this map or that map, whatever, right? It's just about the basic fundamental principles of the practical use of the nautical sextant in reality, and its function and what it does, how we use it.
There was a time I did join this Facebook group, NASA Lies.
Wait, I want to know, did you mute him? I was just wondering who muted him.
And suddenly, these guys, they seem to be flat earths. The guys, talking about NASA lies, and but they are just talking about concave earths, and I mean,
are you talking about that one you just shared?
No, a long time ago I did join the Facebook group called NASA Lies, and then I realized that it's all about they defend concave Earth, but I never could understand what they are claiming, because I don't see them to present any proofs about that water going up.
Going up, right? Going up.
I think they forget about how perspective works. They think the water is going up, but they forget about the perspective.
I'll tell you what, since this guy's still in the room and he's muted, and I was the first one to mute him and somebody else muted him, that's fine, because I only unmuted him because someone else requested it, because he's a total asshole. And if now he left because he's a big pussy. He left again because he's a big pussy, because he can't prove that the freaking water is curving upwards. What the fuck? How are you ever going to find the curvature going up on the Earth? What the fuck is that?
Damn.
Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
I didn't understand how he wanted me to demonstrate. How do you demonstrate on stars? I didn't understand the question.
I know. It's just like he couldn't even shut his mouth long enough to even hear any questions that anybody asked. And it was just like, bro, that's why I muted him in the first place. Like, all right, let me talk.
I think that guy, he's like he's on the globe side, and he also on the concave side. But anything flat, it's a no for him.
Sure. So that means you're automatically just a contrarian. You really have no position.
Exactly.
To take. You're just a contrarian, and you're practicing your skills as a contrarian in an argument. And that's not going to help you in any way. You're going to look like a fucking total prick, like that guy was. But and just like fucking, Professor Phil and all these other assholes that come in here, they don't have any real evidence. They're just acting like contrarians. They really don't have any evidence for their ideas. They just like, they're believers in complete nonsense. They're not talking about what we're talking about, and they just make shit up on the fly.
Yeah.
Sorry if I was long-winded on that. You guys continue.
I'm sorry.
No, nobody be sorry. I was the long-winded one. Continue.
I wish Jedi was here, because he's more articulate. He can explain the whole function.
Yeah, no, he's better.
The nautical sextant better. Like for the blind spot, that's why I suggested to the blind spot to look into the practical use.
But you already
of the
know
nautical
what
sextant.
You already know what he would have said to him, and then it'd just been a wasted argument. Like, oh, look at this idiot doing this. Yeah, but you're right about Jedi.
The argument isn't about like the full completion of the process of navigation and using any particular map, right? It's what is the function of a nautical sextant? What does it do? It is used to measure elevation angles, right?
Right, and those guys that come here and argue with, those guys that come in, of course it does. And those guys that come and argue with us about it are ignorant of the instrument. They know very little about how the instrument is used. How, dude, a sextant. Holy shit! I mean, you wouldn't even. A sextant's not designed to measure the curvature of the Earth, but they think it is. So it's like when we argue with them, we're arguing two different ideas.
I did post did post a link about measuring a tree, and in his example, he didn't account to measure the angle to the base of the tree.
Sure, I mean the sextant works because you're going, you put it level to the horizon, and you measure the angle, and you point your heading toward that star or whatever you're heading toward. That's an angular measurement. It has not a goddamn thing to do with the curvature of the Earth, you motherfuckers! Just wanted to point that out.
Well, thanks, T-Dub. I'll do some digging into the function of nautical sextants. And thanks, Helio. That was poignant.
It was, wasn't it?
But it actually, makes me think that in order to even have the conversation, let's say with Ruhif, from this side of the argument, if you're going to do celestial navigation on a sphere and say it only works on a sphere, you have to first prove the sphere. Like, where's your R, right? And you have to, I suppose you have to take the argument back to that point to begin with, right? So
somebody was saying, "Oh, stoned." No, I don't fucking smoke weed. I do drink, and that's popular, and people know that I drink a lot, and I am inebriated. But I do know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. And the reason I said that and I got excited is because I was absolutely right about the last statement I said. Ecstatically. And all the Globers would be like, "No, he's wrong. Helio Skeptic is wrong about that." It's like, well, fucking prove me wrong. But, as far as the sextant goes, if you're on a ship and you point it at the horizon and you just your heading is toward the horizon, angularly, directionally, because you're pointing at a star or a moon or whatever you're looking toward, where that shit is. Of the celestial map, has nothing to do with the globe Earth at all. Can you hear me now? Globies, you fucking retards. You're not going to navigate the Earth as a globe. That's not the way that you can. I'm sorry, not sorry for yelling in my microphone and blowing people's freaking shit. But it just doesn't make any sense. This is to be like, okay, well, no, but I mean, as far as like modern navigation, people don't use sextants to navigate across the Earth. But go ahead.
Hey, remember that concave Earth guy? He asked me to unmute him. He wants to talk about the curvature of the Earth.
All right, I won't yell again. I'm gonna unmute him, and then I won't yell again. You guys want to talk to him? Go ahead.
I promise not to yell either. I appreciate that.
No, I can't promise I won't yell again.
I can't either.
You guys, comedy.
How about you guys pinky promise? That'll do.
No, I ain't even gonna do that. This live stream is my live stream, so I actually kind of. Well, I don't own the server, but the live stream, fucking mine. So I can yell anytime I want to. Go ahead. What do you want to say? It's okay if you didn't know that before, but that's okay.
All right, so the guy, he wants to talk about the curvature of the Earth, so let him go.
I don't really have anything to want to talk about, but maybe if you guys have a question, I could maybe.
No, the issue is this: that there is no curvature. We don't see the curvature.
All right, so maybe we could talk about the general idea of concave Earth for those that haven't heard about it in very short.
All right. Well, if I'm gonna allow this.
No, we have to want it. We have to want it.
No. You have to make it.
How about we just put a time limit on it? Here, you got 2 minutes.
No. It's not even like that.
Well, hold on. We're going to have to agree with this as a group because, hey, we've been doing flat Earth here for a long time. So we're going to have to go as a group, say, we're going to give you a chance to talk about concave for a very limited amount of time. And if some of that shit doesn't make sense, we have anyone here has carte blanche to go ahead and shut it down. Right. But if you think it's real, if it's real to you, we'll let it be real to you.
It's as real as the flat Earth, if not more.
All right, cool. No, hold on. If it's real, tell us about this concave that you know.
What do you want to know?
But I'm just going to say, no, tell us what you know about the concave.
Energy speaks of the intentions. It's the word is just not that important.
Hold the phone. I'm with you. I'm making the stipulations here. So you tell us about the concave, and anyone, with me as the moderator and everyone else, we're going to let you speak about it for however long it lasts.
It'll be very short. It'll be shorter than everything you've said. I promise it'll be shorter than that.
Right,
so since you insist, basically what concave Earth is it's like the evolution of flat Earth. So it's like the next step up after flat Earth. It is taking all the considerations of flat Earth. That is, first, Earth is stationary. The sun, moon, and stars are local, and they're small. And they're contained within the Earth. The Earth is created by a creator. There is a dome. There is a firmament. A lot of NASA lies. But it's so much better. It solves a lot of real problems. Like there is actual measurable curvature to the Earth.
Curvature, like concave wise. Yeah, we're looking for the concave.
Wow, can we see that?
Yeah, we can get into it, but just to like wrap up the idea of concave Earth, like visually in the head, Earth is a sphere. It is as big as the globe say it is, but instead of being on the outside of the sphere, you're on the inside of the sphere. So
like a donut.
No, like a literal full ball. It's a full sphere, like a globe, but you're on the inside. So everything is where it is. Like Australia is where it is.
Same size.
Australia.
Did he say same size?
Yeah. So there is an upside down in this. Yeah, there is upside down in this. And I know that's like weird and stuff, but hey, you're just hearing about it. You don't have to, this isn't believing it or anything.
Oh, okay. All right. Go on.
So there is multiple glass skies within this model. Okay, so let's get into the space, the sun, and all that. So you've got the Earth, which is the big circle, the sphere, and then within the big Earth, within the Earth, inside of the Earth. So inside of the ball is up. So if
can you post a picture? Can you post a picture? Because this is really.
If you go to the
hold on, let him go through his spiel.
If I go on too long, stop me. If I'm not.
No. I want you. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. After that, you're fucked.
No, we don't need that much. So,
the guy in the bubble.
2 minutes, and then he's fucked.
You have
Go
the
ahead.
Earth. You have the Earth, and it's the size that they say it is. And inside the Earth, which is looking up in our world, you have the celestial sphere. It's another. It's basically the firmament, and the shape of this firmament is spherical. It's a glass or a crystal, whatever, ball. All the stars are in there. And outside of this, but still within the Earth, is the sun and the moon, which are the same size, orbiting around this celestial sphere. So the celestial sphere, the ball of stars, is rotating itself, and the sun and the moon is also rotating around that. And the planets are also in there. Space does exist in this model if it's true. It's inner space, so it is a region we go above us, and there are regions.
Wait, is it inside the ball though? Is it inside the ball?
Hold on, I have a question for him. Everybody, wait. I have a question.
Sure. No. I don't. That's all. I can go to your question.
Is it infinite space inside the ball?
We can get to that, but let Helioskeptic go first.
All right. So
why? Because he owns this place. Okay, fine. I'll shut up.
I don't own this place. We're all partners here, but I was going to ask him, did he hear this shit from Lord Stephen Christ?
Okay, so
the answer is fucking yes. Don't even fucking try and say it's not.
He put a lot of work into this model. I learned about this
model.
And about
and he got arrested for threatening to kill.
Yeah,
President Obama.
I'm not into all that. I'm just into.
Well, I'm not into that shit either. But there's no such thing as concave.
All right, let's get to the second question.
All right. Who's next? I gave him 2 minutes. Anybody else next?
I'm curious about the infinite space inside the crystal ball.
All right, so with this, I don't know which one's true. There is no model that I'm married to. I'm not married to anything. I don't know what I'm pretty convinced that it's curving up. Just like you guys are convinced it's flat. I was a flat earther too. You don't care about all these other, it's flat. I'm pretty convinced it's curving up. And then I try to learn what are the possibilities of what else it could be. So let's
I recommend you don't fucking consider Stephen Christ.
No, he's passed away. He's passed away, and we're only
just let go of it. I think you're kind of close. To be honest.
So let's answer his question, please.
Listen to what we go ahead, guys.
All right. So third question. So wait, did the guy get a sufficient answer?
He didn't get his question. He asked if it's.
I don't look. This definitely sounds like a speculation Sunday topic.
Yeah, in a certain sense.
Let me answer the question real quick.
We're here now. Let's do it. Go ahead.
Let me answer his question real quick.
But you kind of did. You didn't.
No, I didn't.
Well, you said that the space curves upwards inside the crystal ball?
No. Okay, so look, that I'm aware of, there's two versions of concave Earth. One of them is the Earth is everything is small and local all the way across. It's just a small thing. Okay, there could be more Earths, there could be more spheres outside of this to infinity. But to like model it, right? Meaning, if you go across, it's the diameter. My mouth is really dry. Sorry. Let me get it.
Okay. Do you have a GIF animation about those two possibilities?
Okay, he asked about the infinite one. There is one where if you like get in a plane and like if you could even cross the center, the distance is what the distance is. Now there's another one which I know nothing about, but I know it exists. It's more of a direct mathematical inversion of the global model where as you go closer to the center, space-time is bending.
I can't fucking what are you been smoking, man?
Bro, is that like a mixture of peyote and all that shit?
What the fuck are you smoking, bro? Shit.
Peyote, ayahuasca, milkshake over there. Shit.
Alright, so now that you're sufficient.
I'm trying to make you leave. Just get the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry, man. But hey, nice try.
Do you have a next question?
Nice try. That's all I gotta say, my friend. Nice try.
All right. So the third question I was trying to ask you was, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Perfect.
If any at all.
Doubt. Okay, so I can only speak on my experience because, like I said, I was a flat earther and I am no longer. So, like, what happened? Right, is what you want to know.
No.
Wants to know why you should doubt the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't want your testimony.
And again, I'm going to ask it slowly, very slowly, and try to ask it clearly.
All right.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
That you cannot actually demonstrate and model things that need to be demonstrated and modeled, in my opinion, like the Southern Stars.
Wait, hold on. What model are you
Southern
talking
Stars.
about? What model are you talking
in particular, the Southern Stars. I moved on to an altogether different flat Earth model when I was a flat earther to solve the Southern Stars problem.
Somebody mute him.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone? What?
He did disappear in the horizon.
My little friend.
See, that's just it. When you ask the real hard questions, get right to the direct fine point, the finest point you can get to, and they just run.
Wow, that was entertaining.
I mean, man, that was crazy.
We're inside the shell of a giant space hermit crab.
Oh my god, man, that was crazy.
And I was asking for a GIF animation to try to visualize what is.
That's what I asked him too. Yeah.
Yeah. And he says it said.
I actually, I can describe it perfectly. You know those little tiny, like personal, like ice cream, like things you can get, like the ice cream cups for yourself, with like the little wooden spoon. When you pop the top, you know how like the very edge on the inside, it's almost like a little like trench around the lid, and then you have like a plateau. And that's basically what he's talking about.
Holy fucking shit! Somebody's server muted me.
It wasn't me.
Hey, don't look at me. I ain't got no power.
I banned that motherfucker, and I was asking you guys, should I have?
Oh, I mean, you banned him already? Now you're asking the
No, I did ban him, and I was asking you as if somebody fucking muted me.
Oh, Helio. First of all,
pisses me off. But anyway.
Yeah, Helio, he was in the process of answering my question when you banned him.
Oh, do you want him to come back?
No, don't bother, whatever, don't bother. But just so you know, I'm the one who muted you just so I could ask the question and get it over with.
No, you can't. No, see.
It's okay, but
I told you, I was sitting here talking to you assholes, telling you I banned him because he's a total shithead. Anyway, go ahead. You guys fucking have at it. I mean, you want to talk to some fucking retard like that, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Healy, on that one. Like, I kind of don't. I talk to retards enough throughout the day.
Oh, sure, we do sometimes, but that guy is like a special type of...
Thank you for saving from that guy.
Well, it's just like I was talking to you guys, and it's like, all right, he's gone, and then I noticed I was muted. So that was you, Orion, that muted me?
Well, yeah, but only when you were just
Don't ever fucking do that again, please.
If I'm ever screaming into my microphone, not even saying words, but just yelling into my microphone, by all means, mute me.
Yeah, well, I've done that before. Motherfucker, I'm fucking muted. As a matter of fact, I think I've banned you before. So it even is not. But anyway, I still love you, brother. It's just like, just don't mute me, please.
I'm sorry.
I know when I'm out of control, but I'm just saying that dude was not worthy for this conversation. So.
Yeah, you're right, and I'll try to remember to unmute you shortly afterwards. Next time.
Well, just let me know. Just say, hey, man. Hey.
Yeah, you're right. I should let you know. I should let you know. You're right. That's.
I mean, you could even tell me on live stream, hey, Helio, calm down. I want to have something to say to this guy, and I want to say it. But that guy, I mean, you heard what he was saying. That was
yeah, but Helio, I was trying to say that too. I was trying to say exactly those words to you, and then you started yelling into the microphone, and then at a point I was like, well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, either way. Well, I mean, that dude is not even worthy of this conversation. I mean,
I'm just glad I don't live in that world, whatever that world is.
Yeah, I mean, he was just like making shit up. He was like, I can go talk to flat earthers and make triple layers of freaking dipshit, like, and pretend all freaking day long, and I don't have any. I don't even have to pretend anything's truth. I can just make shit up all day long and talk to flat earthers, and they'll sit there and talk to me and argue with me, and we're not talking about the same goddamn thing. Fucking idiot. So that's why I muted him the first time, and when I unmuted him, and then he started talking again. And then, Orion, you muted me when I was trying to get rid of him again. I mean, come on, man. Give me some. Anyway, we're back to us just never talking. We're just like, goddamn, we already know about the flat Earth. What else are we going to talk about?
Well, that's just it. So it's like a concave Earth. There's just another example, as far as I can tell, is a zealot of a sort, like a fanatic of a sort. You know, someone who's just like, oh, the Earth's a ball. It's just an inside-out ball. Whatever.
Hold on, now. You might be under the impression that he was a concaver. Do you think he was really a concaver?
Well, I mean, I think I can't really say whether or not he really believed it.
I know for a fact that he wasn't.
Well,
I think he knows.
Helio, hold on. Are you inside someone else's head, Helio? Yes or no?
Well, I know fucking trolls, so.
I know, but I mean, let's. If we're gonna speak in absolutes, I'm just saying, like, he may have believed it himself. He may have not. I don't know. I can't tell. Is what I'm saying.
That dude, I can tell was a troll. That's why I fucking muted him.
Yeah, it's just an. But I'm saying it's like I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting when those guys come in here, just because it's just like another brand of a similar cult.
He was a player. He was a player. That's why. I mean, it's like they want a concaver to show up every once in a while. He's not that. He wasn't that guy. He was playing a game. He wasn't even doing concave for a little bit until it got concave, and he Orion, just pay attention, bro. Come on, man.
I think Helio's right, because he even made a disclaimer. He said, "Oh, it's as real as flat Earth," which means he doesn't think it's real.
Yeah, I mean, that dude was a troll from the beginning. I don't know how you didn't see it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I've heard other people come in here and like the last concave earther person saying they're a concave earther, like stormed out of here saying, "Oh, well, I guess I just can't convince you guys." And
well, he sounded just like that dude was a nothing earther. He was a troll.
Okay, so then a retard nonetheless for another set of reasons.
Well, then you should defer to whatever. I'm not going to say whatever.
Yeah. So in other words, a low form of life.
So,
I mean, if you the reason, if you let him go on, it will last for 2 or 3 hours, and it's never going to amount to anything. So that's why I stopped it. So just let me do it. Let me do it. You know.
Dude's still stuck on the AE map, like he thinks that that's what we adhere to
That's not what he thinks, though. He's a troll. That's what I'm saying. He knows exactly what we're talking about.
We live in a
I can tell from what he said that he knows exactly what we're talking about. What, the globies.
Well, he told us. He said he was top tier. So
yeah, that's what I'm
someone
saying.
who's top tier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He knows everything, so he's just like he's not allowed here because he's a top tier troll. That's why I fucking muted him, and he's not allowed here. Don't fucking allow him back here. I didn't ban him. Well, I did ban him. What was his fucking name?
His
fucking name. I could tell he was a fucking troll. I could tell he was a troll right from the beginning. You guys were just enjoying talking to this fucking idiot. But
barely get a word in over you and him. He had diarrhea of the mouth, and you wanted to.
I'm the biggest fucking troll, so you guys can fucking try to ban me. See what happens.
But keep in mind, Helio, it was technically a teaching moment, the very moment that you actually actively banned him when I was talking with him, because I got him to commit a logical fallacy I was about to point out. So he was trying to say that I have a flat Earth model X, Y, or Z, and that my flat Earth model doesn't compute.
He was doing the same thing with T-Dub.
I was trying to say to him, so like, what flat Earth model are you
fucking congratulations, motherfucker. We've been through that shit.
He wanted you to demonstrate the southern stars.
An hour before that. I mean, you just joined.
He wanted you to demonstrate the southern stars. And that's the same thing he said to T-Dub.
Yeah, bro.
You do that.
I feel like a hero here. I mean, it's just like, I ain't the hero for friggin' getting rid of the motherfucker. I'm just saying, I mean, it's just like, bro.
Like hero skeptic.
We're just like, it's late night, Friday for me. What?
Flying. Have you listened to any more Christopher Walken videos?
Christopher Walken is one of my favorites.
Yes, I did watch like a 10-second thing from a movie.
He sounds just like it with an accent. I'm telling you, it's amazing. It sounds so good. I love it.
I think I sound like Christopher Walken. No, I can do Christopher Walken.
You have to seriously. You have to look up some famous quotes or some good lines or whatever, and then do them on stream. It'd be amazing.
I think I'd have to practice it because he does it naturally, but I'd have to actually. I'd have to. I don't know.
I don't think I would have noticed it, but now that you pointed out, yeah, you're right. Flying does sound like Christopher Walken.
Oh, flying sounds like Christopher.
Accent. I don't think Christopher Walken can even do accents, but if he could, that's what he'd sound like.
It's just like certain actors, like Nicolas Cage. He's always the same actor, but he's just super famous for being the same fucking guy in every movie.
I saw an interview with John Travolta about Face Off, and he was doing a perfect impression of Nicolas Cage, but he was saying how Nicolas Cage couldn't do an impression of him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nicolas Cage can't do an impression of anybody but Nicolas Cage. He's the same actor in every fucking movie. But he has like 100 movies, but he's always the same fucking actor.
That's most of Adam Sandler's career.
Yeah, maybe.
Also true. Yeah.
Fuck it,
They did a thing on Saturday Night Live for that. They had him back as a guest. Then they all pitched in. All the characters came out and started doing impressions of Adam Sandler. It was hilarious.
But I mean, it's like, can you fault someone, for like being famous for being them? It's like, even though I'm a good actor, everybody recognizes me. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, bro, fuck yeah, I've done 100 films, and they're like, fucking Nicolas Cage or
You know, I think Tom Cruise probably suffers from that a little bit too. I don't think he's all that different between his movies. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Cruise is another one. There are some actors that really pull it off in different movies too, though. It's Tom
I
Cruise.
can only imagine the therapy bills.
Well, if you go, I imagine if you go through like series like Mission Impossible, fucking Tom Cruise is Mission Impossible. Right? It's the same.
Having an Oprah couch instead of.
It's like, how can you be in? Or you're either Maverick or Mission Impossible. It's like, I'm Tom Cruise.
Who's the Iron Man guy? Who's that? What's his name?
Russell? No.
Robert Downey Jr.
Yes, thank you.
Downey Jr.
Hold on.
He's brilliant. He's great.
He's great. He can play any character. You won't even know. You know what I'm saying? It's like in that he was the only person that can actually get away. Everybody knew he was white playing a black guy. In that
he was a white guy playing an Australian playing a black guy.
Yes. Exactly.
The fucking movie. What was that movie called?
It's Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, Tropic Thunder.
That movie's a gem.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, Jack Black was in that too. It's just like, it's just like a bunch of actors that realize that they, we actually did put you in the middle of some shit. And
I like Brendan Gleeson as a character actor. I think he's really good. Have you guys seen In Bruges? It's got Colin Farrell in it.
Oh, I like Colin Farrell. He's a good actor.
Anyways, In Bruges is a fantastic. If you haven't seen it, it's a must-watch. It's so amazing.
In Bruges?
Yeah, Bruges is like, come on, some Europeans correct me here. It's like in Belgium, I think. Bruges, maybe?
Is it like a Belgium film? You have to read the subtitles?
No. It's got Brendan Gleeson, Colin Farrell. It's even got you ever see like Snatch and Lock, Stock, 2 Smoking Barrels?
Yeah, sure.
It's got like the one bad guy from like Harry the Hatchet or whatever. I think he's in it too. I don't know what his name is, but it's a fantastic movie. It's so well worth watching.
Bruges? How do you spell it?
I think it's Bruges. It's the name of a city in Belgium. But I could be misspelling that, so somebody correct me, please.
Hey, here you go. How are you doing?
Bruges. Yeah, I found it. It came out in 2008 in Bruges. In Bruges.
If you watch it, I promise you'll be hitting me up and saying, dude, thank you. It's
Colin
amazing.
Farrell, Brendan
Gleeson.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. I'm going to watch it.
Oh, how you doing, Helio? Doing all right tonight?
Yeah, man, it's Friday night, and I need a fight. My bicycle and a switchblade knife. Hand full of grease and my hair feels tight. But what I need to make me tired of those girls.
Oh boy.
Long
he's on fire tonight.
Burgundy lips. Girls. Long legs. Fingertips. Have you? I'm just playing. I'm not gonna do some freaking old school Vince. I can do it better than Vince Neil does right now because that fat bastard can't do shit.
Oh, he's sick right now. He can't even sing at all. When I heard him trying to sing when he was trying to make a comeback and get ready for a new tour, this was a few years ago, he sounded like my next door neighbor trying to sing or something. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw him. Actually, well, I didn't see them because I was in the smoking area when Motley Crue played. I saw Alice Cooper open for Motley Crue.
Oh, I've seen Alice Cooper probably.
Alice Cooper puts on a fucking badass show.
First time I think I seen Alice Cooper was back in 1972.
I saw Alice Cooper open for Motley Crue in Little Rock about maybe 9 years ago, and then I saw him open for the Misfits.
I seen him when he was out with the
Dallas.
$1 Million Babies, 18, I Can Do What I Want, all his new his first stuff he came out with. That's when I was seeing him in concert. It was way back.
Well, I saw him a couple of years ago in Dallas.
Still got it, doesn't he?
He fucking does, bro. He doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It's just like who doesn't have it? Vince Neil.
Right.
This nigga. I'm 18. I don't know what I want. It's like I can get on stage and do that shit.
No, you can. I don't know why you ever stopped.
Nah, well, there's reasons,
I'm sure there are. I've heard all your old albums.
But
you sent them to me on DMs.
You've heard my parodies. I can still sing, and stages where I need to be. But all that.
I've sent everyone the "Have you ever seen the Curve" song? I've sent that to like 12 different people.
So do you like that one?
If you see your view counts going up, it's because of me. So.
Have you ever seen the Curve? The curvature on the earth.
Yeah, I sent that one to my dad. He liked it too. So just so you know.
Really? Cool. Awesome.
Did you write that, Helio?
What's that?
When did you write that?
Ron Chickelson wrote the lyrics. And yeah. He sent them to me, and a few days later, I downloaded the karaoke track and I recorded it. Yeah.
Nice. Helio.
Yeah, and I mean it's like as far as singing, I've always been able to sing. It's not.
I used to be in choir when I was in junior high and high school. We took state championship choir.
Yeah, me too. Dude, I was number one. All our choir, I had a really good choir teacher, where I grew up. Yeah, we were number one in the state.
Oh, we were too. It's amazing.
You can sing too. I never heard you sing.
Well, that's because yes, sir. I can belt them out when I want to.
What are you, a baritone?
Tenor, or probably more of a tenor, but
well, I never heard you sing that. All right, so you've heard me sing a lot because it was always my thing, but I ain't never heard you sing.
Yeah, well,
but I bet you still can. So, you don't have to do it now, but send me some stuff of you singing some tenor. Let me think of a song I would like to hear you sing, God Rockin'. Maybe something by the Beatles or the Doors. Just send it to me privately if you can just record it.
The Doors would be cool. I like Jim Morrison.
Yeah, me too.
He's easy to sing to, pretty much.
Yeah, that's really kind of a baritone thing. When you get older, it's not as easy to sing tenor. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. But I can still. That's what in choir I was tenor, but
Yeah, me too. Actually, when I graduated high school, I was second chair all-state choir, second tenor.
Put me right behind all the other tenors and right in the center so they could
like the entire state, all the counties that's competed. I was second chair, all state, second tenor, and there were I guess there were about 100 people in the choir, but I was second chair.
When I was in, it was probably more like about 40 or 50. We didn't have that big of a choir.
You know, it was Arkansas. You know, it's a pretty big deal. You know, for choir in Arkansas. You know.
Oh, we went to Salt Lake City for the state. You know.
Oh, what the fuck!
When I was in junior high school,
Salt Lake City, isn't that where the boys' choir is?
Yeah, the Mormon Tabernacle or something like that.
Mormon Tabernacle. That's some shit right there. That's what I'm wondering.
That's tough competition right there.
Yeah, no shit, bro.
They got some.
I wouldn't have had a chance there.
Yeah, they got some good singers there. When I was in junior high school, we were the only. We were the only.
How close are you to Salt Lake? Well, you are close to Salt Lake.
20
All right,
minutes.
so you'd have to compete with anybody from Salt Lake City for like all-state choir or anything like that.
Well, let me tell you, in junior high school, we were the only junior high school that got invited to the choir tournament in Salt Lake City, or whatever you call it. We were the only junior high school there. They invited our junior high school to be part of, because we were like the number one junior high choir.
Wait, you sang at the Tabernacle?
No, not at the Tabernacle. It was at some high school down there.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, I've never sang at the Tabernacle. No.
That would be awesome, though, wouldn't it?
That choir is huge, bro.
Have you been there, though? Have you been there?
Of course.
No, did you see the choir sing, the boys' choir sing there?
I've never seen just a boys' choir because
or many choirs or whatever.
The Tabernacle Choir is huge. So I don't know how many members there is. It's got to be
probably 500.
I'd say at least 200. I'm not sure. A lot. There's a lot of people.
What did it sound like when you were there?
Oh, it's crazy, dude. They were just right on key. I mean, just you name it.
All right, that's one of my bucket. I'm putting that on my bucket list. I'm coming up there. I'm going to see the fucking Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
They definitely sing. There's no doubt about it. They do that shit. I think every week they're down there singing, practicing, singing, whatever. Every week.
Dude, do you think they'd let me sing with them if actually?
No, they might. They might.
That'd be freaking awesome, wouldn't it?
Have you ever seen the curve?
I'm not going to sing that with them. I know
unless you become a Mormon in a Mormon church, they probably won't let you.
No, they won't. So only Mormons can sing in the choir. So yeah, that's not going to happen. So, but they'll let you listen to it sing.
I'm not Elvis either, but my family goes to church, but I don't.
I know. I already know that about you, but you can go concerts or whatever.
What was that?
You can go to listen to the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
You've got to get tickets. It's not like you can just walk in, but you can.
No shit, bro. I already know about that. Yeah, but where do they perform? Is there one place to perform, or can they? Do they
at the Tabernacle? They've got a special place just for it. Yeah,
I know. That's what I'm wondering. So you have to pay to get tickets and go listen to them. They don't travel around.
You have to plan a year in advance to get them. They're that hard to get.
I know, but I bet it sounds freaking awesome. But you've heard it before, right?
Yes. One time.
Does it sound awesome?
Oh yeah.
Hell, fucking yeah.
So many people, it's just crazy. I mean, it's just like it just fills the entire tabernacle. It was built. The tabernacle used to be that big dome building, and it was made just for the choir. It's got this big pipe organ in it, and it's amazing, bro. They sing at the conference center as well now, though. So,
well, check this out. I mean, even though in Arkansas, us lowly non-Mormons, we can fucking make shit sound really good. With a 150.
Come on, what the hell is that?
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking.
I'm just a lowly non-Mormon.
What's funny is it's like when I was, I'm really just messing with you.
I know you are.
my first year at college, where I went with a full tuition scholarship for choir, we performed with the Arkansas Symphony Orchestra and Robinson Auditorium in Little Rock. It was fucking awesome. I wish I could see that show. Maybe I can find it, and maybe it's on YouTube somewhere. But we did this Bach piece. It's just like Bach hated tenors.
Really?
Because if he thinks a tenor can do that vocally, he's fucking out of his mind. We sang a Bach. I did the best I could, but it still sounded awesome.
Sorry, Helio. Did you ever do any
I don't
Palestrina?
remember what I did. I just remember it was just like we performed with the Arkansas Symphony Orchestra, and it was freaking awesome. But anyway, I don't remember any songs. Well, I don't remember at the time, but it's been freaking 30 years. Let's see. No, almost 40. Wait, 30 years. I don't remember any of the songs. What were you asking?
No, just have you ever heard of Palestrina? He's an Italian composer from late 16th century.
No.
He did, his compositions are all vocal. That's why I was curious from a choir standpoint if you ever heard of him or did any.
So straight vocal with harmonies or just?
Yeah, no, I think there's some harmonies for sure, but it's like just no instrumentation, I guess, right? It's just using voices, right, as the instrument. I guess whatever, polyphony, I guess you call it, or whatever, or yeah.
Or well, it'd be a cappella maybe, or whatever. But when I first, I had the scholarship to the university I went to because I went to governor's school. Anyway, I was recruited to this college to sing, with the choir, and but I'm not an academic. You know what I mean? I was never going to pass college. But I was there for a year, and I did my choir stuff. Had a great time. I was trained by a Metropolitan opera singer, and I went on tours around the state. And like I was saying, I went to perform in Little Rock with the Arkansas Symphony. That was pretty awesome. But yeah.
Just DM'd you a song that the Tabernacle Choir sang 15 hours ago. Over 1 million views already.
Wow, they just put it out today, and it has over 1 million views.
Yep. 15 hours ago, over 1 million views. Yep. It says. Let me look, make sure. Oh no! Wait a minute.
So that's
1.8 thousand views. Excuse me, 15 hours ago. That was another one I looked at. 1,800 views in the last 15 hours. Excuse me, it wasn't quite a million. Then there was another one on here that was 1 million views. Let's see what it's at.
All right. So this video you just sent me in DMs, they put out
15 hours ago.
All right, so they put it out yesterday, and it has how many views?
1.8K.
So 1,800 views, which is cool. But I'm not gonna watch it yet because I already know it's awesome.
Yeah, I just think because watch it at your own leisure. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, once I start watching it, I'll just be stuck.
It's just the tabernacle is just something to see, backdrop and everything. I mean, it's just an amazing view when you look at it.
Well, it's just like, I mean, dude, I'm a freaking metal guy. You already know, and I mean, I'm just a fan of music altogether. It's and
this tabernacle is something
choir boy, yeah, it's a totally different experience. So yeah, you already know I'm gonna love it, and I'm gonna watch it, God rocking, but not right now.
I get it. I just wanted you to see the tabernacle and how many people and.
Dude, I want to go see it in person. You're saying you have to book tickets a year in advance to get?
Probably. Yeah, I'm sure you can't get them for next week. No, that's sold out. I'm not sure how far in advance, but it's a while.
Well,
I'm just guessing.
I'm nowhere near Utah, so I ain't trying to go see.
I'm just guessing at a year because I've heard that before from other people. Yeah, it took me a year.
No, it's probably true. It's probably true. Probably true. Whether or not you believe in the religion or anything like that, that's as far as the music goes, I imagine is freaking brilliant. And I promise you, I'm gonna watch that shit, and I'm probably gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is one of the best things I've ever seen in my life."
The song's called "Redeemer of Israel."
Oh, it's just one song. I want to see the whole fucking concert. I can find it. I can find it.
Yeah, you can find it online.
I can find other performances. I can find the whole shit.
You can find hours and you can find weeks and months worth of that. I'm sure.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I just sent you the most recent one. So
that's cool, man.
15 hours ago. So.
Well, it's because it's just like with the Tabernacle Choir, they have kids that are just like part of it and stuff. I mean, sure, just like with school. I mean, they go to Mormon school.
They're just average people. These are just normal people, members of the church. They're just members of the choir. They've been members. You go to church, like my parents go to their ward or whatever. There's probably 2 or 3 people there. Maybe
just know how to fucking play these instruments and make it sound badass.
I'm just saying that in there, all across the whole state, there are people that are members of the choir, and they could be your neighbor down the street, whatever. But there's hundreds of them, and they just come from all over the state.
Hundreds of these Mormons. Oh my God, what are you gonna do in Utah? There's not too many Mormons in Arkansas, but there's hundreds of musicians that are involved with the Arkansas Symphony Orchestra. I'm just fucking with you, bro. No. You don't have to be a Mormon to be part of the Arkansas Symphony Choir, but
hang on a second.
Or the Arkansas Symphony Orchestra, but it's one of the best orchestras in the country. Let me ask you something, God Rockin'. Since it's just me and you and whoever the fuck else is listening. And you grew up as a Mormon, correct? Or, if it's too sensitive, just say. I don't know. Somebody mute me.
Ryan?
Well, maybe God Rockin' didn't want to talk about it. That's okay. Dude, I grew up as a Catholic, and people ask me about Catholicism. I can tell you something about it, but I'm not a Catholic anymore. I was just wondering if it's not Speculation Sunday yet, so we don't have to get into all that. I'm definitely going to check out that Mormon Tabernacle choir shit. It looks pretty cool. This point, anyone that's still in this voice room, it's your job to go ahead and start speaking. It's not, nobody's paying you. You don't have to talk. Anything you don't want to talk about. I'm going to tell you something, though. I do have to take a break. Let me find. There was something I saw earlier that looked like a cool short. Right. Fill up some space here. What? You guys would be terrified by some of the shit I watch on YouTube. Something on my subscriptions. Hmm. You know what? Since we were talking about the song, my latest parody, we might as well play that one. Nobody else is talking. The hell? The song. Did YouTube take it down? Oh, here it is. There it is. I want to listen to this. What the? Trying to figure out that I got so many windows open here. I'm trying to figure out which window I'm gonna play this shit. It's not on that one. What the hell? That's gonna fuck everything up. So I guess this one. See if this actually works. Maybe. Maybe it won't.
That's so funny.
I know, but I mean, when you're sitting there with freaking 15 windows open, you're like, which one is on? Yeah. Which one can I add the video to? PLAY paste. Maybe it'll work. Oh shit, it's working. Someone told me long ago that the earth is not a globe. Oh no, it's CGI from NASA. Those motherfuckers. When they claim to go to space, we all know the world's a stage. I know that water's always level. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth. Yesterday when I was blind, I believed in the filthy lies, the Big Bang and macroevolution. Now I've left that all behind. It's intelligent design. I know it's a geocentric creation. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth. That freaking argument with Nathan earlier today, I think they played it twice with Oakley and some others about them just trying to say, well, you haven't seen the curve, but you actually did see the curve because so-and-so, this and that. Did you guys listen to that earlier today? That was so freaking stupid.
I was outside most of the day walking around.
No, but if you listen to yesterday's show, it was just like it was. When nobody was here talking live, but they were playing some Nathan Oakley show where Nathan debated with some guys about finding the curvature, and they were trying to explain how. Well, it's you're not seeing the curvature, but you're actually seeing the curvature, but you're not, because and then Nathan's like, oh no, well the curvature is 1.2. explaining the Black Swan, basically. It was just that was classic. It's classic, man. I love it. Anybody hear that?
I gotta ask, though, I'm kind of questioning myself. Should we be laughing at this girl? I
Which
don't know,
girl?
man.
What girl?
The live stream voice text. I mean, I got my laugh on there too, and I did laugh, but then I'm questioning myself at the same time.
Hold on, let me check, because I might know her.
She's getting hurt here, man. Come on now. It sucks.
Well,
I'm like questioning myself.
That's just a fucking gif.
No, yeah, but that's a woman getting hurt. Yeah, the pressure of that thing, man.
Bitch don't even know how to use goddamn.
But it's kind of not funny.
Sure.
It could have went bad, it could have went like she could have spun around hard enough and hit her head on the crete there.
She might have got a black eye or something, but I think she's all right. I think she's all right.
Yeah, she all right.
Well, I guess she learned a lesson. Motherfucker, what the? No, she learned a lesson. I promise you, she learned a lesson from that.
It's that little car, though. That's her car. That's nice.
Sure. No, it's yeah. I mean,
right.
Think it,
It's like one of those little cars from Italy or something.
Don't feel bad for her. Her boyfriend was probably sitting there laughing his ass off.
No, I laughed too, but I was just questioning myself.
No, I don't feel bad for her. She got tripped up by the hose. See in the background? See, she wasn't paying attention. And you know what she's going to do next time? That bitch going to pay attention to where the fucking hose is.
A little more stance, too.
Yeah.
More stance.
Yeah. Yeah, but so the hose is what tripped her up once she put the pressure on.
Well, she put the pressure on, but see, she started going backwards. See?
No. Well, sure, but she was tripped up by the hose too. So it's like, bro, you got to put all that shit together in your mind. Doesn't matter if you're a bitch or a dude. Are you claiming that women or girls or dudes or men can't, are better at washing cars or something? They can't figure out a fucking car wash hose? I mean, do you think that a man couldn't fucking fail this way? They can.
Oh, yeah, I definitely have.
They can fucking fail too and look like a dumbass. It's okay. I bet you any money that she got back up from that fall and finished cleaning that fucking car.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Oui. ¿Habla español?
Ay, caramba.
How do you say habla? Is habla the same speak in
No, Portuguese. No, it's fala espanhol. It's different.
Spanish?
Fala.
Do you speak? How do you say do you speak in Portuguese? Just the frame. Do you speak?
Do you speak? Falas em português? In English? It's different, but the fala, I think it comes from the word parla, from the Italian speak, parla.
It come from the Italians when they're so much further away from you.
Latin, it's the same from Latin.
The conquerors. So if if you were to ask someone, do you speak Portuguese? What would you say?
Você fala português?
Say it again.
Do you speak Portuguese? Você fala português?
Talking about in Portuguese.
So yeah, it's different from Spain, but you know.
I mean, I know in Spanish it's habla español, but how do you ask someone in Portuguese? Do you speak Portuguese? I mean, how is it said?
Você fala português? Do you is like
Salo.
Você fala português?
Shit.
3 words.
I don't think I can do that.
There are some English people.
But it's Portuguese, which is Portuguese.
Yeah.
What's the first word?
Você. You.
Is it você? Is it você?
Você. It's like let me say, like the Brazilian they use that word to you, but more simple to us.
To address.
You can say tu falas português. Tu, you, falas, speak português.
I mean, yeah, it's to address, and it's like you.
Yeah.
Yo, yeah.
Tu falas português. You speak English. Português.
Yeah. I mean, it's like how would a Portuguese person ask if someone speaks English?
Tu falas inglês?
English. See, okay, so it's like is it a inflection or is it to falas?
Tu falas English? Yeah.
To falas español?
Yes. Sí.
To falas Portuguese?
Yes.
All right. So, okay. So you would say yes in Portuguese or sí. I mean, it would be the same thing, right?
Sí. It's the same word like in Spanish, S-E, but with the M at the end. Sin.
So it's sin.
We don't say the M.
Oh, you guys are all sinners in Portugal.
Sing.
I'm just messing with you, bro.
Ronaldo in that conference that he did was receiving the golden ball. I think the first word he did said it was sing. It's like saying yes, sin.
Oh man, I'm glad there's not a lot of people listening. Is there a lot of people listening right now? Like the Portuguese people love the word sin. They're just all about it. I'm just. Oh shit.
In this week,
man, you know what? Do you know what? I'm racist against Portuguese people. I don't know many except for you, so I'm racist, and so you're just a sinner because of you. Yes, and Portugal just being sin.
Racist. That word sounds like a creature.
Sin.
No, racist.
Dude, every time I talk to Miguel, I have to fuck with him every time because he's my favorite person on this server. I ain't gonna lie. I love all you motherfuckers, but Miguel.
And what? Now you have to explain why he's one of your favorite. Now that you said it.
Dude.
Because he says I'm a psycho.
He puts the baddest ass memes for one thing. And he's the most, as far as I know, the most honest person when he speaks. And I think his fucking accent is the sexiest. And I'm not, I'm not gay, for it, but I think his accent is fucking sexy. So that's why Miguel is my favorite member on the server. So.
Thank you, obrigado.
That was good.
Dude, didn't you watch the memes that he posts all day when he's following the conversation? He kicks ass, doesn't he? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Miguel, and when he joins, he's always on point. Even with it, he thinks he has a struggle with his accent, but he's always on point. He knows what's up. He's on point every time, dude. Miguel is the sexiest fucking Portuguese bastard in the server.
Thanks.
You could have left the bastard part out, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the bastard. I don't know if your mother was married to your father, but I don't fucking give a shit. The simple definition of bastard could apply. Maybe it does or maybe it doesn't. But as far as like bro, fist bump, I'll call you my favorite fucking Portuguese bastard in the server. I don't give a fuck if your mom was married to your dad. They probably were married. I'm just fucking.
Well, yeah, they could have been personally between them.
Could have been, could not have been. They might have been married during the pregnancy, maybe afterwards, or who fucking knows? But I'm telling you one thing about Miguel Sousa. This motherfucker from Portugal has got everybody's back here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If he fucking says something's going on, it's rock solid. He's always paying attention.
Thanks.
Yeah, brother, man. You are, bro, I can't believe, some of the stuff that, I can't believe how often you're on here and really keep everything level for us, man. I appreciate it.
I might be in here, but sometimes I'll be not in here.
Yeah.
Even I'm in here.
I'm telling you, every time you come in here, he's here. He's going to be paying attention. It's either him, there's a few people, everybody's paying attention all the time. I mean, all of us have to sleep a little bit sometimes, but we're always here.
Well.
We are watching what's going on.
Well, I think, as far as what I think, Miguel, you respect what the principle of the server is. And that's what I respect about you, brother. So
thanks. Yeah, if some moderator speaks, most of the time, I just go silence, let him speak.
Yeah, I mean, and you let me freaking pull off fucking crazy shit. I'm just like, oh my god, I can't believe he said that. And I was like, yeah, I fucking said it. But
eu falo português, hein?
You always support
Donato is from Brazil. He's a great. He was here before me.
E aí, Miguel?
Tudo bem?
Tudo bom, e você?
Everything okay? Thanks.
Yeah, everything's alright.
Donato is been fighting a lot with in some live streams at Brazil, talking about Flat Earth. He has been kicking some asses, from those Globers.
Is something going on with another member here that they're having?
Donato. Just above Good Rocking. Donato.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, Donato, what's going on, bro?
Hello, what's up?
No, wait, I'm just wondering.
I was just talking with Miguel in Brazilian Portuguese.
Yeah, and in this server we speak English. I mean, I did
translate what he was.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I recognize you guys were speaking to each other in English. Is there something going on in another server?
No, the Donato, he has been here.
It was just a joke, Helio.
Oh, it was a joke.
Yeah.
That's what I thought at first. Because you guys are I thought you were joking about me, and it probably...
No.
No, not about you. We're just joking with yourselves. Not with you.
Hey, make a joke about me in Spanish or Portuguese, please. Just...
So, what's up, guys?
Pumpkin Madame?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
And is it always this dead on Fridays?
Not always. No, but...
No, never.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. If you join and get everything going, I bet we can get the rock action going on.
Oh,
the
yeah.
rock of the earth.
If Ether is here, he and I can go on forever.
Who?
Ethergrass.
Ethergrass? Yeah, he's in the chat, isn't he? Well,
He's here. He might be AFK, though. Ether. Yeah, I think he's AFK.
Hey, if you say his name 3 times, he might.
All right. Ethergrass.
Is that you, Jenny?
No. Different voice.
No. Dude, I'm telling you, I have there's an issue with my Discord app. That's why it's Flatty. Right? Flatty.
So not to... I think he didn't speak too much in this live stream, but I think he can do it well. He understands everything that it's going on the live stream and the live stream voice text. So, and he's a good guy, and he has been participating in the various live streams at Brazil, YouTube channels, flat earth YouTube channels, and I have seen him doing kicking some asses to those Globers. He is doing a great job there.
Hey, I'm going to give you an amen on that one. Miguel, I'm going to give you an amen. I fucking love you, brother.
Thanks.
A guy just showed up in my server and he's like, "Oh, I'm probably the biggest conspiracy theorist here," but he doesn't believe in flat Earth or that dinosaurs are fake. Like,
what? So he's the biggest conspiracy theorist. I was like, well, then go ahead and invite him in and let's talk about dinosaurs and flat Earth.
Right.
Amen. What the fuck? Why would he even say that? It's just like, well, I'm the biggest conspirator, but I don't think dinosaurs. I think dinosaurs are real, and flat Earth is a dumb shit. Bring his ass in here and ask questions. Bring him in here. Is that Flatsy? Who the fuck is this? I'm telling you, my Discord app won't tell me who's talking.
Believe it's Pumpkin Madam.
Oh, Pumpkin.
Yeah.
Well, man, sure.
How you doing?
Right, so you have a friend you're trying to invite people in, saying, "Hey, I believe everything that's a conspiracy except for dinosaurs and flat Earth." Bring them on.
He's like a Quran alone guy, presumably. He said he found all the Quran alone servers. He just showed up at our server. He wasn't like really arguing with us either. He just said he never saw any good proof except when he saw the penguin migration, that he just didn't believe that penguins would travel that far.
Penguins?
What does penguins migration have to do with anything?
He said that where they say that they migrate is like they would have to cross thousands of miles to do so.
Well, to be honest, do you think that he has anything to offer to this conversation if he can't even talk about penguins or whales? Anything?
Well, he can't talk about penguins. He said that was the one thing that made him think maybe it was flat.
All right, so he thinks that the Earth is flat because of penguins and whales.
No. He doesn't think the Earth is flat, but he said that was the only proof he ever received that made him think maybe like twice.
Well, who told him that?
I don't know. He just showed up in my server. I don't know him.
Okay, well, see if he actually wants to talk to us. I mean, he's going to have to wait across of 1,200 miles across, flat water to actually reach the server and click the server link.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be very difficult for him to actually click the server link and get the.
Is the server now below the 60th parallel?
The server nebula.
Is that what's going on?
It's actually really funny for Quran believers to think that the Earth is a globe, because you're supposed to pray toward the Holy Temple, right? And if you do that anywhere on a globe, you'll just be pointing into space.
I mean, I don't blame people that in a certain direction that you feel certain energies from a certain direction. I mean, if you pray certain way.
Well, it's supposed to be towards the inviolable house of worship.
All right, which is the Tesseract, correct?
Well, that's what they say.
I'm just playing. I'm going way too far with that.
Yeah, the Quran actually says, go and make a pilgrimage to it if you can find it. So I don't think it's Mecca.
Well, in Mecca, they bounce around this big square, right? But they're really looking for the Tesseract, which is the fourth dimension.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that really doesn't have anything to do with what the fuck we're talking about.
No, it's just that if you pray on a globe, you won't be praying to a physical location on Earth. You'll be praying into.
You don't have to pray to anything. You're on Earth as a human, the Earth that you're standing on. You don't have to pretend that it's a shape.
I think she's just saying what those guys believe. Hey,
I know. So, I'm actually trying to help her out. I mean, when they ask you these dumb questions, you don't have to to favor them in their ways of belief. They're pretending this.
Yeah.
Bro.
Well, in the Quran alone community, there's generally just two types of people. It's like pretty evenly split. We've got people who are scientists, who kind of take the Quran through the lens of science. And then there are the literalists. So either you believe in flat earth and the miracles, or you believe in a globe and no miracles.
Right, so are you saying in their opinion, flat earth equals miracles?
Because it's basically people who take the book literally or not. Because the Quran says that the earth is flat. I mean, it says it's spread out.
Well, now the equilateral thing about the miracles has to do with flat earth. That's a new thing. So where the fuck?
I think what she's getting at, is that these people that literalists are taking the Bible or the Quran literally, like the earth is spread out or the heavens are like spread out like it.
Yeah, we're sort of dealing with Christianity this way a little bit.
They're just believing in those types of things, and which would lend way for it to be a flat earth. I mean, and so then the other ones are the ones that want to take science and are basically pseudoscience, in my opinion, because there is basically no real science about the stars and the heavens.
And by the way, I mean, I grew up as a Christian. I grew up as a Christian as well, and so it's not.
I did
one of the other.
I'm not talking about Christians. I'm not talking about Christians.
I know, but you are talking about Muslims.
No, I'm talking about my particular. Okay, this is only people who only follow the Quran, which is the vast minority of Muslims. So, Quran alone people are. Quran alone people are.
Well, we've talked before. I think we've talked before, right? Yes, we.
Right. Yeah. So, Quran alone people are persecuted, killed, thrown into jail. There's not very many of us, but of us that there are, that's basically where the split comes down to. If, like, when I talk to a Glober Quran alone person, when I reveal that I am a flat earther, they go, "Oh, well, I know that a lot of Quran alone people are flat earthers." They're not like, "What? How could you believe that?"
Well, is Quran alone the only truth in your mind?
That is the truth, yes.
Okay. You said it. Tell me why.
Because it is God's actual words. I mean, like,
from
this
where?
Is not...
From where?
From where? From an angel.
From where? Where did the truth come from in the truth that you know is God's truth? Tell me where it came from.
Okay, so the truth comes from God. God is the manifest truth. And
hold on, you said you're Muslim.
Uh-huh.
Tell me how you're a Muslim and where the truth came from.
He's trying to, Helio. Let her speak for a minute.
This is what I'm about to do. Go ahead.
Okay, so the truth came from God. God sent Gabriel, his head angel, to Muhammad and made him memorize chapter by chapter, one chapter at a time. Had to memorize it all by heart. He would go back and recite it to them, and they would write it down. They all would, or perhaps Muhammad. That's not clear. But yeah, so the Quran has not been changed in all this time. It's still in its original language. It's still in its original form. And it's like actually God's perspective. It's not like most of the other scripture. It's definitely special. And it says that those who are the people of the book, like the Christians and the Jews, when they read it, they recognize it like their own children. And I certainly did.
Well, in your mind, is Christ the Savior or is Muhammad? Is there no Christ?
No. God is your savior. Muhammad is a prophet, not just like Jesus, but similar to how Jesus is a prophet. He's not anyone's savior. He's just a messenger.
Okay, well, I'm just curious what you're, just trying to get your perspective here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but what I really thought was really interesting is that you said there was a time period that information came from. Which what was the year you said?
That's only if you accept conventional history, which I don't.
You don't. So you're saying that why did you bring it up if you don't accept it?
What are you talking about? I didn't bring it up. You brought it up about what year it was.
You brought it up. I asked you to tell me what you thought about this, and you brought up the timeline, and then I'm asking you, and then you're like, I didn't say it.
Did I bring up a timeline, guys? Did I bring up a timeline?
You didn't bring up a timeline. You're mistaken, Helio. You just talked about Muhammad.
Talked about Muhammad.
Sent a messenger by the name of Gabriel to Muhammad and had him memorize the scriptures so that he could teach it to the people. I guess is that the gist of it?
Yes.
So Christ never did live, or who? Jesus?
No, Jesus. Jesus is the Messiah, which means the anointed one. He was born of a virgin. He did many, many great signs with the allowance of God. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, even Quran alone people, think that he might come back. There's enough in the Quran to room for that.
Let me ask you this. When did Muhammad live in the timeline?
I don't know, man.
AD timeline. I mean, from what I know from the Muhammad, it's about 700 AD, I think.
600s, yeah. So he lived somewhere between 600 and 1600 years ago.
Okay. So how is yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with I'm spiritual, and I'm not trying to discount anything. Actually, I don't think Muhammad or Jesus ever existed, but people, claim they do. But that's okay.
You don't think Jesus existed, or Muhammad?
I don't, but. And I've said it before, and a lot of people give me shit about it, but that's okay. But I'm familiar with the timelines and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, the timeline is especially cast in doubt in my mind because the Quran calls Mary the sister of Aaron, and it calls her father Imran, which is the known name of Moses's father, at least to Arabs. I don't know. That's apparently what they know to be Moses's father was Imran. So they said that she was the daughter of Imran, and they said that she was the sister of Aaron, and that she was the mother of Jesus. So it could have been around the same time.
I think that's a little too simple. There's more to it because that's the Babylonian story.
What's the Babylonian story?
Yeah. In my opinion, but I'm not.
What's the Babylonian story?
Sapphira, who is the Babylonian mother god. I mean, it's just like people want the mother god to be the angel that gave birth to the savior and all this kind of stuff. This is men's story about creation. You want
Disagreed. I think that God, being all-knowing, would send us scripture to guide us, given the state that we're in.
Well, what if I said I agree with you?
Well, then I would ask you why you're not looking for said scripture.
I don't have to look for a scripture. The scriptures came from our existential understanding.
It came from
those stories are as well. I'm not going to argue this point, but yeah, they're as essential to spirituality. No, they're actually more essential to spirituality than the stories of outer space and all that. The existential things they believe about outer space. So the people that believe in outer space, they believe in their gods about outer space. They're just like diapers. This is the way I see it in my spirit. It's like diapers, like outer space, and got third rock from the sun. No, Earth is the only place we exist, the most powerful place.
Yeah.
If you believe in the sun, moon, and stars, and then you're just like living in like freaking plaid and like existential freaking nonsense that you can never prove, never. It's like you can waste your time with all freaking outer space all the time, but check this out. Guess who lives on Earth? You, me, and everybody else. So what are we going to do with this? Now,
as far as believing in the sun and the moon and the stars, Helio, of course, I know they exist. I mean, the sun is where we get our heat and our warmth and our seasons and all that.
Stars, I didn't say anything against that.
Are not burning balls of gas, in my opinion. They are just like all the other stars. The wandering stars are the things they call planets. I don't think they're any different than any of the other stars.
Hey, God Rockin', what did God say about the sun, moon, and stars?
They're a timepiece.
Yeah.
Say that.
Light for night and day.
Yeah, they're to define night and day and patterns of the heavens.
Well, it's time. It's a clock.
So there is no such thing as outer space. Earth is the only place. The people that believe there's somewhere else other than Earth, in the physical realm, they're believing something.
Delusional.
Yeah. So, but check this out. And hold on. In the metaphysical, there is something else, but it's still related to the physical. So everyone should be aware of that as well.
What, the ethereal?
Maybe. Who knows? I mean, who are you talking to?
Well, in Islam, we believe in people who are ethereal. They live where we cannot see them, but they can see us. So it's the ether real. It's like the other part of our reality.
Right, but it's not. I mean, like Earth. I mean, a lot of people think Earth is a place, which in the physical realm, it definitely is because we're here. But in your spirit and your mind, you exist here. But there is something else to this realm. But it's not in outer space. That's ridiculous.
Something else speak, Helio. Hold on a minute. The Earth is not, in my opinion, this is my opinion alone, I'm not here to argue it, but what I'm saying is the Earth is not objectifiable. Cannot say that it's an object. No one has seen the entire Earth. No one knows what it looks like exactly. We know what the surface of the water is flat. We know that's level. We do know certain things about the Earth. But no one has seen the Earth to stand back and say, this is what it is. No, it's not. Yep. It's not an object. Has not been objectified, and as far as I know, it probably never will be in our lifetimes. No one's going to objectify the Earth and say, "This is what it is. It's shaped like this. It's this big. It's blah blah blah." Those things are not something that we're going to know.
The Quran. I was reading today, and the Quran said, "He knows upon which you stand." God knows.
He does, not us. Right.
So, like, that's a statement of his glory. He's the one. He's the one who knows.
All of it. You're right. Yeah. So, the sun, the moon, the stars, all that kind of stuff, it's just all part of our realm, in my opinion. It's part of where we live. It's not part of something else. It's not outer space. It doesn't go on for millions of light years away or anything like that. Everything we see in the sky is part of our system, or whatever you want to call it. It's part of Earth in a way. Well, it's not what you're walking on, but it's part of where we live. Like you said, it supplies us with a timepiece, season, so we know when to plant our crops and when to harvest. I mean, the sky can, give you.
It's a gift. It's a gift for us from the Creator. The sun, moon, and stars is a gift for us from the Creator.
Exactly. Used for those things, like I just mentioned, so that we can know when to plant crops and various different things.
And all these globies are just like they think they can go somewhere. The Earth is somewhere in outer space. They can think that and pretend it, and they believe in this evolution theory or whatever. No, the sun, moon, and stuff. But they eat the same fucking wheat bread that we eat. No, it's just like, bro, you're thinking about it wrong.
Right. Like I said, the Earth is never going to be objective. It's never going to be an object to say this is what it is. No one's going to know that. So,
but it's simple though. I mean, it's like with the pattern of the stars, sun, and moon. Those are
what's above us. Sure, we can see the stars, Helio. We can see all that stuff, but we don't know. We can't stand back and look at it and say, this is what it is. This is what it looks like. You don't know what's underneath the Earth. We don't know what's above the Earth.
They make some very objective claims about what happened billions of years ago.
Lost their minds.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. They're completely, that's just lunacy is what it is.
Yeah.
Just straight lunacy to think that they're going to know anything about millions of years ago. This place is young. The sun, the moon, the stars are local. It's all part of Earth and the system that we live in here. And it has nothing to do with outer space. It's complete fantasy. Obviously, I think we all here, at least on this server, understand those things. And hopefully we can give these understandings to some people that want to come in and discuss the subject so that we can, get rid of this indoctrination.
You know what's happening, God Rockin'? Every single day we do. We do get new people to join every day.
I know. Of course we do. And that's a wonderful thing. But, there's only so much that you can give them, and we can give them what, we could have, actually proved and see. We know the water's, level. We know these things. It's obvious.
And you know what the most effective thing is? When we tell them we're not trying to convince you of this. Most people that join, they find us because they already know. They already agree with us. Right. So, and we find dozens of people every month that join the server, get involved, and then we just keep continuing inviting other people. So nobody here is trying to convince you. This isn't a freaking debate We can do debates if you want to, but you're going to find out really quick if you get involved in this server. You're going to find out there is no debate. Just like you're
right.
You're going to find that people find us because they agree with us, not because we convinced them. They already agreed with us before they joined.
That's why I came.
Sure, they don't. The people that debate about the stars and the planets, exoplanets, and all this crazy lunacy stuff. I mean, none of that is provable. It's all philosophical, and it's a waste of time. In my opinion, it's a complete waste of time. Just focus your time on Earth and what you can do here.
Yeah, those are the master debaters.
The master debaters. Who are those? Can you name some?
Well, there's righty and there's lefty.
Yeah.
Right.
Mixed tune is one of them.
Forget Uppy and Downey.
Uppy and Downies. There's another couple right there, the Uppies and Downies.
I think we should spend more time being more grateful for what we have and the blessings that have been given to us all to have this life.
We've collaborated here over the for several years. A lot of people, we've done everything we can to keep us all together and meet other people.
Yeah, it's like a family, and that everybody should be enjoying their families and their life here on Earth, and not be worrying about all this outer space shit like they're going to Mars or something next year. I mean, that is just such a waste of time. It is so stupid. I mean, spend some time with your family and doing some things here on Earth, some nice things, kind things, help people, be a good person. There's things that you can spend your time doing that are much more fruitful than wasting your time thinking about the sun, the moon, and the stars, and exoplanets, and all this crazy ass shit they want to, this Stacey Webb telescope and other cartoons that they say they make to say that thing, taking pictures of these places out there. That's all. That is just people sitting at a computer.
I think we're actually very near a breaking point. I mean, it may take about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it might.
We're going to live through it, but people are going to get tired of this nonsense with the sci-fi shit.
With the global warming.
They're going to break through it, I think.
Honestly, I feel like globe earthers don't talk enough about how stupid global warming is.
It's a waste of time. The whole subject is.
Dude, well, I've seen a lot of like even lefty people like, man, we're tired of hearing about this bullshit. They're getting sick of global warming. So I mean, it's just coming back around.
It's fear porn. Keep people scared.
I mean, they're getting tired of it. Well, it's going to come back around. Go ahead.
You're right. I mean, it's all just fear porn propaganda to keep people scared.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't, they bring that shit up all the time because you know why? If they don't, it will die because it's a lie. If it was a real issue, it would come up time and time again, and they'd have to keep bringing it up. But now, they can't let up, or else their entire movement will die. This is the only thing they've got.
And all their right wing social media friends are saying, chemtrails and freaking all this freaking shit. And they're just like, oh, you freaking quack, but it sticks in their fucking mind. You know what I mean?
Right, Pumpkin. The whole thing falls apart if they don't keep the lie going.
Mm-hmm.
When it falls apart, it's going to be like dominoes. It's going to just crumble and keep going and going and going until it's all destroyed. There's nothing about the heliocentric model that's provable, that's real, that's anything. It's all a big lie. And it's just so disgusting. People need to quit spending all this, all these taxpayer dollars they take from NASA. It's just all it is a cash cow. It's a place for them to get money, taxpayers' money, and all that. They're not spending that money on going to outer space and doing all that stuff. It's all just I just don't understand why people don't see what they're doing. They're just, they've got everybody dumbed down to where they believe this crazy, stupid shit. And, these people spend their lives, investigating all about these stars and exoplanets and rockets going here and there and all this crazy shit. When nobody's even been to orbit. Even Elon Musk said that one day. There was a video I watched of his a year ago. I've been looking for it. They took it down as soon as it went up. He was sitting there talking to somebody, and he says, he's doing an interview, and he says, man, I was so excited to become part of SpaceX. He says, man, I was going to help go back to the moon. I was going to go to Mars. I was going to do all this crazy, all this good fun shit. And then he says, and then here I am, 2019, and I find out that no one has ever even been to orbit yet. Oh, Elon knows. Elon knows the score. He knows what's up. He knows that there's no orbit. There's no ball to orbit around. He admitted it one day on a thing, and they took it down fast, believe me, when he said, and then I find out in 2019, never even been to orbit. The light got turned on. Elon became aware of where we were at, what was going on. Now he's just part of the lie. He's just puppet. Every time he goes on talking about these rockets and what he's doing and stuff, now it's all just propaganda for whatever reason. I have no idea what their end game is with the whole thing.
You know what it is? It seems to be to convert the conservatives, because I think they would be the weakest to, they would be the most vulnerable to us, converting them. And so they make this guy convert to conservatism, and so if you tell conservatives about it, they're like, well, what about Elon Musk? He's a conservative and he's going to space. He's a good guy.
Well, he's just lying now because he knows the score.
Yeah.
He knows.
They think he's in life.
He's just part of the propaganda now. I mean, he knows what's going on, and so when he starts talking about his new rocket and doing this or doing that, he's just being paid to say these things by somebody, and just so they can keep the lie going, keep everybody, in living in this fantasy world, fantasy outer space, and all this kind of stuff.
He directly gains from it because his company is a space company.
He knows that he's not going to space. He admitted that one day. He said, I find out that no one's ever even been to orbit. And if you watch a couple of his videos after that, when he got after Bezos sent that rocket up, one of his interviews, he says, one thing you got to get first here, Bezos, is, you can find this still online somewhere, even still today, he says, one thing that you got to learn to do first, Bezos, before you want to get involved in the space race, one thing that you got to do first, he says, learn to go to orbit. He ended it with that. He said, learn to go into orbit. Let's see you do that. And Elon knew, right, when he said that to him, that it was an impossible task. And I don't know whether Bezos knows it or not at this point, but Elon told him, he says, let's see you go to orbit before you can, become part of the space race. That's the first step. Go to orbit. And he knows that can't be done. And so he just more or less kind of spit in his face, basically, in my opinion. Here, why don't you just try and go to orbit first, buddy? He knows you can. So Elon's just part of the line now. He knows the score, like I said. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's sad. People get bought out for the propaganda, for the delusions. Strong delusion. God will send a strong delusion, and boy, there's many strong delusions out there right now.
Thank you. I think that's the great illusion, exactly, in Revelations.
It very well could be. It very well could be. It's got so many people, hook, line, and sinker.
That would even fool the believer.
Yeah, even the people that believe in God and all this and the Creator and all this kind of stuff, even they are believing in the globe, and it's just so ridiculous. I mean, yeah, one part right, they believe there's a Creator. Yeah, you're right. There's God, of course. He does exist. We are created. That's at least you know that much. But
yeah,
all this other stuff, it's just a waste of time. Why do they have everybody all hyped up about terraforming Mars, or looking at photos from the helicopter they supposedly got up there flying around Mars? And I mean, all this stuff is just people just are watching it on TV like, oh wow, look at this, they got a helicopter on Mars. Oh my gosh.
Somewhere
I think it's Devon Island where all them photos and all that stuff takes place, I think.
that we're
That's where they got all the Mars shit set up.
And
place called Devon.
It-
Sorry, you're breaking up.
They're going to take their problems there.
Huh?
You're breaking up really bad for some reason.
Sorry.
Evangelical Christians have come to believe in nebulas, black holes, galaxies, suns, our sun, and they have bought it maybe 10-15% less than the general public. The problem we have is that we have Christians, my family, and all over the place that go, oh, you don't believe in outer space. You think that PhDs looking through a telescope, you're smarter than they are. And I literally had my sister, who's a retired nurse practitioner, tell me that in February on an email, that you don't even believe in outer space, do you? And you know what? Every time that we go to outer space, I'm not saying us, but every time we go to outer space, part of our society kills God. Literally kills God every time we believe we go to outer space, because that is so foreign to what the Bible says.
God is not harmed by anything we do. He is completely sufficient on his own. He has no need from us whatsoever.
They're just hiding God as
they harm only their own souls.
They do. They harm their souls, and along with our public school system, they lie to their children.
Mm-hmm. And ours.
About that, and so you'd be better off with a millstone tied around your neck. You know what a millstone is? It's a rock about 8 feet tall, and about 10,000 pounds with a holder in it for an anchor on Noah's Ark. Keep it level in the ocean. You'd be better off with a millstone tied around your neck and throw it into the ocean than to lie to the children. Is that scriptures? And I believe that. I mean, you shouldn't be lying to the kids about anything, especially having them believe in all this fantasy shit from outer space and Mars and the moon and just all this stupid shit. Indoctrinated these kids, and they're straight up lying to them. Well, you're in trouble. Like it says, I think you'd be better off with a millstone tied around your neck and thrown into the ocean. That would be better than lying to kids. Whoa. Think about that one.
Every once in a while, I sit back, whether it's here or out in the world, and I sit here and I go, this lie is so big, there's no word to describe it. And the only thing I can come up with, and a lot of people don't like this, is I come up with the word satanic. And that's the only word I can come up with.
I think that's all you need to say.
I like it.
Satan has been leading societies astray since the beginning of humanity. So it's no surprise he knows how to lead ours astray.
No surprise at all. Right.
It is impressive, though.
They lie to the kids at such a young age, about so many things. I'm not going to get into it, but we all know the medical stuff and whatever else is also, not Well, anyway, let's say that. Anyway, there's just so much that they lie about that, and all these kids are affected, physically and mentally. I mean, the physical harm that they do these people and these kids is it's outrageous. It's, oh my God.
Well, and the emotional harm too. They make them so easily triggered. They're like not real human beings. They're like not real adults. They're not like once they reach adulthood, like they can't think through proper information.
That's right. Critical thinking is not something they've been taught to do. They've been taught to just memorize and regurgitate. Repeat and regurgitate, repeat and regurgitate what you've been told. And as long as you can do that, you're smart. Well,
right, exactly. I was.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was really great at school, and I felt extremely betrayed when I realized how much they had lied to us. And it was just like one more lesson on why, like, school smarts is not the end all be all for greatness in humanity.
There are so many. I think really there are. Go ahead, John.
I said what I want to, Jim. Go ahead. I'm basically saying that the educational system is one of the worst things that they're putting humanity through right now. I mean, the educational system is nothing but.
I think
80% of it's just no good. It's not good for you, not good for anybody. No, the information is wrong. I mean, it's horrible. I don't even have a word for it, Jim. What's the word for that?
Well, it goes back to satanic. Yeah. But it goes back to 2 Thessalonians 1-17, 2 Thessalonians 2:1-17, Ephesians 6-12, and Revelation 12:1-9, and you can even throw in Romans 1:22, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And continue on to verse 32. And I think we all have our stories, I certainly do, of virology and cosmology that our families have said, you're a nutcase for believing what you believe. And it's amazing. Like I said before, it's amazing that you step back from 30,000 feet and you see how much we've been lied to. It's unbelievable.
It's almost incomprehensible.
It is.
With you.
It is. It is. I sit back. I literally sit back. I sit back when I go to the beach. I sit back and I just look around and I go, okay. It's just like, okay. I see Chicago from 38 miles away. And I'm at 10 feet observation height, and I can see the freaking buildings from 600-700 feet that they should be gone from sight, and there should be gone. And I tell somebody, I had a chance with I actually had 2 rangers today at Indiana Dunes, and they came up and said hi to me. They were walking back, and I said, hey, why can't I see Chicago? And the lady goes, hey, all the smoke from Canada, and literally the smoke from Canada, 'cause I could smell it, and because it was coming over Lake Michigan, blowing from the north, and I go into the ball. And saying, because 28 miles away at Indiana Dunes, Chicago's right there, my friend. It's right there, but it hasn't been there for the last 28 days because of the smoke. And she was saying the same thing I was. And it's just like, I tell her, we should have 400 feet of hidden curve, 40-story building should be gone from view.
She probably doesn't even
8 feet away.
Comprehend. Probably didn't even comprehend what you were saying.
They can't comprehend because a lifetime of indoctrination cannot be overcome in 10 minutes. It's impossible.
Yeah, you can put the truth right in front of their face. You can feed it to them on a silver platter. You can hand feed it to them in as big bites as you want to all day long, and they will not get any of it. It's just like you'll hand them the truth, 100% truth, and like I said, put it to them on a silver platter, and it means nothing.
No, they have been so desensitized to flat Earth, whatever you want to call it, that when they even think that you're going there, they mentally shut down.
It's funny 'cause
You're stupid.
it's almost like you have a neighbor who doesn't have any plants in his yard, and his dearest wish is to have plants in his yard. And you're like, here, let me put some plants in your yard. And they're like defending their land with their hoe. They're like, no way you're coming in here. And the only thing you can do is try to throw a few seeds in there.
And they'll chop them down when they grow, thinking they're weeds.
That's all you can do is you can try to put a seed there, and then they go away. You have no idea if it's been watered. You have no idea if it's been planted in rocks or in good soil. You just do what you can and then move on. Sometimes you have 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's all you have. But it's very possible that you were the first person in their entire life that told them the truth.
Yep. Yeah. And when you hand feed someone on a silver platter some straight up truth, and they reject it, they call it foolish or whatever. That is like you said, the indoctrination is so good that they reject the truth instantly. They just won't even take a look at it. It's been ostracized. You're an idiot. This stuff is pounded into their heads. If you're a flat earther, you're obviously completely crazy, because everybody knows we live on a globe. Goodness, look at all the pictures. Look at we got all these rockets going to space and all these satellites and all the pictures. And what do you mean? You got all this evidence that we're on a globe, and you're saying that we're not? You really that stupid? And it's gotten to that point where people, they believe everything they see on TV. All this, you can't feed them the truth, bro. They just don't want it. I don't even think they know what you're trying to do.
They don't.
They just think you're an idiot. They don't even try to consider, maybe this guy's actually trying to help me. He's actually trying to teach me something, or maybe there is some truth here, or that doesn't even enter their minds. Just automatically, nope. Nope. It's, wow, so bad.
I'm rolling my boulders in here, So, welcome rolling my boulder. But hey, you know what? Newton's third law of motion is violated by science. They don't care. Second law of thermodynamics is violated by science. They don't care. The inverse square law of light is violated by science. They don't care. The physics of water is violated by science. They don't care. The physics of light is violated by science. They don't care. They tell us that a light source, a photon, can travel 13.7 billion years with a B in the vacuum of outer space, in empty space, which is 80 sextillion 600 quadrillion miles with 18 zeros behind the 600 to reach John's eye in where he lives at. And then they tell you that you have an ever expanding universe expanding at 4 times the speed of light, 186,200 miles per second. But it could be the universe could be 28 billion light years across, or 200 billion light years across. So it matters how big it is as far as how much the ever expanding universe is expanding or redshifting. But the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting toward the Milky Way galaxy, and within 2 billion years they will collide. But because there's so much empty space, don't worry about any of those things colliding, the Andromeda and the Milky Way galaxy. And they will believe that and regurgitate it as if it's fact.
That's right. They will regurgitate all of that stuff that you just said. You're right. And they'll believe it all day long. Even though every one of those natural laws you mentioned are violated, 100% violated. It's just like they don't even exist. You mean, the gas laws were violated? What do you mean? No, it's so simple. I mean, talking actual truth there, Jim. Those natural laws are all violated in this system. If you want to go along with the heliocentric model, you have it's like all this magic math somehow makes it all work out, and these calculations, and calculation is just a way to twist truth around to something that somehow makes sense to them. And to me, it doesn't, but somehow they use math to make sense out of some of this stuff. And it's just, all it is engineered to do so. I mean, it's not real. It's not reality. None of that is.
John. Math is the language of science. Don't you know that by now?
Well, math does have a place, Jim. I do understand that. You need to go buy a dozen eggs. Yeah, there's 12 eggs in the carton. You make sure you get a dozen.
You can actually look this up. You can actually look this up. There is a mathematical formula on the internet, in the dictionary, that has a mathematical formula for spherical level.
Yeah, I know.
There is an actual formula equation for spherical level. Now think about that.
It didn't exist.
Think how crazy that is.
I know. They've engineered these math problems to try and make people, believe in, just to keep the lie going. Oh no, look, we've got a calculation that proves it. I mean, oh my gosh. They're good. They are really good. Boy, I'll tell you what.
They got a calculation for gravity. Gravity equals 9.81 meters. 9.81 meters, per second. Okay, so they got that. Okay, so within that 9.81 meters per second squared, they have the radius of the Earth and the mass of the Earth that you have to get that. Nobody has ever measured the radius of the Earth. Nobody's ever measured the mass of the Earth. And gravity has never been proven. So within gravity equal 9.81 meters per second squared, gravity has never been proven, radius has never been proven, and mass has never been proven. But they spout it as if it's a fact.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how with that 4959 number, all the calculations that mysteriously have this nasty, ugly number that's associated with it. 666. And if that's not a clue, if that's not a slap in the face, anybody that's using this stuff and thinking it's real or thinking it's not, that there's not something nefarious about it, drop rate is 0.666 feet per mile, or I mean, it comes up everywhere. It's the that would go around the sun is 66,600 miles an hour. I mean, there's a number comes up in this heliocentric model. It's like the cornerstone of math. This number, and we all know what that number represents, and that should tell you. I should tell everybody what's really going on here. I mean, it's truly, that number is the cornerstone of this whole heliocentric model, and it's so obvious, and we've been warned.
When 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, when I thought you guys were nutcases, flat earthers were nutcases, and you were stupid, and the only person I'd ever heard about was Mark Sargent. When I actually believed all that crap, I would never, ever, ever, ever spend one moment inside of a flat Earth Discord or server or whatever. I wouldn't even think about it because you guys were nutcases, right? And I have more things to do with my life. And we literally have people, which John knows all about, people who are in Discord, flat Earth, who are globers, come in here and tell us that we're nuts. And we have one right now rolling my boulder. He's one of them. He thinks we're all nutcases. And you know what? I would never, ever associate it with John Godrockin 2.5 years ago or 2 years ago. I would never know who he was. I never would have seen his name because John was a nutcase.
Well, I sort of still am, Jim, but at least
no, you aren't. You're very, very, very. You just think that the Loch Ness monster actually can refract light, and I don't believe that.
Good one, Jim.
Yeah,
refraction was a good one too, isn't it?
Yeah, refraction.
That is so misrepresented. It's refraction. It's the biggest lie about light you can almost ever tell. It does not happen. It's refraction is when light breaks up. It spreads out in all directions. It doesn't just follow one curve. So if that refraction was going, every picture we take would be blurry, would be milky and broken down. That's what refraction is. It doesn't follow a specific curve to make this beautiful, perfect picture every time. I mean, it's just another one of those things where you just bang your head on the wall. It's like, oh my God, are these people really thinking that that's refraction that's doing this? That's what refraction is. It just doesn't do that.
I'm going to buy a parrot. I'm going to buy a parrot. I got rid of my TV. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying I get so irritated with people that try to use this refraction thing. It's just so annoying to me. I mean, I spent literally a month looking through all the stuff on the internet, looking through experiments and all this kind of different stuff, trying to see anyone saying that refraction actually bent light, all of it in this perfect curve or whatever. And light doesn't bend; it refracts. It goes from one straight line to another, and it doesn't go follow a curve. It doesn't have like gravity. It drags it along this curve and keeps it in this perfect position. I mean, refraction is real. Of course, it does light does refract, but it's such a minimal effect that it just does not do what these globers claim it does. It does not do it. It's a lie. It's a straight up, just complete fucking lie. Sorry about my language.
I'm going to buy a parrot, and I'm going to. My TV's gone, so I can't let them watch TV to repeat what's on TV. But I'm going to teach the parrot one word: refraction. What I'm going to do. Yeah. My parrot's going to be called the Milky Way, and I'm going to teach it refraction. And we're going to have a good. I'm going to think, John. I'm going to think I'm talking to a glober when I talk to my parrot.
And it takes two completely different materials, not air and more air, not cold air and then warmer air. No, it takes two completely different substances, like air and like plastic and glass, or some sort of solid that a laser light, you can curve it to a piece of plastic or whatever, but it has nothing to do with reality. Nothing. You will never find that scenario existing in reality. It just doesn't.
And that's
what in the lab. You cannot find it in reality. It doesn't exist.
That's what Snell's law says. If you look up Snell's law, it says, which globers love to invoke, Snell's law says you got to go into a different medium, folks. And the different medium is not light. The different medium is actually something that's different. And so when you go into a different, if the light passes through a molecule, it will go into the the top, bottom, side, center of the molecule, and it will change direction inside of the molecule, and then it will come out and stay straight until it hits another one. The chances of it hitting the exact same place, every single molecule, to bend it downward is impossible.
Not only impossible, it's preposterous. It's the most stupid thing I've ever heard. The most stupid. I mean, I've heard a lot of stupid shit. But
oh my goodness.
Angle of incidence with the light is very important. You're exactly right. When it hits the molecules of air, moisture in the air, little ball of moisture or whatever you want. If it's on the top of that ball, it's going to angle it down. If it hits on the bottom, it's going to go up. If it's on the side, it's going to go sideways. It's the angle of incidence. It's very important. And that's why refraction makes the light picture just blurry. That's all it does.
Right.
If there's any real refraction going on, it's just because of the blurry picture. And when you get all these crystal clear pictures coming in from 60 or 100 miles, no, there's so little refraction happening that, it's not even conversation. You don't even need to involve it. It's so minute. If there was any refraction, the picture would be blurry, for hell's sakes, because light doesn't, like you just explained, molecule of water and moisture in the air, the angle of incidence when that light hits it, extremely important. Got it the exact same spot every time through the eye, and then all of them lining up. Come on, the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
What I just posted at 8 minutes after the hour, I saw when Austin and Kai, before they were married, they debated on modern day debate with Loon McToon and Carissa. This is what Austin and Kai showed at the beginning of their 15 or 12 minute presentation. This is it. This is a 9-second video of a gift that happens when you look, from water to the shore or shore to the water. This is exactly what happens. There is no other explanation than this right here. Now, if it's a really, really cold day, you might not get any of that. But if it's a
this
nice
picture's
day,
been sped up for this to, this is going at light speed. I mean, this is a million frames per minute.
You can see how fast the boats are going by. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this jumping around like that and whatnot. No.
Yeah, but over time,
kind of a misread.
This could be over 12 hours. I have no idea, but it's fascinating. This shows you what's happening.
Right. But this is something that happened over, like you said, of course, several hours or just a few seconds. Dramatize it, I guess. I don't even know why.
All right, it's real, guys. Good night.
Nice
talking to you. Anyway, Jim, I don't know. There's nobody else talking. I don't know why. People don't want to jump in. Their 2 cents worth.
I have 3 cents.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a penny. I have a penny right here.
You know what? I'm so broke. I don't even know if I could find a penny right now. I do have some money in the bank, but I don't have any pennies. I guess that's kind of a little bit of a white lie. Of course, I have some money. I don't carry much cash around anymore, Jim. I think I've been, I had to admit it, but I've been converted to this plastic card in my wallet,
Makes it easy.
Buy my groceries and that sort of stuff. Buy the gas at the gas pump, and you don't have to carry around cash and worry about losing it. I don't know. It's I don't know how it's going to turn out. You know what I mean? In the long run here, pretty soon, digitize everything, and then they'll have control of your money. And if you don't comply or aren't doing what you're supposed to, then pretty soon your password probably will not work anymore, or your account will be frozen, or I don't know if that's actually going to happen in my lifetime, but I can definitely see the possibility of it coming. And then how long from now, I don't know, but converting everybody to plastic in their wallet is just a brilliant move on their part. I can tell you that much. Making it so you can't.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, that is the concern, but of course, with the masses, they're going to do whatever they're going to do based on what the controllers tell them anyway. So, yeah, I know with the digital ID, digital cash, and all that, I don't think. I mean, sometimes it feels good if we can fight that in a way, but really, they could convert the whole system to cryptocurrency tomorrow, and the masses will still go along. They just have to sell them some big story about a major cyber attack or Russia. Everyone's got to switch. I'm a bit more pessimistic about that.
All I know is I concede that there's some sort of a trap here that we're all will be part of sooner or later. That's my opinion. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, but I just don't see it turning out good.
Oh yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I think maybe one thing
what's really going to be bad is when they make it illegal buy and sell with gold, like silver ingots. You know, I used to have piles of silver. I bought it for $4.50 an ounce. I had like a safe deposit box just full of that shit, and I doubled my money. And like an idiot, I sold it. And if I'd hung on to it today, I don't know what silver's worth, but what it's worth. I paid $4.50 an ounce when I bought it. I don't know what it's worth now. I think it's $31 an ounce or something. That's pretty good profit. But I think that they're going to actually try to make it illegal to a guy that's got a bunch of 1 ounce little silver ingots or 1 ounce gold ingots that you bought and put away or whatever. Actually make it illegal to trade those for food and money or whatever. So I think there's some really smart people that's going to be the last straw in this digital game, is that paper money's going to be worth nothing. No one will accept it. The manufactured quarters out of this alloy metals that aren't worth anything, that's going to be worthless because they are physically worth nothing. I mean, a piece of paper, a $100 bill, in actuality, that thing has hardly any value at all. What? Maybe a penny? Take it or whatever. So there's no value in the kind of currency that we've been given. And and I think the end game, when they actually make it illegal for people to trade and sell with some metal, things that are actually worth money, like silver and gold. Had a bunch of little, quarter ounce pieces of gold that you'd saved or whatever, and you could trade them for food or whatever. That's going to be the last straw. Watch and see. That will first will go the paper money, be worth nothing. And the quarters and the nickels and dimes will all be worth nothing. But the gold and silver still will hold value. Everybody's going to, that'll always be worth something. And so people that have had a lot of that put away are actually going to be able to buy and sell and trade for a lot longer period of time than people that have got their money in the bank and are using plastic or paper money, $100 bills that are going to be worth absolutely nothing someday. If you've got $100 worth of gold, it's still going to be worth something. I don't know whether they'll crash the gold prices and crash the silver. I don't really know how that's all going to go down. At least that stuff will at least have some value. And so, it's illegal to stamp your own coins. They've already put a lot of restrictions on the precious metals. If I were to go out and buy, a whole, $100,000 worth of silver, and then melt it down into, quarter ounce pieces and stamp it, just with nothing on it, just a round coin with no writing or whatever on it, or just a number like quarter ounce or so many grams or whatever. And then you had all these, silver coins. At some point, once all the paper money and the currency that they give everybody at the banks is going to be worth absolutely nothing, when they've got everybody on cryptocurrency, that gold and silver will still be worth something. But I think they'll make it illegal to use it at some point. So when it gets to that point where we're going to be in trouble, then, I don't know any other way to say it.
Who is that valuable to, though?
Well, it has value in electronics and various different things. Metals have always had value.
Well, can you extract gold and silver to make electronic circuit boards? Because I can't. So what value does that have to me?
You can't? Well, then learn how.
Well, can you?
Yeah.
So you can make a circuit board by melting down a gold and silver coin.
No, I could make this gold or silver coin from ore of the ground. I can't make the circuit board. No, I'm not an electrician. I'm not a computer, whatever guy. Don't have a degree, but smelled ore out of the ground and
just used wire.
Yeah, I can make pure gold out of the ground. If you can give me ore that's got gold in it, I can extract it, crush it up, extract it, refine it, put it into a little ingot. Yeah,
no, I agree. I agree with what you're saying that rare metals have value, but that paper money doesn't. But I'm just saying that it's not valuable to everybody.
Maybe not, but I'm just saying that'll be probably one of the last things that actually will have or hold value. That's all I was saying. At some point in time, gold and silver will always be worth something, at least up until the last straw or whatever. I'm not really quite sure how to phrase that, but
I would say food has the greatest value.
Right, you're right about that. It probably does have a greater value than gold or silver. If you had
or clean water.
If you had a large stockpile of money or a large stockpile of clean water, that would probably be a very smart thing to do. A person could, purify enough water, have 10 million gallons, probably sell it for, for whatever, food and whatever else to survive. It would be a very smart thing to do for someone right now. Get yourself some big cisterns, water storage cisterns, and purify and clean water. So that
extract water anywhere on the earth.
At some point, water's going to be very hard for a lot of people to get. Clean, drinkable water. Trust me, it's not going to be readily available. You can't go to the river and just scoop it up and drink it. It'll make you sick. It's got, animal fecal matter in it and Giardia, different parasites and different things. You got to be real careful with going out in nature and getting water. You can drill a well and get it from deep inside the earth, and it's generally clean and easy to, good to drink. You can't go down.
No, you got to soften it first.
Well, you don't have to soften it to drink it, but
yeah. Well, the reason you use a water softener on wells is because if you drink water that's deep down there, it has levels of like iron and other heavy metals. It's not.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be cleaned. You're right. It needs to be run through a reverse osmosis or distilled. Would be
I would say like if you're able to teach yourself how to.
Not all wells do have lead, metals and different things in it. Some of them do. You're right. You drill a well, you need to get the water that comes out and have it tested before you start drinking it.
If I may, distill is the best process you can do.
If you can teach yourself to like make a rudimentary distilling apparatus, that would probably be the most effective.
Very easy.
I mean, it would be a pain in the ass, right? But you
can distill in the sun, with a plastic in a container.
You can, but not in any great, massive quantities of it. You built a big distillery, big tank. You got to have fuel to heat it, to turn it to steam, and recondense it back into clean water. You got to clean the thing you boil all the time because all the residue is going to be left behind in it. It's not. It's a process that if you're going to do something like that, you need to know how things that you need to do. Make sure the water stays clean and gets clean to drink, because it's not just like the idiot can go out and do it. You got to know what you're doing.
Pretty easy. I mean, I run whiskey.
It is pretty easy. Not every idiot can do it. Trust me. There's going to be a lot of people out there that there's just.
I mean, if you have a tea kettle, there you go.
But how much are you going to get?
Obviously,
how much water are you going to get from a tea kettle, bro?
Obviously, it's not perfect, but a good old boil will do you pretty well for most water.
Yeah, well, and run it through some charcoal filter or something like that. Yeah, the solids out of it or whatever. Yeah, to boil it, sure, that would kill any bacteria or anything like that. Yeah, of course, there's all that kind of stuff. But to distill water is the very best thing to do. Reverse osmosis is probably also very good.
Actually made a filter out of sand, pea gravel, and 4 different
It's a very
buckets.
good way. Yep. If you take pure silica sand, rinse it real good, rinse it many, many times to get the dust and all that kind of stuff out of it. You put it in a 5 foot long, 1 foot round plastic, PVC pipe, sewer pipe or whatever. Then at the very bottom, put some charcoal, like in a fire, and then take the charcoal and rinse it. Like that at the bottom, fill it up with sand. Then let the water filter down through 2 or 3 feet of sand, and through the charcoal and out the bottom. You could probably filter, 100 gallons a day using something like that, and it would be very efficient. The water would be very clean. I've thought about all this stuff, different things that you can do to purify water, and in fact, I'm going to make one of the things I just mentioned, a big tall piece of 1 foot PVC or sewer pipe. It's got a funnel at the bottom, screen in. Underneath the screen, you put another screen, and then put charcoal from a fire, or you can just go buy some charcoal filters or water filtered charcoal. Put it at the bottom, and then a bunch of sand on top. It's been rinsed very, very clean to get all the dust. And you don't want to be drinking fine silica powder. It's not really good for you. Colloidal silica is not good for you. You need to make sure all of that gets rinsed off. Colloidal silica is just silica that floats in water that you can't see with your naked eye. It's so small that there's colloidal silver, colloidal gold, colloidal lead that's in water that you can't see with your naked eye. It will go through a sand filter and make you sick. Gotta know these things, but especially if you're going to do any large water purification, effort. There's certain things you're going to have to educate yourself about. But
I got an 8-gallon whiskey distillation.
Nice. I'd make whiskey if it were me.
Is that pretty good?
I'd make whiskey if it were me. If I had a whiskey, if I had a real still to make it. Alcohol makes good Everclear.
I make some alcohol and mix it with like my lavender.
What do they call that stuff? That backwoods alcohol. What do they call it?
Lightning.
Yeah, lightning, or I can't remember. There's nicknames for it.
Just call it whiskey or bourbon. White lightning.
Yeah, but that's why one of my greatest aspirations is to be completely self-sufficient. Because, I've thought about this a lot. It's like, what is the real, true, full way to literally take away all of the power from the Matrix and be completely free? And the only way to do that is if you're able to provide all the means of your survival by yourself. So it's like, if you have enough solar panels to power your house, you have a well, you grow 50% of the groceries that you consume, and it doesn't matter if they shut down the grid, right, or the electrical grid fails, or it doesn't matter if they poison the water, the food supply.
Orchards, man.
It's really important for us to take back our means of survival and be more self-sufficient, because the more reliant we are on the system, then the more reliant we are, and the more affected and influenced we are by, the evil and negative agendas of those that control the system.
I'm all about orchards.
Yeah, dude, orchards are dope.
By the way, who's the people that are texting? I don't respond to text. If you don't want to talk to me, I'm not going to respond to you, just so you know. I'm not going to waste my time sitting here typing. It's something I don't do.
Okay, well, I'll stop then.
I mean, you know, you can type all you want. If you're typing to me, I'm not reading it. Just put it to you that way. I'm not wasting my time. I don't have time to sit and type. I mean, I have time, but I'm not a fast typer. I can type, but probably like
you're just not the type to type, is what you're saying.
Right. Exactly. You're not going to get a response from me. I just figured I'd tell anybody listening. I can see some things here that are responding to some of the things we're talking about. I guess they're trying to respond to me about some of the stuff, but you know, I got their opinion, and of course they're welcome to it. Everybody's got their own opinion about what he's saying, that, you know, about apocalypse currency. In my opinion, he's saying condoms. I mean, what a joke. Unopened condoms. What do you think we're doing here?
You know, is
this comedy hour or what, Zodiac?
No, I didn't say that. That was rolling my boulder.
It says Zodiac 420, functioning, unexpired, unopened condoms.
He's tagging me. That's someone else tagging me. I'm not saying that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't even know what it's. It's what I'm saying. I'm not a texter, or a typer. So I don't know what you guys are doing, tagging each other or doing this.
No, it's funny. It's funny he says that though, because it's kind of true when you think about it. Like, how are you going to deal with how are you going to deal with abortion in an apocalypse? You know.
You mean you deal with it as it comes?
Obviously, if you're in an apocalypse situation, you're going to have to be responsible enough not to have kids to bring them into a world in an apocalypse situation. If you're that stupid to have babies during a time like that, then you'll pay the price somehow, somewhere.
Yeah, but then in 30 years,
life's gotta keep going, dude.
But then if there's in 30 years, then there's no people, there's no children.
Well, I don't see that happening, but you know, I mean, you can come up with all these scenarios you want, but there's going to be people living out in the middle of nowhere. There's going to be little communities, and people are going to be able to, you know, reprocreate no matter what goes on. You drop bombs across the whole nation, try to kill everybody. There's still going to be groups of people that are going to be alive and survive. Mankind will go on if that's how it's supposed to be. Or, you know, I would rather see Judgment Day come and have us all.
So you're saying you should use protection for while you're in apocalypse if you're going to have sex?
Me? I'm not saying anything about it. It's not my.
It's just funny to think about.
Discussion I'm going to have. All I'm saying is in an apocalypse situation, there's going to be groups of people somewhere surviving somehow that are going to be able to procreate and repopulate the planet. If that's what this is all about. I mean, I don't even know I would have a conversation like that, because nobody knows what's going to happen, how desperate things are going to be, you know, how people are going to be living, under what situation, you know, whether food's going to be readily available. I mean, who knows how it's going to, you know, that's a conversation for another time, in my opinion. Today you can speculate all you want, but it's not going to do you any good. Because nobody knows where we're going to be in 20 years from now, or 10. Who knows? Pretty nasty things going on.
Well, that's why I think you work towards self-sufficiency no matter what, you know?
Oh, sure.
Just for the quality of your life, you know? Even if you do live till 90, you know?
Absolutely. I'm an old guy, guys. Life's almost over. I mean, how old do you think I am?
23.
60.
23. You got to be kidding me.
Okay, 33.
That was a joke, right?
60, I guess 60.
67.
Wow, man.
I'm still got it.
Hey, you know, I have a family friend who's 67, and they're spry, man. They're young.
You got 20 years in you, dude.
That's right.
Yeah, they're spry. They're young.
Yeah, me too.
They go ride horses and shit.
Yeah. I can kick ass still. I'm still kicking.
Gotta stay healthy. Got to avoid pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, the medical, what do they call that? Treat the symptom, not the cause. What's the name for that? It's escaping me right now.
It's a treatment, not a cure.
I don't know why the word's escaping me right now, but there's an actual word for that.
How crazy is it that we've monetized life? We've monetized health. That's crazy.
I know.
I'm not a part of that.
Yeah.
Well, we all are part of what's going on today.
I guess we can blame your generation.
Little tiny part you've played throughout life has had some kind of an effect on at least something somewhere. I mean, everyone's got a part in life and on this earth, and maybe there's other people that have got a lot more, that are causing.
I wasn't consciously aware of being a part of it. How about that?
Oh, you are. Believe it or not, might be small, but you are part of what goes on this earth. Whatever you do has consequence for yourself in some way.
I think you're missing my point, but
maybe.
So God rocking.
I'm trying to argue with you, bro. I'm sorry. It wasn't like.
Oh, you're fine. We're good. We're good.
God rocking. If you don't mind me asking, how did you make your trade generally in your life?
I was a builder, for the most part.
That's cool.
I'm a journeyman in probably 7 different trades. I built the conference center in Salt Lake. I was superintendent and assistant to the superintendent for the 17th largest construction company in the nation. We did the conference center in Salt Lake for the province.
You.
The largest cold storage unit in Western United States in Corinne, Utah for Sam's Club. The reason I mention stuff like that is because they're very special buildings. The cold storage unit is the largest one in the Western United States, and if you don't know what it takes to keep frozen foods and in massive quantities frozen, and so you can deliver them to the stores in frozen, fashion. This building has got a floor in it. It starts out with a piece of 6-inch thick piece of concrete, then 6 inches of foam, and another 6 inches of concrete, then another 6 inches of foam, then another 6 inches of concrete, another 6 inches of foam. This goes on for like 4 or 5 feet. Then when you get to the top, you got a concrete slab that has what's called glycol tubes in it. Glycol is what basically is an antifreeze. So the floor's got all these tubes, and it's got antifreeze in it that circulate through the whole floor. And the reason that they have to insulate the floor that well, because when you have cold storage in the ground for that long, the cold eventually starts penetrating deeper and deeper and deeper into the ground. And then when it freezes, it expands. It causes what's called upheave. And then the floor starts to upheave and crack and come up into the building, causing cracks in the floor. And then the insulation properties are gone. You got cracks up and moves the walls. It destroys it basically can completely destroy the building if there's enough upheave. If you got that much frozen ground underneath it for 10 years, it just keeps penetrating and penetrating and penetrating, and then it starts expanding, and it ruins a building if it's on top of it. So this building, the cold storage unit, that's one of the buildings I was grateful for being part of and learning how to build it and all the things that went into it in order, to have a cold storage. Largest one in the Western United States, let's put it that way. They store a lot of frozen food for Sam's Club and Walmart, whatever. It's actually here in Utah where I live. So I built stuff like that. And the conference center in Salt Lake for the Mormons, that was over $100 million building. It was a design build as they went along, and I did a lot of that stuff in there. I don't want to go on about what I did, but I did some very custom stuff. I ran a crew that did some of the things that a lot of the other people probably couldn't have done. They just said, here, you go get some guys and go do this part and whatever. I did put all the vents in the floor, which was hard to do because the floor was angled. I had to put a piece of angled foam, cut at a specific angle so that it went through the concrete and straight up and down level. And then so you could put a vent on top of it and went down into the underground. And the vents in that building were not venting. It was concrete walls. You could drive a car with a circulation system under that conference center. That's how big the ventilation system was to begin with. It's walls that I built and formed and poured, and then a cap over it with the vent holes in it to circulate the air in that building. It's a very complex and complicated building, and that was just one part of the things that I did while I was working on that building. There's many other things I did that were very complicated as well too. So, but yeah, I was a builder, and then I got into drag racing and built race car engines and my own speed shop. 1987.
When you said drag racing, I for a second I thought you were saying drag queen. I was like, oh god.
No. I'm all man. Drag racing. I had a pro stock car. I don't know if you know what that is. There's only 3 pro classes in drag racing. It's a top fuel dragster, top fuel funny car, and pro stock. Those are the only 3 pro classes in drag racing. Anything else is amateur stuff. But anyway, yeah, I built stuff. Love to build stuff. I can build anything. I don't care what it is. Give me the blueprints, I'll do it. I don't need nobody helping me explain how to do it either. Just give me the blueprints, I can read them. I know exactly what needs to be done. So I'm quite proud of that. I love to build.
That's a useful skill in the apocalypse.
Yeah, absolutely. I can build out of anything. Put me out in the middle of nowhere, I can build out of stone, log, whatever. Mud bricks, but whatever. Do all that shit. Actually, kind of sounds like fun to me. I look forward to maybe someday give me a piece of property out in the middle of nowhere with a few friends, building a nice, maybe part of it underground, maybe a little bit, or I don't know. I've got a lot of different designs I've thought about, and whatever. I'd like to have a kind of a bug out place to go to someday, maybe. Even that, if they want it, if the world becomes that difficult and if they're coming after people so severely, I mean, you couldn't just have a place. I mean, all they'd have to do is fly over, identify it, send up a bomb on you, whatever. I mean, you're not going to be able to hide. I'm not into having to live in a hole and not be able to live my life outside doing stuff and having some chickens and some maybe a couple of goats for goat milk, and that'd be kind of cool to have my last 10 or 20 years living out and just kind of living that kind of a life, spreading the word of God to people and living a real simple kind of a outback life and a place that I built myself. And it'd be fun. I'd like to do that maybe someday. Kind of actually trying to prepare for something like that here shortly. Kind of already started preparation for it, at least to some degree. I have no idea what it's going to be like here in 10 years from now or 5 years from now. Who knows? Do you? If you do, let me know, please. What did I do? Put everybody to sleep? Shit, sorry. I should just shut up, I guess.
I don't know, I try to stay optimistic, even if sometimes there's reasons to be pessimistic.
Oh, for sure.
There's a lot of people waking up more than ever.
Yeah, that would be nice. You're right, to be optimistic enough to see the world kind of wake up and have things change, and the government not interfere with our lives as much as it looks like they might be doing. It's sort of it's a sort of pessimistic way to live. You're right. Not very, optimism is very much more, I think, healthy psychologically and physically in every way possible. To be optimistic for sure. Got to be.
Yeah, I think it's just important to remember that, like, they'll always be outnumbered, severely outnumbered, and the only reason they can maintain power is because of, the people that follow orders, the police, the military. Right? But, like, there's going to be a certain point in time when they're going to be like, go kill that innocent citizen. And I have to hope that a lot of cops and a lot of soldiers are going to be like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Me too. I hope that people aren't going to just blindly follow orders like that to be told to go eliminate some innocent soul. That's not very good. That's like, wow, that's a total apocalyptic situation there.
And I think we just have to go back to the self-sufficient roots. I read something, these aren't like exact statistics, but it's something like in 1950, 90% of the US, like 90% of households had a garden that grew 50% of their food. And then in 1890, literally like 98% of the US was farmers.
Right.
So it's like,
I think that's a very good skill to have and a very good practice to be doing. I agree. 100%.
Yeah, I just think work together, create communities where
sure
you're helping each other,
Sure. I agree. But, that's something that's going to...
And they want to drive you...
Naturally, I think, you know what I mean? When things get real bad, there's going to be people with enough money to, get themselves a piece of ground, or maybe they've already prepared and got themselves a piece of ground that's, out of the way and somewhere where they can actually, have a place in a garden and, maybe some sheep and some beer, or some lambs or goats or something for milk. And 100%, bro. I would love to do that, live like that.
Well, the thing is right, is like, main part of their plan is to drive everybody into the same place, right? To drive everybody into the mega cities, because you're easier to, it's the same thing as the principle of animals, right? You're easier to corral, you're easier to control, you can radiate everybody, poison everybody in a more centralized location. So if they don't want people to go, explore outward and live off the grid.
Right. You see all these new apartments are building around here where I live. They're like these things that they call flats, and they're big, huge, tall, square buildings, are long, rectangular, 4, 5, 6 feet or stories high, and they're all these compact apartments. And there's like one door in this building and one door out. That's it. One door. There's probably 50 or 80 apartments. There's one door in, one door out. And then maybe back where some I think might have places for cars to park in the back that are indoors. They might have another way to enter into the apartments, but some of these places don't even have that. They just have a parking lot, and they've got a couple of doors, maybe one on the back and one on the front. So maybe there's two doors, one, a couple of doors in, a couple of doors out. That sounds like a mini prison to me. It really does. You can see them. They're building them all over the place here, calling them flats. They want a lot of money to rent one of those things. $2,500 for 200 flat. They've even got coffee shops and restaurants on one of the floors, so you don't even have to leave the building. You can just go out to eat in there in the restaurant. You can go to the coffee shop inside this apartment complex.
Yeah, I can't do that, man.
You know what I mean?
I need some nature. I need some nature around me, dude.
Me too.
Like, I could never live in like New York, or I can never live downtown.
It scares me.
I tried living downtown once, and it was just terrible.
Sure. I mean, the closest to downtown I've ever been is basically where I'm at now. I'm just in a neighborhood 20 miles north of Salt Lake City.
You're in a suburb?
Yeah.
I mean, suburbs are nice, but even that, like, the houses are still too close together.
Yeah, you're right. They are not big enough for gardens and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, a guy needs about an acre, a good acre of land, a home on it, good sized garden and a chicken coop, you goats for milk or what, Yeah, I'm with you 100%, bro.
Well, I think it's hard, man. It's like there needs to be a new form of like eco community created, because I've looked before just to like, spend some time, volunteer, see what's out there. There's sites like Woof, which is like worldwide organic farm, it's like tons on there and stuff like that. But
there are some people that are doing that. I know a couple of people that have even got a YouTube channel, and they've actually even said so much as like, if you wanted to come and get some land next to me or purchase and become part of the community, there's still room for you, and there's even open invitations for places exactly like what you're kind of talking about.
Exactly. Actually, but I guess for me, like, it could be done better. It could be done different.
Sure.
It's like how many of these people are aware of the truth of like the real shape of our Earth?
I don't. I don't know. But if they're good, honest, critical thinking people, I think that you could get around to that at some point, and they would probably get through to them, I guess, if they're those type of people, where they're actually critically thinking for themselves on how to survive. They would probably have a lot easier time grasping, the fact that we've been lied to all our whole lives, just about everything, basically.
Yeah, well, I think it's, from a psychological standpoint, I think a big reason why people can't accept the Earth is flat is because we have a psychological tendency as humans to identify our thoughts and our beliefs as part of our actual physical identity. And so when that particular belief is attacked, and something that's so root to the reality and perception that we have of the world, right? Because we're literally brainwashed and programmed since the day we come out that the Earth is round. And so when that's so integral to our worldview and our reality, when that belief system is attacked, it feels like our entire identity is being attacked. And that's why people
it's going to be hard.
A subconscious defense mechanism where
it's going to be
basically their brain won't even acknowledge the logic. It won't even acknowledge the logic or the facts or the evidence, because it's easier for them to just keep living a lie than it is for them to like undergo the process of like rediscovering what the truth means.
Yeah, I thankfully for me, it took me like 24 hours, dude. I mean, this was like 5 years ago, and I started watching. I mean, I heard about it. I didn't have this big investment with space, or I wasn't a space groupie, or any of that kind of shit. And I just kind of heard about it, and then so I just watched everything I could find. Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, all back in the Nathan Oakley. I spent a year on Nathan's show before I showed up here 4 years ago. And so I knew the arguments before I even showed up over here. But it's hard to, I don't know. as long as you can find people that are open-minded, I mean, it was very easy for me, and I think there's a lot of people out there like me. And it took me like 24 hours of watching this stuff, and I could see, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, yeah, these guys are talking, explaining it, to, pretty much easy to understand, hey, if you've ever seen all of Mark Sargent's stuff, he talks about it, all of it. He's got like these 10 or 12 videos that he made, goes through all these different little steps, and the last one was hiding God in the dome, and he talks about air flights, and he's got all these different shows that went over all the arguments, and he made a little short 1 hour video, or a little piece of his 10 or 12 video thing that went over all of the stuff, went over the curve, went over the boats going over the curve, went over he went over gravity, he just went over all of it. I watched all of this shit in like 24 hours. I just marathoned. I found out about this stuff. And as soon as I thought for 1 minute this might be real, I just stopped watching for like 24 or 48 hours period. And by the time I was done, it was over. I mean, it was all over for me. Yeah, of course it's flat. Of course, all this stuff that we've been lied to about and whatever. I just got lucky and stuff was still available, online. You'd actually go find a lot of these videos that, just come right out and tell you. I don't know if you've seen any of Eric Dubay stuff or Mark Sargent stuff. And this is 5 years ago, bro. This stuff. It was out there. And it told you the truth. You had to be smart enough to listen to it and understand what they were saying. And it was easy for me. I mean, it's like, man, wow. We live on a flat earth. What the frick is going on here? I know now. Yeah, I don't have this.
I think becoming aware of the truth and understanding the truth comes more easily to some people than it does others. And it ties into the way that your brain functions. And
I think for me it was a lot easier because, like I said, I was a builder and I had to figure out stuff. You know what I mean? It was like a systematic. I had to figure out how to build this, how to do that, how to do plumbing, how to do electrical, how to do framing, how to do roofing, how to pour concrete, all this stuff. And so I had this mind where I looked at stuff. And, yeah, okay, this is next. This is blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, I got this one. Okay, what's next? Da, da, da. Okay, yeah, I got that. I got the electrical part down. Yeah, I can wire a house. I can plumb a house. I can pour all the concrete, pour the walls. I know how to form it all. I mean, so for me, it was just another educational videos I was watching. It's just like bam, 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 wham. There you go. 48 hours of it, and I was done. I knew. I mean, it was easy for me. So I think you're right. Some people, and I attribute it to my background of having to learn how to, not having to, but choosing to learn how to do all this stuff that I've learned to do over my life. And it was just another thing to learn. It was just automatic for me. It was easy. I'd seen it. I understood it. It wasn't hard for me to understand. And so, bam, like I said, within 24 to 48 hours, I mean, it's 5 years ago. I can't remember exactly how long it took me, but it was no more than 2 days, and it was all over for me. I was done. Nobody was going to tell me that we lived on a ball after that.
Well, yeah, and I think it really ties back to just the way that your cognitive brain functions work, because in cognitive psychology, there's two main sensory principles when it comes to intaking new information, and there's assimilation and there's accommodation. And assimilation is where we take new information and we fit it into our already existing, it's called schemas, which is basically kind of the roots of what makes our reality and our worldview. And assimilation is taking new information and fitting it into those already existing schemas. But accommodation is much harder to do, and a lot of people struggle with accommodation. Accommodation is when presented with new information, being able to actually change your root schemes like themselves. And so I think that's a big reason why a lot of people struggle with accepting the truth of flat Earth and other truths, is because it's literally impossible for them. Well, not impossible, but it's very difficult for them to allow new information to actually change their worldview and their reality. But I guarantee you, anybody that comes to the truth and the reality of flat Earth is able to exercise accommodation effectively. And it sounds like you are, because you're able to, create new roots of your reality and your worldview when presented with new information.
Oh, sure. Absolutely, bro. I think you're spot on. No doubt. I love learning new shit and being able to, expand my, the possibilities of life and everything about it. You know what I mean? I literally, I just love learning more stuff. And, to be honest with you, over the last several years, I've been studying scripture, bro, studying the word. And there's so much truth in that book. Let me tell you, bro. I'm going to sit here and be a Bible thumper, but I'm telling you what, there's some serious truth in that book. If you're interested in truth, there's a load of it in that book. I'm here to tell you. And I'm very grateful for having learned it and studying it. It means a lot to me now at this point in my life. So if I had any advice for anyone at this point in their lives, it's time to learn some truth from the Lord. It is truly true. It is truly true. You can it's easy to recognize that you get to the point where I'm at. Like I said, I've learned all these different things and different truths and completely changed my world view, like you say. There's some truth in that book, let me tell you, bro. And it's real. This is creation. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that, but we do live in a creation. This place was created by the Lord, by God, by some, you know what I mean? It didn't pop into existence. It's evolutionary shit. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. Evolution. Something from nothing. Exploding, becoming all this shit. It makes no sense at all, man. Not one bit of sense can be made out of that stuff. How do you feel about evolution?
When it comes to evolution, I don't believe that humans evolved, quote unquote, from, some ape species that, was not capable of complex, cognitive reflection. I think that's bullshit. I think there's a lot of, their whole basis and explanation is incomplete. There's missing links, there's conflicting data. There's a lot of shady stuff about like dinosaur fossils and bones and stuff like that.
They're all fake, bro. Most of them, they're all fake. Dinosaurs aren't real.
I think human consciousness and spirit it's a miracle. I think when I've come to reflect in my life, I think it's very hard for me to believe that, this isn't somehow, human spirit and consciousness isn't somehow creatively designed, or intelligently designed. That's not what my intuition tells me. It's not, and yeah, I think it ropes in the theory of evolution, and it also ropes into the globe lie of making, a lot of people ask, a lot of globe earthers that are like presented with flat earth arguments. One of their counter arguments is like, well, what would be the purpose, right? Like, what's the purpose of that lie? And I think one purpose is to make us believe that each individual, that us as a person, us as a soul, as a spirit, that we're not valuable, that we're not worth anything, that we're not special. It's just like, Oh, yeah, we're just a tiny little speck of dust of meaningless nothingness and an infinite blah, blah, blah. Like,
trust me, bro,
nothing you do matters. Nothing you are matters. Don't even worry trying to find spirituality in your life because
you matter.
Stupid,
we all matter.
Hopeless, right?
All are part of this creation, and we have a big part to play in it, every one of us. This is a gift, and it's a glorious gift from God, and I'm telling you, if you believe in anything I've told you so far, and believe, I lied to you a bit about my life. Not one thing have I told you that not true. And I'm telling you, there's truth in that book, a lot of it, and it's very valuable to your soul, to your mind, to your body. Valuable, trust me. That's all I can tell you. There's definitely a lot of truth in that book that comes from God. Period. Give it a chance. If you haven't, give it a chance, bro. That's all you got to do. And you'll see very, very soon and very clearly that there's truth there. A lot of it. If you're cognitive enough to recognize truth, you'll start recognizing it. You'll see. You'll understand it. As a matter of fact, if you want to come to another server someday, it's called Red October. It's me and a few friends of mine, a couple of friends of mine. That's kind of what we do over there. Welcome to show up someday if you'd like.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, I just think that's a huge reason for like the globe lie and the evolution lie, among other lies of our history, is like to make us believe that life isn't meaningful or special or
right.
or beautiful or worth anything, you know? And
right.
I think that's a direct attempt at keeping us from pursuing spirituality and finding a connection to source or God or whatever you want to call it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that connection, that spiritual connection, is such an important part of life, in my opinion. You know,
I mean, it's called Sky Harbor, not Red October. I'm going to send you an invite, just in case you want to come over someday, bro. I just send it to your DM. I don't know if we're friends or not. We probably should become friends. It's up to you. I just added you to my friend list, but it's up to you. Bro.
I got you, man.
What. How old are you? Sound kind of young.
Not comfortable sharing, but I'm in my 20s.
It's fine.
I have a question, is like, how much military presence do you think is really at the Antarctic ice wall?
How much military presence?
Like if 10,000 citizens, you know, were able to get a bunch of boats, get a bunch of supplies, go there to like get evidence, prove once and for all, you know, that what's past there, you know, what is the truth, you know, like how much military presence, how much resistance is really there?
No, I think with technology that they have today, they wouldn't have to have they wouldn't have to have very much presence. All they would have to have is, you know, the radar capability of seeing someone trying to enter either by ship or by plane through some sort of radar detecting, you know, like air traffic control. There's an air traffic control tube bubbles up here on the mountain where I live, and they watch the entire western United States off those two bubbles up here. It's like all the way to California and all the way up to Canada. That's the air traffic control. It's right here where I live, Utah, and it covers the whole western United States.
What about boats, though?
Well, there's no boats, obviously, where I live. I live in Utah, bro. I mean, there's.
Well, no, I'm saying
they have that. They have got some kind of radar, and they got ships that probably, are in that area, like naval, just from the U.S. But I'm sure there's naval ships from other countries that are in communication with one another. Obviously, this area is 360 degrees around us. I'm sure there are areas that are probably less monitored than other areas. But in order to figure all that out, actually send someone there, I think it's too hazardous for anyone that I know to be successful. I don't think you can get there, and I don't think you'd get back.
So you think, like, once you're approaching the Antarctic ice wall, that you would be approached?
You'd get past the 60th parallel.
You would be intercepted.
Yes, I do believe that. It would at least be some kind of radio communication first, asking you where you're going, what are you doing, what's up, what's your
But what if you just got a bunch of people? What if you got 10,000 citizens to go? Like a flotilla.
It would probably.
First off, that would be pretty suspicious.
And they would probably send a big propaganda thing out over the news that, look, there's an army of people going to invade South America, or they'd make up some propaganda lie.
Yeah, there's some Trump supporting, sovereign citizens.
Yeah. There's enough going on in the world today that they could propagandize the whole movement, and then it would only take one F-35 jet like we have here at Del Air Force Base carries enough firepower.
Well, I mean, for all we know, there's
the entire movement with one plane in a matter of 5 minutes.
For all we know, there's hidden military bases.
Right.
The Antarctic Circle.
Yes. I would
Would you say that it's the 16th degree, right? The 16th meridian?
60th parallel.
Oh, 60th parallel, that's right.
It's 1,000 miles from Antarctica. You can't get within 1,000 miles.
I always had this question. I always had the question of, like, whenever, like, you go flying, right? I always ask the question, like, why does it take, why are the routes so, like, indirect? Do you know what I mean?
Well, what they show you, the flight paths they show you are not.
Yeah, they're fake. I know they're fake.
They're fake. And they fly
it's fake. It makes no sense
from one place to another in a straight line.
Yeah, it makes no sense when you're crossing the Atlantic that you're going to go by Iceland and Greenland. Like, there's no point in that.
Right, but if you look at some of the flat Earth maps, so to speak, like I can't remember the name of the one that's probably more accurate than the other ones. If you map out, like, there's been jets that have been flying and coming from, like, Japan, I can't remember, or some part of the country, and we're headed to United States, and had to make an emergency landing. Girl was having a baby or whatever it was, and they had to make an emergency landing, and the closest place was Alaska. If you look on the map,
wait, what was the flight path?
It was way out of the flight path that was advertised. But if you look on a flat Earth map, it was right underneath you.
I think it was from Singapore or Malaysia to Los Angeles, and when they did the emergency landing, they stop at Alaska, but if you look on the globe map, you
shouldn't even be anywhere near it.
Go further, you know what I'm saying? It would you would have to go further. So basically, you on the bottom of ball, right? And then you have to go, I believe, around 45-degree angle to go to the Los Angeles. But then they went about, I would say, close to, like, maybe 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, right? and land in Alaska, but that don't make
pilots
sense
must know the truth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say a lot of pilots do. A lot of pilots are privy to the truth.
I've seen a lot of like interviews, like candid people are like asking pilots on hidden camera, like, "Do you know the?"
Yeah.
And they're like,
I think a lot of pilots are privy. I think they've been told that, hey, look, you talk about this or you could lose your job. And I know there's stories of pilots actually saying that they're flat earthers and they've been grounded and aren't allowed to fly anymore and stuff. Now, I've heard these stories. I can't validate them, but I can probably imagine that it's happened. And I think, if you ask my opinion, that yes, I think a lot of pilots are privy to the Earth being flat. Be right back and make a cup of coffee.
Yeah, but the flight route it looks pretty crazy.
So what do you think's like under the Earth?
I don't know, my friend. I mean, we only duck less than 8 miles, so that's all speculation on that part.
That's what they tell you.
The issue with pilots is that the flat Earth topic is kind of taboo, and so a lot of them probably just don't want to lose their jobs.
Yeah, they don't want to all their coworkers. I think they're stupid or something.
Yeah.
I mean, today's day and age, people get fired for how they think. So, what they say. So you got to think about that, right?
Unless you're gay or trans.
Yeah. Like I know people in real life that got fired because through a political issue, and then through a Facebook group or whatever, and somebody trying to call up the workplace and report it, whatever, just because they have a different opinion. The person got fired. Like, damn, that's crazy world, man. So.
Yeah, flat Earth is just one of those topics, that some people just they get called crazy. They get called crazy. So it's like, of course, they're not going to admit it.
Well, I think it shatters everything.
Yeah.
I think the world, the normalized, the propagated worldview is so many lies and so fragile. It's like a mirror, and if there's any little crack, it will shatter the whole thing. I know that was the case for me, and the first thing that shattered my worldview was when I researched 9/11.
You know what? I did the same thing. First, it was 9/11, then the moon landing. Well, kind of like, I think, between moon landing to flat Earth. But then
why are there no pictures of the actual curve? Tell me that.
There is no pictures because
it makes no fucking sense. If you have an International Space Station, then fucking show us an actual picture that has curve. All the fucking pictures are like, some like stupid, like you can only see like a 20th of the globe. It's like,
yeah.
The problem is they show the curves, right, in some of the images, but then you'll have like different curves depending on the altitudes, right? And so like it's all fucked up. Like it's all over the place.
You can tell it's not right.
They don't show the curve. Like if you go high enough on the ball, right? If it was a ball, if you went high enough in the sky, there should be a point of view where the camera's facing like straight down. And you can literally see the curve going down as if you're looking down a cliff. That should be possible, but you never see pictures like that.
Well, things would start looking like they're going away from you and turning. It wouldn't just look flat like they do now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and in an airplane, if you were flying around a ball the size they tell it is, would have to drop. I mean, if you do the math. A jet flying 500 miles an hour, it's something like 40-some feet per second. You'd be falling, that you'd have to drop.
Oh yeah, no,
I hate to tell you, but if you fall 40 feet in a second, you're going to feel that. You're going to feel.
You'd have to trim those down, dude. If you're flying a 10-hour international flight, you would have to constantly be pitching the nose of the plane down in order to account for the curve.
Yeah, because in about like an hour, 2 hours, you'll be up in space.
Yeah. There wouldn't be any lift. There would be
So you'd be leaving the atmosphere. You'd just be going straight.
there would be an end to
but the explanation is just that the gravity is course correct. The plane, it's going over the curve and course correct at the same time. That's the explanation, and we know it's not logical, but they still go with it. And everybody believe it. And if you bring that point up, they think you're crazy. All that. Yeah.
Bring any of the points up, they think you're crazy. For God's sakes, they're also brainwashed. You can't even talk about any part of it. Flights, ships going over the curve. I mean, you name it. They've got.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is
stupid.
Flat Earth is like the last one. Flat Earth is like the most propagated myth. Or sorry, not flat Earth. I meant globe Earth.
Yeah.
Like that's because literally since birth, that's what you're told.
Pretty much, man. When I was growing up, I grew up in Cambodia. I was in 7th grade, right? And the first time I learned about the Earth, right? And I didn't, I thought I was I felt retarded. I'm like, what? Did we live on like this giant ball and
spinning thousands of miles an hour?
Yeah, there's supernova. There's other but it didn't make sense to me at all when I was in 7th grade. But I just kind of to go along to get along, but I can't, but in the back of my head, my mind's like, it doesn't make any sense, And
first things I said when I went to school, said, well, how come we don't fall off when we're on the bottom? How come the people in Australia aren't falling off?
Yeah, and another thing when I came here, that I was into space even more, whatever, but I never fully understand that, everything was based on belief, and I learned about science more than, I learned in school when I, looked into flat Earth, and I'm glad that I did it because, I learned a lot, and well, I still have a lot more to learn, but I learned a lot compared to what what I know before, what I believe before. I believe in the globe, and but yeah, man, and the crazy thing is now everybody, in the world just come together, trying to figure out like what's going on. What is this place? Is there more land? We trying to expose them, and what is it? And being censored. I think being censored is good in a way because I believe in the long run, I think more people are gonna wake up. Because I seen a David Wise interview with this dude from Scotland, and I think he got a lot of views too. So the word will go out to more people, and not only that, even they don't believe in what David Wise was saying. At least he planted a seed in their head, because that's what happened to me. I didn't become a flat earther overnight, because somebody planted a seed into my head, and I thought it was the most retarded shit ever. I actually stopped talking to, one of my friends over that, for a while,
Because your friend said what?
I'm sorry?
Because he said what?
No, because he mentioned about, the Earth, well, I think at one time, we were doing stuff or whatever, he was the one who helped me build the website. I was doing stuff. And he mentioned about, oh yeah, man, and I've been looking to flat earth and stuff. And I was like,
oh, so you dropped him over that,
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was messed up, but I did. I stopped talking to him for a little while over there, but we cool now, of course. But yeah, he kind of planted a seed in my head, so I couldn't stand it anymore. So I started looking to it, but I was, fighting, with myself. I think about 2 years back and forth. Oh, it's flat. No, it's not flat. No, it got to be flat. No, it cannot be flat.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like I'm in the camp of there are some people that are just too far gone. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you have to look at it, right? Since you're a kid, right? Everything you watch is all about the globe, right? All the movies that we like, Star Trek, Star Wars, all of this, everything is space and all the cartoons that you grew up with, everything is space and rockets and so it normalizes it so much for you that it's really hard for you to change your mind when you're older, and that's why they do that a lot. They try to indoctrinate you when you're young. That's what they're trying to do now with all the sex stuff and all this shit,
all the trans shit.
Yep. I agree. You know, and
trying
you know
to
what?
ruin this world, guys. They're trying to ruin this place, man.
So they're trying to normalize pedophilia,
and that's sick. That's wrong, bro.
I'm just saying, like, I feel sorry for people because I understand, like, it's really hard.
We were all there,
Well, some people, but I do think there are some people, like you said. I think there are some people who they're still.
I guarantee you there is. There's people a lot of people my age that they won't have any part of it. I mean, I talked to my neighbors and people that are 50, 60 years old. I started trying to talk to flat earth about with them. What he did, they did. Two people done this to me. They started talking about it, and they pulled out their phone, Googled the picture of the Earth, and said, "No, look here's the truth."
Oh my god, dude!
That's what two different people my age started Googling shit and showing me pictures of the globe and showing me like astronaut interviews and shit like that. No, look, you're wrong. Here's the truth. We know because here it is right here. Just look at this phone. Just look at this picture. Here's the truth. I'm like, oh my god, these guys are on.
Well, they just can't believe that like that would be that big of a lie,
I know. I'm telling you, there's a lot.
What do they call them? They're called statists, right?
A lot of people my age.
That's why you always see. That's why you always get that question. Why are they lying? Like they always say that.
They're lying because there's literally a handful of elite that have complete power and control over the world, and keeping us as stupid, as sick, as fighting with each other as possible maintains that control. Period.
I just want to know how bad it really is. I got something I'm going to tell you. You can believe it or not, but we already live in a one world government. All these countries, all these wars and shit going on, this fighting with Japan and Russia or China, it's all propaganda. They are.
We know that. I know that.
Dude.
I can say it. I know that.
And that's why the U.S. is the last place.
Government already. They just haven't revealed it yet. I'm telling you.
Yep.
No, you just gotta look at Antarctica.
Not enemies with any of these countries.
They disagree with everything.
It's funny because I have friends who said that, and they were like, because they're in on a lot of the truth shit, but they still fall into this like this cycle of like, oh well, China and Russia and like actually, Putin banned non-GMOs, so maybe he's actually a good guy, like shit like that.
Guys, it's all propaganda. Guys, trust me.
Yep. No, I do agree. As a flat earther, and that's also another topic that we need to realize that these government that they all in together, in so many ways, So, but when I hear people talk about, but we are going like, we having this economy war with China, like I'm like, listen. They all in together. Whatever the hell they're doing, they're all in together. They make us hate each other. They make us dislike each other. We all live in this whatever you want to call it. Like, yeah, we all human beings. I understand there's different race. There's Asian, there's African, there's American, there's
that's all a psychological operation.
Yeah, they want us to hate each other. Like, maybe when I was growing up, I have this certain thought or whatever. But as I became a flat earther, I'm like, I look at everybody the same, and especially my people, like I call us like, yo, you guys are my brother and my sister. That's it, and no, like I give everybody the same respect. I don't care what kind of colors, where you come from, and all that, we are as one. That's how I see it, But here we are, the government always trying to put this propaganda to separate us, So they know, because if we come all together, but just watch, maybe in our lifetime or maybe not, but when we come together and trying to figure these things out, or even we go north or we go south, they can't stop us because there's going to be too many of us to figure it out. So we'll find.
They're trying desperately to separate us,
Well, I know that. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, but I've asked myself, like, and I can't really figure it out. Like, why are they doing that? Like, I can't figure it out. and I don't think anyone here can, but it's just something I think
Check
about.
it out, guys. I seen it. I can't say that this is actual truth, all of it, but I seen this thing, this little meme that was put up by Jacob Rothschild. He said, "Don't know who I am, but my family is worth over $500 trillion." And he said, "We financed every war since Napoleon, both sides, every war. We own all of the media. We own all of the banks. We own all of all of the corporations. We own it all." And so, what does that tell you right there? All finance both sides of every war since Napoleon. Come on, guys.
I mean, J.P. Morgan financed the Nazis.
500 trillion in what? In like what? Gold?
No,
probably properties.
What he's saying is their wealth. The number is not important. Their wealth is literally in like unfathomable. You know, like they own the central banks. They print the money. They're above money.
Yep.
Wait, are these people them boys?
What?
Them boys? What do you mean?
I mean,
I don't want to say it. Starts with a J, ends with an S, or ends with a W, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. I get it. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe
I'm not going to answer to that. It's not something I think.
Well, Kel, I have the answers for you, but I could send it to you in a video.
But anyway, yeah, we're living in a one-world government. That's
pretty much. Even that
these politicians, they're just all puppets. They're just doing what they're saying, what they're told. They're just playing this big fucking mind game on everybody. All propaganda, guys. Every fucking bit of it.
Oh yeah.
Believe how much life.
I just looked it up. Yeah, it's they date back. The Rothschilds date back all the way to like the 18th century Holy Roman Empire. Wow.
Yeah.
And they are what I said they were. So that's crazy.
Yep.
I can show you real quick, Cal. It's like a quick 5-minute video.
Okay, yeah.
Just message me and I'll watch it.
Oh, yeah, message me too, bro. I want to see it.
Or you can just put it. No, you can just put it on live stream. Actually,
no, I can't stream it here.
Oh, that's right. You don't have the.
Plus, this is like streaming on the.
No.
You could go down into the learning curve and do it.
He's a new member. He's not. He's just VC verified. He's got no roles. Well, he can talk, but
yeah. But there's certain things you can say.
But I don't even know how to do it because I don't.
Kembo.
I've only done that a few times. I can't remember all this. I can't remember the shit to type in to do it.
But. Yeah, Kembo's also new too.
The video's on YouTube, Kel. So we could go down there. I could send it to you. You could stream it.
You could stream it down in the learning curve, or in.
Or you can send it send it to me, direct message to me, DM me with the link so I can watch it. Or maybe I can send to the other guy too, Zodiac. Yeah,
that's probably the best way to do it. It's the DM it.
Yeah, because we don't want to post on here or in the chats. Yeah. See,
this is live stream, but the channels down below are not. So
okay, yeah. This is my first week. Well, I've been here 6 days already. I'm still new to this, but I picked up and learned what to say and what not to say.
Is this your first Discord account?
Yes.
Okay. What did you use back then? Like you never used Discord before?
Nah, I never used Discord, man. I just put it this way: I've been away from technology for at least like 5-6 years. Computer down, so I'm like, what? I'm just gonna use my phone. I had a YouTube account, whatever, but that's not about flat earth. It's my instrument. That's it. But my beats, whatever. But that's all I use. I delete Facebook. I deleted Facebook. Now I just have my Instagram just for my music stuff, whatever, and that's about it. I don't use anything else.
You didn't even have a phone back then?
No, I have a phone. but I don't use any other and stuff. I have a phone.
Oh, okay. I was about to say because you said no technology, so I wasn't sure how far.
I got rid of my first Discord. This was my first Discord channel too, but that was over. It was 4.5 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of, I don't know. Like, I always look at people and see when they make their Discord, and it's kind of weird, like, to have a Discord the same or the month before you join Flat Earth channel.
Or something like that.
No, does anybody remember the Skype days?
Oh yeah,
yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
No, I use Skype before. Yeah,
I use TeamSpeak. I go all the way back to TeamSpeak.
Oh, I remember TeamSpeak too. I used to use it too.
To be honest, I don't know what that is.
Well.
It's just another way to
online.
Play games together.
If you guys want a cool app where there's a lot of truth going on, download the Callin app. CALLIN.
CALLIN. Matter of fact, I'm gonna download right now.
Yeah, it's good stuff on there.
Hey, y'all, Angle. How you doing, man?
What's up, dude?
How's the flat Earth, dude?
Yeah, it is what it is.
You see it all everywhere. Everywhere is flat Earth, right?
Everywhere within my peripheral.
No.
I think I talked to you on Angle. Like, what was it? A couple weeks ago or something?
Yeah, I think he's a glober.
No, dude, I'm not. Stop.
Okay, if you say so.
This is the only place you'll be bullied for being a glober.
Yeah.
No, I'm not bullying him. I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't need a label. I'm a demonstrable realist. That's what I am, dude. So.
Oh,
I mean, I think I had a good conversation with him a few weeks ago, didn't we, y'all?
I mean,
I think we were down in the learning curve or somewhere, and you said you were muted, and you couldn't go up there, so I unmuted you and whatnot. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said a couple of weeks ago or so, 3 weeks ago, I don't know. Me and you were in downstairs in the learning curve or chill or somewhere. You said you'd been muted.
Oh yeah,
so
me and you talked for I remember.
And I unmuted you. And
yeah.
That was cool.
Do any of you guys watch Fresh and Fit by any chance?
I do.
I don't watch TV.
Well, today's episode, today's show was pretty fucking crazy. If you watch it on Rumble, they said some crazy shit.
Who's on there this time? Who's the guest?
Nick Fuentes.
Oh, I seen a little preview, but I didn't get to watch the whole thing because I was on the Discord listening.
What was it about? Just can give us a little tidbit here.
Fresh and Fit. It's more like I don't agree 100% or whatever. You know what I mean? But I get it. The idea. It's I'm not gonna go with it. It's just maybe you should look at it. Fresh and Fit.
No, it was about the host though that they had that made it crazy. As he's a World War II denier of what happened in World War II and stuff like that, and so.
He's a World War II denier. That guy.
You know what? I wouldn't doubt that what we were told about any of that stuff is not true.
Yeah, that's why I told you it's a very interesting because he puts out a lot of good points and it was very very interesting.
Well,
We've been live for a very long time, so just keep that in mind.
I mean, a lot of time when it comes to like certain history or whatever, I just said I don't know, man. You know
how everyone's fucking brainwashed is because of the Iraq War.
Oh,
that's how you can tell that everyone is brainwashed. Because after they found out that it was all for nothing, no one did anything. Like
no one did anything. Yeah, no one did.
When they found out what was for nothing,
that it was all fake.
It was all fake.
They went to Iraq. You guys have any idea what the very first thing they were looking for?
Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah.
Yep, they were looking for it.
The first place.
The weapon of mass destruction was the weapons they created to destruct the mass. There's
literally an ex-general. There was literally an ex-general who came out and literally said in an interview, he said that, like, 4 years before the invasion, he was given like a memo that said, you know, this is how we're going to invade like 11 countries in like 8 years.
Check it out. They went to Iraq, and
I
the
think I
first place
seen
they
something like
went
that.
to was the museum. And you know what they grabbed? The remains of a guy named Gilgamesh, the Sumerian demigod or whatever. Supposedly his remains were in the museum in Iraq. That's the first thing they went after and grabbed and snagged and took them. And what they're doing with that stuff, I don't know, but it sounds like some genetic to do with genetics and genetic modification and or by the way.
This is gonna sound a little crazy, but you said that, and I was thinking about this the other day, and I think they're trying. Whoever it is, I don't know who it is, but I think they're trying to become gods, and they're using us as whatever it is that they're doing to us. I don't know.
Adrenochrome, our stem cells.
No, I don't know. I don't know how far it goes, but
I don't either.
Jughead was it Jughead?
Shit going on, guys.
Jughead was it Jughead or there was a movie that was made into before that, correct? That war, it was called like Jarhead. Yeah, it was Jarhead. Remember that movie?
Jarhead. Is that like a scary movie?
Oh man, it's a military movie when they went over Iraq.
Ex-veteran guy. Jarhead is like a certain type of military person. Can't remember whether it was Air Force or whatever, or Marines, or I can't remember. Jarhead.
Wait, Kel, are you allowed to stream in here?
Not in this, not this channel. You got to be a mod. Or
do you see? You want to put a video? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
You see where it says right about this channel? It says live stream voice text.
Yeah.
Just post it there.
But it's not going to go there, is it?
Of course.
We can all check it, but then you might get banned.
No, I mean, as long as it's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Anyways, what I was trying to say is in the Jarhead, they introduced the microwave weapons there. That's all I'm saying. But, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen pictures of that where, like in California, where like there's these weird fires.
Yep.
If you guys fly, you guys need to opt out of the radiation scanner.
What do you mean?
You know the scanner at the airport? It's millimeter waves.
Oh,
nukes!
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's millimeter wave radiation. The same shit that's in 5G. It's stronger than a microwave.
Nukes are real.
Why can it, damn. So that thing could harm, our system, our body.
Oh, absolutely.
What about when they scan you with that little thing? The little thing that checks for metal? Isn't that the same shit?
No, that's a different form of electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah,
so how do you avoid, going through there? Because you got to go through there as you fly.
Well, opt out is totally allowed. They just they don't publicly advertise it, but but there's tons of videos online. You could just look it up. You just do opt out at airport, and you just walk up to the TSA person. You say, "I want to opt out." They say, "Okay, cool." And then
you can do that. Okay.
And then they take you through without going through the scanner, and then they just pat you down, and you're good to go.
So I found something pretty wild today. That iPhones snap a infrared picture every 5 seconds. Have you guys ever heard that?
Oh, dude. I mean, they have everything, dude. They have your...
No, I'm saying this is a real thing, though. Did you...
I bet you that could very well be possible.
I mean, I totally believe it, bro.
That very well.
Yeah, they're going pretty viral. They're going online and they're taking these the infrared cameras and recording the iPhone as it takes a picture every 5 seconds, bro. It's pretty wild.
They're looking for extremists. They're looking for people that are trying to form groups and get to stuff against the government, stuff like that. So as long as you're not doing anything like that, you're probably going to be okay.
I know, but they're weaponizing.
Don't be joining any groups. That's going to be like terrorists, like considered to be a terrorist group or something. I mean, you involve yourself in that kind of stuff, you're probably going to get in trouble real quick.
I mean, the terrorist could be somebody that's against what they're trying to do, their movement. So, I mean, I'm just saying they're weaponizing stuff against us. That's all. That's pretty crazy, huh? That was wild, anyways. I didn't know that. You know?
Just don't try to confront any of these people. They're too powerful.
Oh no, I'm not trying to confront anybody.
It's too far gone at this point, guys. There's going to be no success in that approach. I'm so old now, anyway. I mean, I'm over the hill, so I really don't think there's much. I don't have anything to worry about. They're not going to worry about a 67-year-old man.
Yeah, they're not.
No. And I got no ties with military people or, any type of groups like, skinheads or, anybody that might be considered, possible terrorists.
Yo, Cam, I sent you a message.
You sent me a message? Okay. Okay. I'm still new to this, so I'm a little retarded. Trying to.
Retarded.
I'm still new to the damn app. You know what I mean?
You're not retarded, bro.
How do you find it? Okay, I think I see it right here. Okay. All right. Send me a message. Okay, I got it right here. All right.
Yeah, the flat Earth, guys. The flat Earth. I just don't think the Earth is anything that can be objectified. Nobody's seen the whole thing. Nobody has actually been outside far enough away to stand back and look at the Earth to say exactly what it is. The water's obviously level. That's what, that's the nature of water. You pour it in a container, it's going to settle level. The oceans are somewhat settled level. Of course, there's currents, there's tides, there's all that kind of stuff, but it's water's contained around the perimeter, and it's basically level. Obviously, that's what water does. That's just part of a natural law. You can't change that. But I just don't think anybody can objectify the Earth at this point. Nobody's actually been outside of it, outside the enclosure. I think we're contained. Call it whatever you want. There's some sort of containment. That keeps the gas pressure or the air that we breathe and keeps us, inside this snow globe, however you want to look at it, scenario. No one's been outside of that, and you can't. No one gets in, no one gets out, and no one's actually taken a honest look at what the Earth is, because it's impossible, guys. You can't go far enough away or high enough out and take a snapshot of where we live. It's not going to happen.
Well, here's the thing. Like we've been supposedly we've been to Mars. We've sent a drone to Mars, right, or something, and we have things in space. Yet we don't have any images of the Earth, right? Like everything is CGI.
Right. If we'd gone to any of these places that they say we've gone, we would have hundreds of pictures of the Earth, so they could shove it in our face and say, "Here, look."
Exactly.
They would already have hotels on the freaking moon, bro.
Same thing with north to south circumnavigation. If they could do it, they would throw it in our face, but they can't.
Right.
That picture of the moon on the live stream, that's a really good picture.
That's pretty.
That was taken today, I think.
Yeah, that looks like it's a.
The reason it's red is because it's low on the horizon. That's just, the atmosphere, the pollution in the air that causes it. If you're back east, like in Kentucky or whatever, and you're watching the sun rise, you can stare right at it when it comes up over the horizon in the east. I know, because I was driving back east one time, and I was right in the middle of Kentucky, nothing but cornfields for as far as you can imagine. And you could stare right at the sun. It was bright red, just this red ball. You could stare right at it. Didn't hurt your eyes or nothing because it was just barely up enough. It was coming through all the pollution and all the garbage in the air, and so it was just this red ball. And I think this happens every day. Anybody that lives in that part of the country, they can testify to what I'm just telling you. You can look right at the sun, and because it comes, as it gets closer to you, before it gets overhead and gets out of, before the amount of pollution between your eyes and the sun, it gets reduced to a certain degree. As it gets closer to you, obviously you can't look at it or ruin your eyes or whatever, but that's why the moon's this color. It's because of the atmosphere. It's not really any other phenomenon.
It looks like a rock. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it's how do you explain the phases? The light phases, because it has nothing to do with the sun. You know that, because there's the selenium eclipse. It's when the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time. The sun is aiming right at the moon. Shadow is coming down from on top of the moon, other than the bottom. I mean, if it's coming from anywhere, I mean, the sun and the moon are both in the sky. There's no earth in between it, but there's a shadow coming down from the top of the moon. What's blocking that? What's making that shadow?
The earth.
This thing is a light. It's a light, just like the good book says. It created two great lights, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. The moon is a light, and it has this special capability. However it lights itself up, it lights when it first comes on, the very first sliver, and then it works its way across the moon till it's a full moon. Then it reduces, and then it goes back to a sliver. And when it goes dark, that's called a new moon. No one's ever, you cannot find the moon in the sky anywhere during a new moon. And when the eclipse happens for a solar eclipse, you can't see the moon coming toward the sun and shadowing the sun, and then as it goes, it makes the sun completely dark. Solar eclipse, and then the supposed moon moves away. You can't see the moon ever. It like disappears once it goes. The only time it's visible is when it's shading, whatever's there is shading the sun. So there's something very mysterious about our moon. You should be able to see.
If they say it orbits the way they say it orbits, there should be an eclipse every month.
No, incorrect. First of all, Budrock, check the chat. I've posted the geometry of the top-down shadow.
You, bro. I'm not.
Of course you're not, because you're not interested in truth at all. At all.
Shut up. Say one more word to me and I'll mute you. You stay out of my conversation, bro. You're a complete moron. You've been rude to me in the past. I got nothing to say to you. So don't talk to me. I will mute you. Anyway, so nobody's ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse. Good. Why? Why is that? The moon is a very special item in the sky. It was created by God, and it's a light. It does not reflect the sunlight. It's stupid to believe that, because the selenium eclipse proves that there's a sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Why isn't the full moon lit up? Because it's not reflecting the sunlight. It's very obvious. It's not refraction causing a shadow to come down from the top. That's the most ridiculous freaking thing I've ever heard.
Plus, it's dust. Yeah, so it doesn't. I don't know how dust reflects, but yeah.
I'm going to go to bed, guys. I'm going to leave you with the company of this no-proof Rohif moron. You guys can have fun with this guy. He's a complete zealot glober, and he's nothing but lies. So have a good time with this moron, guys. I'm going to go to bed.
I'm gonna go
Good
to
time,
bed.
guys.
I'm out too. So
Yeah, I would be too. This guy here is nothing but garbage, nothing but trouble, nothing but arguments, nothing but, I mean, nothing positive ever. It's just always just negative bullshit. So, just a bad experience. So I'm just not in for any of it. Fun, guys.
So
Anyway, for the benefit of the other flat earthers here, I posted the geometry of the upside down shadow in the chat. It's quite simple. For those that are interested in what's true.
I can show you some live video.
Excuse me. Brain shapes here. How'd you get on with the theodolite?
No, I've been working and I have a bit of a cold, so I haven't been doing much.
Okay.
Staying low key for now.
She never looked into hiring one here.
The issue with hiring is that, all this, like if you hire from like Coates or who knows whatever, they'll always be like, oh, what company you from, what do you want?
Yeah.
Things here are not as straightforward as in the US where you can just rock up to whoever is willing to rent you something.
Yeah. Pretend to be a foreigner.
Yeah.
I get one from Ken, I'd say. That's pretty cool. Show my rents. $156 for 4 hours, $186 a day. Jeez. A bit much.
What side is that? Is that Coates or something else?
Kennard's hire.
Kennard's, yeah. Yeah, it's all like Coates, Kennard's, it's all for like, corporate or tradie use. A bit difficult.
You guys should watch that video.
Which video?
Huh?
Oh, the one you just posted.
You have my attention.
Pretty wild. Then I have one of the sun with like different celestials dancing around it or something. Then the sun literally turns into a cube, into a triangle. And
Nobody says that. No one says that.
What's that?
Next.
Hey, Roland, do you understand the image at 49 minutes past? Top-down shadow?
49 minutes past. Live stream voice text.
Yes. Top-down shadow. Lunar eclipse.
49. God rockin'.
Yeah.
The moon, in its orbital motion, is moving into the shadow of the Earth. The observer at the ecliptic equator before sunrise is rotating away from the moon, causing it to set. The result is a setting moon, where the shadow is coming from the top down. That one?
So, yep. Imagine yourself with that little dude, the red smiley face. So he's coming towards sunrise.
Can you explain my video then?
I'm the red smiley face and God Rockins. Okay.
Yeah. So you're rotating towards the sunrise, which is causing the moon to set. But the moon is also in its orbital motion going into the shadow of the Earth.
Rotating.
Two motions.
Yeah, but there's only two motions. I'm rotating sort of like into the screen, right?
No, looking down on the North Pole. So NP is North Pole. You're rotating anti-clockwise.
Oh. This is down. It's North Pole. Smiley face is on the equator.
Yes.
And never mind the tilt.
Yeah, ignore the tilt. That's why I said ecliptic equator. Yeah. Just assume at the ecliptic equator.
Just a moment in time. Smiley face on the equator.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Moon is moving into the shadow of the Earth. Okay, see, again, the reverse thing is like everything's happening in this one plane, which I don't agree with.
Oh no, it's simplified. Just assume everything's in line in the ecliptic.
All right, let's do it. Let's go super simplified. Everything is actually happening in the plane of the image that got rocking. Set. That like smiley face is just gonna go around the NP.
Anti-clockwise. Yep, gonna go anti-clockwise around the North Pole.
Yeah, and the moon is gonna stay in the plane of the blue dot. Everything's in the plane. Okay, all right, let's do it. Into the shadow of the Earth. All right. Scale. All right. I object to scale, but I guess you're going to say fuck scale too.
Correct.
All right, fine.
It's literally just to show how the top-down shadow works.
All right. No, this is cool because like the sun is obnoxiously large or obnoxiously close. And the moon is wrong, and like everything is wrong. But all right, you're saying
it's
none of that matters.
The directions and the motions.
Okay. The moon has orbital motion moving into the shadow of the Earth. Is rotating away from the moon, causing set.
Okay, so those two motions. So from the little observer, if you imagine the little observer looking at the moon, he's going to see a top-down shadow right now.
Yeah.
But he's also rotating towards sunrise.
Yeah.
So the moon is also setting.
From the shadow side up.
The moon rotates too.
Can one guy at a time. Ruhev's got this. From the shadow side up, the moon is setting.
Yeah.
Right, Ruhev?
From the observer's point of view, yeah, he's rotating.
If we just held
away
just
from
for a
the moon.
moment, if we held the moon stationary, and Smiley Guy kept on rotating, the moon is setting shadow side up.
Yes.
Okay, good. Gotcha. Now let's hold Smiley Guy in place and let only the moon move.
Yeah, it would actually move upwards in the sky. If you hold the observer stationary, the moon would rise up in the sky and be more eclipsed. Go fully into shadow.
More eclipsed?
Yeah, it's going into the shadow of the Earth.
Less eclipsed.
More. It's going into the shadow.
In the picture shown, it's sort of maximally shadowed.
It's only half shadow. It's going into the half of the shadow. So half of it's eclipse and half of it's visible to the sun.
I see. The black part of the moon.
Yep.
Is that due to the Earth, or is that due
that's the
to
Earth's shadow?
That's okay. That's not typical, by the way.
What do you mean?
Like, that's not how moon phases work. We're clear on that, at least, right?
It's not a phase of the moon. It's a full moon. I could have drawn. I guess I could have drawn the back half of the moon completely black, something like that, and then.
I mean, it's kind of fucked up because like light is hitting. Like,
yeah, I could fix the
God rocking. Oh, you did this. This was your picture.
Yes, I could color the moon so the back half is completely black.
Retarded.
I could fix the moon, sure, fine.
I mean, it's cool though, right? Like, there's light hitting the moon on the back half. But okay.
No, no, there's not. But then I'd have like a 3/4 shaded moon.
Wasn't that the first thing that God Rockin' brought up?
I don't think so.
Oh.
He didn't want to talk to me at all, so I don't think he brought anything up. Let me fix up the moon.
Any self-respecting flat earther would have immediately understood all of these things about the globe Earth model.
How did I do that?
Okay, now I get it. This is you trying to convince God Rockin'. I misunderstood. I thought this was God Rockin' trying to convince you. So what are you answering?
He said,
Rockin'?
Yeah, God Rockin' said the upside down shadow can't work.
Upside down shadow can't.
Here we go. All right, so that'll be dark. Should I make half the Earth dark as well? Probably should, shouldn't I?
Is God Rockin' still here?
He left. He left because I came in. That's not
any. What do? You come into here and scare everyone away, but don't get banned?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. Yikes. I'm in the presence of royalty. Not many Globers can scare off people in this particular server.
Oh, we're not scared off. I think we're just falling asleep.
Yeah. Oh, what's the time there, though? You're Aussie, right? That sound Aussie?
Yeah, I'm in
brain
Brisbane.
shakers, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's time for my evening nap.
Yeah.
But you're a Glober, Ryan.
No,
I'm FE.
Oh.
No, haven't been Globe
Allow
for
me
many,
to step
many years.
aside because I'm a Glober, and I just sort of dislike Ruhiv. But if you've got an actual point to make,
what you don't like Bruce? Why?
He loves Rowing.
He's your
loves
fellow
me.
Glober. He's your bro, man. And he just gave you that refraction thing. What happened?
All right, so I've posted an updated one in the chat. Here we go. Is that a bit better?
It's that is better. I mean, you know that's better. You don't even have to ask. You know what would make it even better?
Terminator on the sun, on the Earth.
You see, Brian, this is why I don't like him. Because a normal person would say, what? What would make it better? But Ruth? Nah, he can't do that.
Cannot. Let's do a Terminator on the Earth.
Okay, Ruth, draw some lines in this, fictitious
the shadow. Yeah, the shadow from the Earth. Very good.
Show the sun and Earth and moon the shadow and light rays. Just like maybe two lines.
Yeah. Then I've got to shrink the sun so it doesn't look silly.
Well, you know, you are making a silly picture. The least you could do is make it at all. You know.
I'm going to get rid of the sun completely.
Like that, the sun
No. Keep the sun, and keep the sun as close to the Earth as the moon is.
No, I'm going to get rid of the sun. Sun's gone. Gone.
No. Because that's real. Like the moon and the sun are about equally close to the Earth. 4,000 miles or something.
Yellow.
Do
Sun's
not invoke crepuscular rays. Oh my god. Do that. Do not put some sort of parallel light on this picture.
I'm doing parallel light. Deeply sorry.
It was way better when you had a obese sun closer to the Earth than the moon. I loved it.
6. Line distributed vertically. And line horizontally.
I need to talk to God Rockin' because God Rockin' should have been able to just wreck you.
Really?
And he clearly needs coaching.
That's what I'm here for, isn't it? Oh no, I'm the coach here, right? You guys are all learning.
Who's the one fixing their retarded crap?
Way harsh.
I believe that I am the well, you know, I'm the Sith Lord. You're the wannabe.
Yeah.
You are the Anakin.
To
my Princess Leia.
Right. I want that a little bit. And there.
I can't wait to see this graphic with the sun removed. I can't wait. Please, make me wait no longer.
Hang on. Need more.
Venus.
Hello, Connegat of Christ.
Yo.
Welcome. We're helping No Puhif fix up some relatively weak graphics.
Graphics?
I get
Huh? Your mic is way too low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Right. Let's put that. Oops.
So what did you say before I could hear you?
So, are y'all globers?
Yes.
Alright.
But there's good ones like me, and then like bad ones like Rufus.
Are we being globists right now?
Hello. Do you have a question?
Are you a globist?
Yes.
I don't know, man.
Do you have a follow-up question?
I mean, the thing is, if the Earth was flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now.
No.
Yes.
No.
You've never had a cat, have you?
Yes.
Can a cat push something off a lake?
You can try, like.
But I mean, can it fall off?
Experiment.
Can something fall off a lake?
Can something fall off a lake?
Yeah.
Depends on how you define falling. Yes.
The way you define it, like a cat
It's too
would.
ambiguous. Can you define it?
Johannes.
Like a cat would push something off a table, like you just suggested.
Yeah, like imagine like there's this heavy boulder on the surface of a little hill
Did you say
underwater,
boulder?
right?
Did you say boulder?
Yes, boulder. Oh, I noticed that pun was unintended, by the way. But yeah, if you push that boulder, it'll fall off that coral reef, for example. So it will fall.
So it will fall out of the lake?
No. Underwater.
Okay. But you said cat would
And have you
push
heard
stuff
of
off the earth.
waterfalls?
Yeah, but you said that stuff would fall off the earth. So I'm asking...
Man, come on, take a joke.
There we go. New version in the chat.
Oh, here we go. All right. What do we got?
Should I write North Pole? North Pole. Here we go.
Oh, setting moon. Where the shadow. So during an eclipse only. Setting moon. Shadow. Still wrong. Ruhif, still wrong.
Wrong. How is it wrong?
Okay. The smiley guy.
Mm-hmm.
No, forget the smiley guy. The moon.
Yep.
Is getting shadowed. Just for all smiley people, look, they can see the moon. The moon is getting shadowed. Bottom up. Shadow of the earth is going bottom up. For all smiley folks. Anyone that can see the moon. The earth shadow is going bottom up.
What?
Never mind whether it's setting, rising, whatever. The moon is the moon. The moon is shadowed or not. Everyone that can see it sees a moon.
But a spherical,
bottom up.
A spherical reflection or a shadow doesn't cause.
Ruhif sees the flaw now.
What's the flaw? I don't see the flaw, so please explain.
The shadow is going down to top, not top to down.
Coming from the top.
I mean, you would have half a circle, the moon. And
is your name Ruhif or something else?
Do you understand the observer is saying the shadow on the top of the moon? Go on.
Why does the observer see the shadow on the top of the moon? Clearly,
I'm just saying a spherical object doesn't cause a spherical shadow. Even in a demonstration,
of the moon is in shadow.
You see it. That's a straight. It's a half a sphere. But that's not how we see it. And also the sun's is like half a million times bigger than the Earth. So the sun rays would be like everywhere, go around.
Not the top.
This is a diagram, right? It's obviously not to scale. Hopefully you can understand the general point though, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
if it's not to scale, how would it demonstrate?
How about Johannes? He's got something to say.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking because if it's not to scale, how would it demonstrate your point?
Can you see from this geometry how the observer would see a moon where the shadow, the eclipse shadow, is at the top of the moon?
But again, that's not how we see it. And a spherical object doesn't cause a curved reflection. Your demonstration shows this. So we will see a half a lit, half a sphere.
The top of the moon is
Go to
lit.
11 minutes past. Go to 11 minutes past, Johannes. 11 minutes past.
Again,
Globe Researcher at 11 minutes past 7 posted what you saw, which is a top-down shadow, and he says what you should have seen, a bottom-up shadow.
But Ruif, look, top is lit, bottom is in shadow.
Yeah, I would still argue that spherical object doesn't cause spherical shadows.
This is to explain the direction of the shadow. Do you understand from this diagram?
Yeah, I understand that, man.
Okay, cool.
Ruif, look at your red arrow that's pointing.
But again, and we're not talking about the scale here. So your demonstration, the picture here shows like the sun being very narrow, but in real time, the sun's beams. I mean, the sun is like 500 million times bigger than the Earth, so the sunbeams will be encapsulating the Earth, and it would definitely always light up the entire moon side in this scenario.
It's lighting up half the moon. I'm still not entirely sure what you mean. Do you have an issue with the sun rays being parallel? Is that what you mean?
Johannes, can I ask you a question?
Sure, mate. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of what I mean.
Yeah, but look at the 13 past the hour from Mo Proof.
Mo Proof. That's probably one of the better nicknames I've gotten.
Yeah. But Johannes, 13 past the hour. That picture. Johannes, are you with me?
Yes.
You're tracking? Okay, good. Do you see the red guy smiling?
How about I stick a guy?
I think Johannes is
the red guy.
He's gone onto the Wikipedia or something. Johannes, when you get back, totally got a cool question for you.
I'm here, man. What red
you're
guy?
Back. You're back. Do you see the red smiley face?
I already told you I'm looking for a picture to show. No, proof.
No. Go. Just look at no proof of picture. 13 past the hour. That's all we need. Totally all we need. We can debunk him straight up.
Oh, come on.
We can. Johannes, are you with me? Are you looking at 13 past the hour?
Just a second, mate.
Just a second,
mate. Mate.
He's passing up like you left yourself wide open. Totally easy to prove stuff. Using your picture. We don't have to go to Wikipedia or, phone up Donald Trump or whatever.
It's like an actual dude observer.
He gone. He left.
Is he? No, he's not. He's here.
He gone. He just realized that what's that guy's name? 200 Proofs guy.
eBay.
He just realized he just realized that Eric is sexy, and now he's not going to come back. He's smitten. Bro is totally smitten.
It's going to be a version 3 in a second.
So there's the picture I was looking for, the one of the men. What I'm saying is, you see the square?
Yep.
That's the reflection you get from a
shadow, yeah.
From a curved surface, yeah.
Right, it's a cylinder.
That's yeah. This is a cylinder specifically. Yeah.
Okay. Is the Earth a cylinder?
No, I don't know.
I'm not sure what your point is. Well, I don't think so. No, given that the curvature is the same every direction.
So, well,
you're not getting that your two-dimensional Pictionary shows that you get a straight shadow on the moon, and it's not. It's curved.
Yeah, we're looking top down, like onto the North Pole.
No.
Do I have to put that on the image? Like, is that not clear?
No, you need to actually address what Johannes has submitted.
No, Rolling. No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't.
Because it's easy, Johannes.
And there's nothing to address really because
there is. There's one.
It's just one claim question against another claim.
No, it's not true. Your picture, Johannes, the blue and yellow and the thing in the foreground. Could it be in any other orientation, or is this the one very special way? Like if it was any other orientation besides this one, would it still be a square and a circle? Or would it be something else? Like just tell us that this picture, the one you put, isn't super cherry picked. Like it would totally still be a square and a circle at the same time if the cylinder was some other orientation. And let's never mind the light sources making the yellow and the blue and whether that even works out, which it doesn't. But what if the cylinder was any other way? Come on, Johannes, this is your picture.
You're talking to me?
Yes, it's your picture.
What are you asking, man?
I'm asking if that cylinder was anything else, would it still work out with the square and the circle? Or is your picture super cherry-picked?
Cherry picked for what, man? My point was that you don't get
cherry picked means that you
don't
put the cylinder in the only place that it could possibly be, and that anything else would fuck up your argument.
You don't get a spherical shadow, and that was my point.
Yeah. You don't get a so if you have a cylinder, you always, no matter what, get a square and a circle. Johannes, I feel like maybe you've misunderstood. The spherical claim isn't cherry-picked.
I'm not really addressing your claim here, man.
You always get those things.
I'm not addressing your claim. I'm actually addressing.
I'm addressing your claim, bro. I'm addressing.
Yeah. Okay. I don't care what you do, man. You don't. I don't have a claim.
You just made a claim.
No, I didn't.
You posted a picture.
The only thing I said was that you wouldn't get a spherical shadow on a spherical object, which its picture is demonstrating. The moon is half lit. That's not what you see.
Where's the sphere in the picture that you posted?
What?
The sphere.
On his picture, there's two circles.
Your
One of the circles is making the other circle half lit. Do you understand? That's not what we see.
I don't understand.
Oh, okay. So
you're posting a picture with a yellow and a blue. You remember what you posted? I guess you don't remember.
No proof. Did you get what I tried to say about the shadow?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I'm not talking to you.
21 past the hours. Yellow, blue, an object.
Sorry, is that a question for me? I missed it.
Yeah, and I was asking you if you understood what I was trying to say about your demonstration showing the moon half lit.
Still listen to mid-switch.
No, I don't understand.
Yes.
Answer.
See, so the video that Globe researcher posted, or the GIF.
Yep.
You see that the moon, it has like I don't know how to explain the face, but it's not half lit. It's more than half lit. Do you understand?
Oh,
your picture,
okay. Yeah.
Your picture is showing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I got you now. Yeah. From the observer, yes, you would see a curve.
Yeah. You're saying that, but
well, I could demonstrate it. I did. I'll show you the video that I made on this. 1 second. And I did an actual modeling of it. Where is it? My channel. What did I call it? Oops. All right. All right. There's the video. And let me get the screen. Sorry, timestamp. All right. Yeah, go to about 6 minutes and hang on, 5 minutes. Where are we at? About 5 minutes 15. Did you watch the 2 minutes, guys? The little animation?
Yes, yeah, I watched it. I'm just making a picture. I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'm sorry. You're still there?
Yep.
Well,
leave.
All right.
Sleepy tired.
I can't find this fucking picture.
Spherical pulver.
Roll in my boulder. Is that a friend of yours?
Sure. Sure. He's a character. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm stuck. What you got, Kimbo Beats? Figured out the shape of the Earth yet?
So are you in Australia? Or?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. About to go feed some doggies and then put some naughty little children to bed.
All right.
A naughty little child? No, probably not. Goodbye.
I thought
That was a very interesting video, Zodiac.
Which video?
Oh no, no.
Not in the chat though.
It was a video that he sent me. Oh,
Cool. Right.
I just thought he was here. I guess he's AFK. Hey, Zodiac, you there?
He probably fell asleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that video was even like that guy was allowed to make that, to say all that in public, in a school.
Yeah. I mean, he got some balls, you know. But then at the same time, not too many people are gonna get to see that video. And I mean, even if they know it's true, like what are they gonna do? You know what I mean? So it's not like we know all the people anyway. It's not like we know them, and even if we know them, we can't do nothing about it, you know. So, but yeah. But if he was to send the video to Ruhif, he probably wouldn't believe it. Like, oh, it's a bunch of whatever.
Please send me whatever video, and I'll see if I'm interested.
Let me see if I can send it. It's in the chat. Hold on, let me see.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're probably gonna think it's mumble jumble.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess.
Let me see if I can send him the video real quick.
I mean, I could send it to him. Like,
No, yeah, send it to him, bro. Because I'm still new to this Discord stuff, so it's kind of hard for me. I don't know how to navigate that. Hey, Ruhif, man. Hey, man, I gotta give you props, man. That you come in here and you always trying to debate us. I give you props for that, But I do believe one of these days you will become a flat earther, and I know you will. Maybe it could take 10 years, 20 years from now, maybe. But you're gonna be a flat earther.
It's not going to happen. I know why it's the globe. I don't think flat earthers know why they think the Earth's flat.
They say that now, my friend. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you the video. You can start at 1 hour and 1 minute. That's where the...
DM received. Time for me to go feed some dogs and put some kids to bed. Zip.
See that? I made him go away. He couldn't handle the video.
You know what? When the next time when we get to talk to him, I'm like, what do you think about the video? You know?
Yeah, just put on some Masonic stuff and he'll leave right away.
Yeah. No, but you got to give him like credits for it. Like, you know, he loves coming here and debate with with us, and he doesn't give up. That's the thing. And but I think sometimes the like while he was debating with us, whatever. I think when somebody says something a little too crazy or whatever, it kind of hurt his feeling. He just leave, boom. But then at the same time, he showed no emotion. Like he's stone cold too. Like I noticed about him, and he got pretty thick skin.
Oh, he's just a messenger. That's all he is. He's not a like. Sometimes you'll have people in here that are like observers, or you'll have people who are just in here to experience whatever it is that happens on this Discord, right? And then you have people who are messengers, right? And these people, they come in here, and the whole point is for them to show you the globe. That's all it is, right?
Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
And so, as soon as it gets to the point where they can't handle it, they have to physically leave. And I see this a lot.
Yeah.
But it's just a journey of knowledge, right? And I think the problem is that they don't understand that as soon as you find out that the Earth is flat, and that a lot of what you see that NASA tells you, what scientists tell you, astrologists tell you, that it's all just a lie.
Yeah,
it's really hard to it's really hard to believe anything after that, like other than what you experience yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least that's the way I feel. At least.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying on that part. So that's why, when it comes to the globe, it's hard to let go. It took me about 2 years to let it go too. But yeah, man, it was a rough journey. Because I love the globe. I love the fairy tales behind the space. The Noah, the supernova, the other planets, travel in space, I mean, it's just crazy, and to be honest, man, it sounds so good, but when you find out, oh shit, the Earth is flat, and I mean, I think it kind of it affected me in so many ways too, but I had to let it go, I had to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's like a mind virus, right? They've put a mind virus in your brain through knowledge, right? Through what they tell you, and because you were a child, like all of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were all like sponges, right? We just absorbed everything, we believed everything, and they gave it to us in so many different ways, through so many different ways, I mean,
yeah,
and it's hard to deprogram that, out of your brain.
You ever seen Neil deGrasse Tyson was on one of the talk show or whatever. He's like, oh, this is the way we teach science. You are just some empty vessel, and the way we teach science, we just pour that into you, that science into you, and you're supposed to memorize and regurgitate it. It's like the way he explaining thing. He was like he just said it like, right there. He's like, oh yeah, you're supposed to take whatever we tell you, and just memorize it and repeat it. Just keep repeating it, and to a lot of us, back then, that's knowledge right there. But when we realize that the Earth is flat, oh shit, they've been lying, and now we have to unlearn and relearn whatever we can, about the flat Earth, yeah, that's the way I see it.
Well, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, he the way I see it is a lot. These people, when they tell you these things, they have to tell you both. The way I see it, this is the way I've always seen it. They have to tell you the truth, and then they lie to you, right? And so just like you said, right in your face, he just told you what they're doing, right? So dumb people believe it, and then the smart people are like, okay, well, what the hell? Let me look more into this, And so, but if they do that to you when you're just a child, which is probably what he's talking about, you don't critically. They don't teach you to critically think in school, right? They don't teach you to have a mind of your own anymore, and so they just teach you to be a puppet, right?
Pretty much.
So it's hard for our generation, for the current generation, the young generation, because I sound young, but I'm actually 38. So
yeah, you do sound young, but yeah, it was fun.
Everyone tells me I sound like I'm in my 20s. I even look
in your 20s, yeah. You sound like 20s.
Or even younger. Who knows? But that's the thing. I never smoked in my life. I hardly drink.
That's good, bro. That's good.
Yeah. So, but anyways, when I was a kid, I don't know. I don't think it was that. Maybe it was, but I was not that into school when I was a kid. I didn't even take school seriously until I attended college, but I didn't even finish college. So, yeah, I don't know. I never took school serious. And maybe that's why I've always been kind of open-minded and...
Yeah. I never liked the school either, man. Like, I always thought... I mean, I was doing good in school. I was not doing bad or anything. I was actually doing good in school when I pay attention. But then I always feel trapped in the classroom. I always feel trapped, bro. Matter of fact, I have a funny ass story. I was in 7th grade. It was in Cambodia. At the time I was 14 years old, like 1 year before I came to America. So I came here when I was 15. So I didn't like school so much. And what happened is this, the teacher, when they come in, they take the attendance, and then they will sit on the desk or they go to the board and they start writing stuff. As soon the teacher faced the other way, I jump out of the classroom through the window. Yeah. I don't know. I always feel trapped in the classroom. But yeah, but after that, of course, I had to do what I had to do.
Yeah, when I went to school, elementary, I had came from Cuba, right? So I was an immigrant, and I came from Cuba legally, and I was 6 years old, and they put me in a class, and I didn't understand shit, obviously, because all I knew was Spanish.
Yeah,
and so the teacher for 2 years, she put me in the back of the room, and she faced me against the wall, opposite of where the board was.
Why?
I don't know. She hated me, I guess. I don't know. I was a very hyperactive kid.
Okay.
Like, they tried putting me on Ritalin when I was a kid, I just had too much energy, dude. Like I was climbing trees. I was like, I was that kind of kid, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. The teacher didn't like me, so for 2 years, my mom ended up finding out the second year, and then we changed schools. But it was terrible. I actually thank her now that I'm older because I didn't want to learn anything of that garbage, anyways.
Yeah. So, but I mean that's a cool story. But at the same time, I do want to know. So, when did you become a flat earther, and how you became a flat earther?
It's actually not too long ago, like a few months ago.
Oh, a few months ago. Oh, wow, fresh meat.
Yeah, but believe it or not, though, I never really thought about I've seen all the movies, and but I've always been like very conspiratorial, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I've always been very open-minded. Like I've gone through the whole phase of Anunnaki, the Planet X, aliens, all of that shit, right?
Yeah.
And I've always kind of taken it with a grain of salt. Like I'm like, okay, I'll listen to it because I enjoy it. And and then one day I saw a Dave Weiss video on my YouTube feed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it got me started. Because I saw his I saw his video and I was like, oh wow, this is interesting. And in that video he talked about this really long, I don't know if I'd call it a documentary, but it was called The History of Flat Earth or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that. It was like 5 hours long. I don't know how long it was. It was super long.
Oh, okay.
And that kind of was like, wow, okay. And so then I joined the Discord, and yeah.
Okay. All right. So David Wise was the one that woke you up. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Matter of fact, he just had an interview with somebody from Scotland, some big YouTuber from Scotland. He talked about flat earth and stuff. And matter of fact, see, they got a big audience because that guy from Scotland, I don't remember his name exactly, but he just interviewed Andrew Tate, I think a few days ago on the same channel. So now it's like, but on those type of platform, that means like the word's gonna get out even more, and even nobody believes that the Earth is flat yet. But at least that David Wise are planting seed with others, with other peoples, and I think a lot of people are gonna wake up sooner or later, man. A lot of people are gonna be like, oh, there's this flat. Oh, we can't go to the north, we can't go to the south because there's a treaty. Well, you can't stop us. There's too many of us now. We want to know. We want to know. We curious. And he did also talk about there's more lands. Beyond Antarctica.
Are you talking about Pat Gray or something like that?
Let me look it up real quick. What was that guy? Hold on. I was watching earlier. Hold on, let me see. Okay, what was that?
It was like a day ago.
Yeah, a day ago. Yep.
Okay, I found it. I think I found it.
Oh, you found the channel. What's the channel called? Something.
No, I just found the video through Flat Earth Dave's interviews.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the Earth is Flat Aliens. It's on the channel called Anything Goes with James English. That's the channel. Yeah. And he got a pretty good amount. Yeah, through YouTube. You know what? I'm gonna post that. I don't know. Let's hope I don't get in trouble by posting this in the chat, so you can see it right here. Okay. I hope all the admin, please forgive me. Well, it's involved flat earth, so I don't think I'm gonna get in trouble.
No, you're fine.
Right there, I sent that. That's the link right there.
Yeah, why don't you just delete that real quick?
Delete it? Okay.
Yeah, delete it.
Oh, okay. Let's see, how do you? Okay, I click on it.
I'll put it up so that people can actually see the thing.
Oh,
because
okay,
you don't have
right.
for some reason you don't have access. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I think one of these days I'm gonna ask the admin moderators. Be like, hey man, I'm a flat earther. I ain't no troll. I'm not undercover. Nothing like that. You know.
You're not a Fed.
No, hell no. Oh, even the Fed now. I'm pretty sure some of them are flat earthers, but they just scared to come out. How do you?
If you ask a Fed, are you a Fed? What do you think? What he will answer?
If he's a what?
If you ask the Fed, are you Fed? What do you think he will answer?
No, a Fed like a. Go ahead.
Federal agent. No. Sorry.
If you ask a Fed if he's fat.
No, Fed again.
Oh.
You talked about federal agent.
Yeah.
If you ask the federal agent, are you federal agent? What the federal agent answer to you?
He's gonna say no.
No, he will say, I'm not federal agent.
Oh.
Even if he is.
Well, I didn't fully understand what you were saying, so I'm like, okay.
I always say it as a joke.
No, but it says, why would he say that he is, even if he is?
Well, sometimes I've asked that sometimes, Sasha, and sometimes I'll get some weird responses, like, "Why are you asking?" or like, "Why do you care?" And I'm like, "Oh, wait, what?"
Okay.
So you never know, right? Like, not on this Discord though. I did that before on a.
But you can mostly ask the people who are coming here often.
I was
we're spending time. Like, why you're coming so often to protect this globe? There is a mainstream science. You don't need to do that,
Yeah, that's true. They come here a lot. They like, I don't know.
Because take yourself. If you think that something is stupid, you will go there and every day to tell that that's stupid. Spend your time to shit what you don't like even.
Yeah, no, you're right. They're just messengers, right? Like they're just here to they're here to convert you into their cult.
Again.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, again.
But there's no way, only true flat earthers would never go back to the globe. Only true flat earthers, unless you are a little weasel, because I heard a story about, I think it was on Size Mandan YouTube channel, whatever. He brought up the story about like, oh yeah, this guy, he's a flat earther, but when he became a flat earther, he didn't have no more friends. Nobody invite him to the cookout, and his other family, don't want him around. Blah blah blah. This and that. Like, damn. If this world, this is all about like
what is also not far away from truth, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like, as me living, still breathing right now, if if only my family say, oh, I don't want to be your family anymore because you're a flat earther, or if they want to disown me because I'm a flat earther, or any friends that don't want to be friend with me anymore because I'm a flat, so be it. You're never my friend in the first place. You never consider me my family in the first place. Because if they were to believe in something else different or whatever, I would never disown them, But they would do that to me, so be it, That's what I would respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the way I see it is, I don't hate people because they're globers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I can't talk about flat Earth because people will actually physically hate me.
True. Yeah. They will hate us, man. They hate us, bro. I'm telling you.
I feel like it has, and I don't think it's like, I don't think it has anything to do with the flat Earth. I think it's just and we saw this in 2020. When you go against the mainstream, right? Whatever it is, whether it be the mainstream science, whatever they're saying on the news, whenever you're like questioning any of that stuff, something clicks in their heads, and they become like this. They become Mr. Smith. That's what I've noticed. Like, because before I came to the Flat Earth Discord, I was in politics discords. I've also dealt with this with my family, and I think it just I don't think it has anything to do with Flat Earth. I think it's just whatever you, like I said, whatever you say against the mainstream, right? People are going to react in a negative way.
My personal opinion about these people is that people who has the one kind of, they think that they have one kind of power of knowledge or something in their mind, and that's called ego, plus ego, together. And you go out like that in public, especially now on YouTube, and you are live, man. Like, wow, and then your ego is growing even more, and then people can listen to you, what are you saying? Even if you're saying bullshit, you don't care anymore because your ego is so big that you can say whatever you want, And you grow up, maybe who knows what, how, and you didn't have a chance in your life to express yourself, but this is the chance now, And I see people, they're only expressing their egos. 90%, all others, it's like, I will come there. If I know politics, I will go in that, and I will show them how much I know about politics, and I will win. All that bullshit. Like when somebody's saying now the debates, debates blow against flat earth. I won. What the fuck you won? You didn't won anything.
That's the whole point, bro. You're right, because it's like, to them it seems like, but let's say if they do come to the Discord or whatever, and trying to debate us, if we don't have a clear explanation, of what they are asking for, they think, oh yeah, we just beat a flat earther again, or maybe they want to show to their own channel, to their audience or their people or whatever, just to show like how stupid flat earth is, that we don't know like the stuff that they know.
Do you want another one? For example, the guy come and say, do you know I was debating with we can say it doesn't matter now. David Weiss, I was debating with Nathan Oakley and I destroyed them. And I'm listening, and he's saying like this is for me like speaking about Tom Cruise and I don't know, like can you feel like Tom Cruise or I don't care. I don't care if you destroyed even Einstein. The reality is outside. You can destroy whatever Like I won against the most famous flat earther, and who fucking care? Can you curb the water now?
They can't, bro. They cannot. They can't. I think
it's about argument. It's not about us. We can be clever, whatever. And also interesting. Somebody can say, "Look at this Sasha. He's so fucking great. He's doing everything great." But on the end, it's not me. It's fucking water and surface of the earth.
Yeah. I think when it comes down to this, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't think it's ever gonna end. It's always gonna be somebody. I know it's good to, debate and have arguments so we can learn from both sides, whatever. But I think these people that are so far gone and that they believe in the globe earth, and no matter what you do, no matter how many times you debate them, how many times you show them or they trying to show you, I don't think they can never become a flat earther.
But there's also other people that they would, like Ruhif. I believe. I just told him earlier. I said, Ruhif, I believe you're gonna become a flat earther one day. Just watch. He said never. I'm like, just watch. Don't say never.
Oh yeah, he's like. I think he's here to, re-enter you into the cult.
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's like, not everyone is destined to see the truth, right? Like,
true.
That's just the way it is.
90% of them are waiting like this news. Breaking news: NASA discovered something. They discovered that it was mistake and that Earth is a flat. But we will continue. That was a mistake. Now we know, and everything is okay. And then people will say, "Look, NASA said that Earth is flat. Finally, okay, it was mistake. That was wrong. Let's go on with life." NASA find out, and then we'll put all how to say credits to NASA because they explored and then.
Yeah, they admitted that it was wrong or whatever. Yeah, I get what you're saying on that part. But I'm telling you, when this happened, I do think that these people will go to jail, and then nobody wants to believe in the government anymore. And now people, the real people gonna I hope that will rearrange the government, whatever that we have to do, and they have to rewrite history book like science book in every languages they have to change all these BS, and I hope that they not allow. We're gonna go over there, the north and the south.
I think one thing, nobody will go to jail. That's for sure. Because that's our history show that if you do some bullshit on the air, that you don't need to go to jail.
I mean, who do you send to jail?
I
you
mean,
know what I mean? Like, who do you send to jail?
Can you look in the last 3 years what happened and tell me in which country who was in jail because of that bullshit?
Yeah, they admitted a lot of the shit that they said was not true.
No, it was not true.
And let me tell you, there's probably going to be a lot of people that are going to die because of it. And guess what?
Yeah.
No one is going to
jail.
Go to jail. No one.
Yeah.
That's a really good point on that part. Yeah.
So
even the rock they brought from the moon, it was fake, right? And nothing really happened. If you lying to the publics and saying this is true, this is the real rock from the moon, and then now they found out later it's not the real rock. It was what was it? The something wood.
Petrified wood.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, you're right. Nobody gone to jail for that, for lying to the everybody on Earth, and still people like the globe Earth, they still believe in them. I can't believe it, and even what the crazy thing. I also the videos of NASA doing green screen and they be dropping object and stuff. I think it was one of the astronaut. I'm not sure where's he from. He trying to he walked forward or whatever or floating forward to pick up the key. And this is supposed to be in International Space Station. And when he picked up that key, right, and then he dropped it. I don't know if you guys ever seen that one. He dropped it on to the surface. He dropped it, and then he kind of like freaked out and trying to play it off at the same time. And yeah, I show people that, and they still like, oh well, anybody could just make a mistake, or maybe there's some type of gravity or whatever up in the space station. That's why it dropped. So they always have fucking excuses for the globe. Like so, for some, it's like you can't help them. Just can't help them.
Yeah, I mean, like, how does their, I don't know, how are their eyes not like dry? Like their eyeballs.
You ask how you don't see the horizon on the picture, and it's everyone can see,
and it's flat.
You are struggling like, where is the horizon? Let me look, and you are struggling like 10 minutes. You are struggling to say where is the horizon, huh? How are your eyes then working? Because if you're honest, intellectual person will say, "Fuck, it's behind the oil rigs." Immediately, 1 second, every child will say. But you, like adult, you will struggle like for 10 minutes to say where is the.
Well, the thing is, right? The water in space, like in zero gravity, doesn't stick to anything, right?
And it floats.
But somehow it does. It sticks to your eyeball. Like what?
You know what? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I never thought of that before. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Your eye is always covered with water, with liquid, right?
Yeah.
And so, but in space, the water doesn't stick, right? Because there's no. I don't know how they do it. How do they poop?
Hey, it comes out and go back in.
Oh, I think that they had the documentaries about that. I think they explained that.
And you know something crazy though? I never seen no like, you know how like this is like what, freaking 2023, right? All the astronauts are supposedly in space station or whatever. Everybody have a freaking cell phone, right? To text their family, to whatever on social media, blah blah blah. And so you are in International Space Station, you would have it. You know, you can go use internet, whatever you want to do, right? We never seen these asshole or these stupid be, you know, recording 360-degree inside or outside, you know, when they do the spacewalk, all that bullshit or whatever. They never pan the camera to 360-degree angle with their own, you know, footage, with their own cell phone or cameras, you know. And it's always
Yeah. Why don't they do like the people here on? Why don't they do like like they take the camera around in the space place and they see all the other guys floating around and you know. And no, they don't do that. They just put it there and they just show you a little show while they're strapped to cables and everyone believes it.
Yeah.
Because they don't want that you see all studio crew. Come on.
Exactly. The fourth wall. They don't want to show us the fourth wall. Yep. But yeah, another thing that I guess, you know, when they were building the International Space Station, they never had no documentary about it. Nobody recorded. Nobody had any picture or footage or whatever. It just one day, boom! Oh, we have International Space Station. There was no launch date. I don't think, even if there is one, that got to be fake, because we would have seen, you know, we would have seen it already on some, you know, whatever footage, you know, that they recorded or they took picture, whatever, that being launched. But no, I'd never seen it, never heard of it, you know. So that's another crazy too, and that's another crazy thing. You know?
I posted. They don't want that you see that.
You posted. Let me see. Let me check. Camera crew in space station for I interview with Donald. Oh, that dude, the Petty, the Pettis. I can't say his name. But yeah,
Don Petit.
You mean that clown?
That clown? No, is that the same guy said? Oh yeah, we can go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we lost and destroyed the technology. Come on, man, really? My God.
If there is a leak, then there is a leak.
There you go. So when I was watching, you know, when I was watching the moon landing, whatever, that's when I think right after or right before, you know, I was also looking to flat Earth, whatever, you know, and moon landing is supposed to be fake or whatever. When I was looking at the footage, I always thought to myself, I'm like, So the suit that they were wearing is pretty heavy. It looks heavy, and the body weight is pretty heavy, you know. But every time they walk or trying to run or whatever, you would see the dirt splash, right? And then I thought to myself, well, if they all look like they floating, but how come all those dust that lighter, like maybe 100 or even 1,000 times lighter than the weight on their body with the suit, how come those, the dust and the sand did not float up in the air? I always ask myself that question, and that's when I realized, because they faking it, because the ground, all those dust, and the sand you would have seen it floating everywhere, because it's very light.
Yeah, it's less gravity.
But yeah, that's another thing.
To debunk moon landing, it's easier than anything, I think.
Yeah.
There is so many mistakes that you can. With flat Earth, you start with the 3 points, With the moon landing, you can start with the 100 points.
Yeah.
You see the boot truck, you don't see the tire truck. You don't see the any landing truck. You don't. Then you have so many examples of moon landing. Then for photo, everything, the shadows of the object, then letter C somewhere on the ground.
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, there's so many flaws. There's so many.
When I saw the letter C, that was for me like, oh, the fuck is this? And letter C is something for recording movies, something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that it's on the floor, on the letter C.
I think I seen it too. Was on like somewhere that it seems like it was like they pre-mark it on the spot, on the rock, on the ground, on the sand or whatever. I seen that too.
On the rock, yeah, on the rock, yeah.
And hey, you guys ever seen? I think okay. So I don't know what happened to it. Remember, I believe it was in around 2016, 2017, right? I don't know who did it, but I would thought it was Rob Skiba. I would thought it was Rob Skiba. So he did he did a live streaming, or he posted on his YouTube channel or whatever, that he went to NASA.gov, and I saw it, and I did follow him too to do that. So I don't think that he was lying, right? But guess what happened? The document that he got from NASA .gov or whatever, it was a bunch of information talking about like, our aircraft is flying over non-rotating flat Earth, and then there's also footage that from them that they upload or whatever, and it was being fake. Like you put in a Photoshop, you turn down the saturation, you would see a box cut in, and next thing you know, right? Maybe I don't know, maybe a year after that or whatever, boom. They censor YouTube. Like, so all these YouTube channels that about flat Earth, whatever, it just gone. I couldn't find them anymore because I don't remember the channel by heart. What do you guys think about that? It just kind of coincident because they kept lying, but then not too many people get to see it either. A good amount of people get to see that that person, maybe it was Rob Skiba, that actually trying to expose them.
It's very good job from their side, because, for example, when you find out that Earth is flat.
You said when, right?
Yeah, when, yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think 26. I would say 2016, 2017.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
And now you remember. Did you make the research 2016?
Yeah, I believe yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can you compare now that year and researching today? Let's say.
Oh, you can't find anything because they censor everything now.
Yeah. You cannot. It's still there because we are here, you know, and it's still there. Something, but you cannot find. You must to know somebody to show you where it is. And before that was not the case. Before you find it for yourself because it was there.
It was there because I guess they didn't kind of like demoted the algorithm before, like the algorithm, whatever. They just play one video to the next, you know, and more flat earther was, you know, putting the information out there, trying to expose these assholes. But then I guess, you know, some people say they got scared. I'm pretty sure they got scared because but let's say if they didn't censor us, they didn't change the algorithm, they didn't demoted us. Guess what's going to happen to that? I think everybody would have been a flat earther already. But since they stop us for a real. See, me, even I was a flat earther, I didn't know where to go. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go do my own thing, you know, live my life, whatever. And then you know, when I really tried to look for it, but then I found Eric Dubay again. And then when I found Eric Dubay, I found ODD again, David Wise. I found Sean Hippler, and then and I don't remember what happened to Rob Skiba, but I just found out, oh my God, he passed.
Yep.
You know what's funny? Yeah, back then they used to recommend such great videos in 2016, 17. Obviously, they don't do that anymore. But you guys were talking about before going around in public and talking to people, and even my friends who was this group of people who like believe in adrenochrome and all those conspiracies. But once you go to look up flat Earth, they just redirect you to a debunking page. So my point is, I try to get them to understand they're big Trump supporters, which I don't get how they're still caught up in politics, but they are.
Exactly.
But I tell them if you go to Google and try to look up anything about Trump, every single post is going to be a negative hit piece debunking something he says, talking about one of his lies. So you could admit that they tweak the algorithms to paint Trump or any political opponent that goes against the establishment, quote unquote. I think Trump's part of the establishment, but that's a different story. So they acknowledge, they're like, yeah, you know, Google censors red pillars and conservative. And I'm like, so when I can go in and type in Eric Dubay, 200 proof Earth is not a spinning ball, and literally it'll be on the third or fourth page. I have to go directly to the. So I'm like, why wouldn't they be doing the same? If you could agree that they're doing this for politics and entertainment and everything, you don't think it's possible that they're doing the same thing? Because you know, right now, like you guys said, it's impossible to redirect anybody to go research on their own, because the first thing they're going to do is go into a search engine or YouTube, and they're going to get bombarded with not a Professor Dave and Simon and all these people, and they're going to dismiss it within 5 minutes. So kudos to them. You know, kudos to them. The establishment. They really they're smart. They're smart.
I would say crafty. Yeah, they crafty.
They're crafty. And
it all started in 2015, I think.
Yeah, probably about 2015, because I remember like the mental image in my head has like the old YouTube page. You know, when I think about the videos, but it just used to be video after video, and they were great. You know, all the but then, you know, it got to a point where you had to go get you know, Samuel Rowbotham's book and Eric Dubay's book and Michael Carpenter's book. You know, you had to get these books directly because it was, anytime you typed in something, it was impossible to find until you know, now the resources have gotten greater and you got individual websites. But yeah, it's just crazy how people don't see that that they're doing the same thing they did for politics.
I was trying to tell my friend that I think a few years ago about, you know, when Eric Dubay and Neil deGrasse Tyson supposed to you know, debate on Joe Rogan podcast, and then Eric Dubay website and YouTube channel and also Facebook got deleted, got banned. You know, and my friend was like, "Oh, maybe Eric Debate. He was the one that didn't want debate, so he had to delete his stuff or ban himself, whatever, and all that stuff." It's like no matter how many reasons you have, they won't believe you. They just they find more excuses for the globe. You know what I'm saying? And even Neil deGrasse Tyson now, he's like, "Oh, I don't want to debate nobody. I don't want to debate flat Earth." Well, he got scared because I do truly believe that Eric Debate would have crushed him, or even Vincent right now, Austin would have crushed him. Even David Weiss would have crushed him, or journalism would have crushed him. You know, a lot of would have crushed him. Yeah.
He just got shit on by Tune, and it was so great to listen to.
I hate to break it to you, bro, but Neil deGrasse Tyson's a robot, homie. I'm just saying, though. He's not a human you could debate. He's a robot. Seriously,
He's
I'm
a
not kidding.
condescending, annoying robot. I'll tell you that right now.
He's only repeating what's been scripted and typed for him to repeat. He doesn't say anything on his own accord. You know what I mean? So
yeah, of course,
he doesn't need to debate. He's got everyone on his side.
You don't need to debate when you're a robot, bro. You don't. You can't reason with him. You can't logic with him. He only knows one thing.
Hey, you guys seen the clip that he said? You know, when I think it was on one interview that I seen before on YouTube, and the host asked him a question. Said, "Hey, so what is gravity?" And he came out, "Oh, we don't know what it is. All we know from Einstein is
I have no idea.
Curvature, space, warping time, whatever he said." And so basically, he's saying like, we don't even know what the fuck it is, right? We don't know what the fuck it is. But so basically, even a physicist don't even know what it is. Then you know, but why everybody believe in that bullshit? Because we've been taught it that way. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, it's retarded.
Well, he did say there is no curve.
They don't even know which type of gravity they're invoking. You know, it's same thing. Like you said, it's all a script. But
do you know what is interesting? The random guy will come here, but he knows better than
right. Sasha, you're right, bro.
What's up, Sasha?
Sorry?
What's up, Sasha?
Yeah, do you want to hear a new argument? Today was this morning.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Good. Do you know who this is?
Yeah, better days.
Okay. Have you been though? You been all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
That's cool.
I'm not in the morning, that's why I'm not seeing you. So you are always in this time.
Yeah. Hey, I'm still coming flat out of Compton, representing Southern California, a Black Swan.
listen, new globe Earth argument. How old are you?
44.
44. That means 44 years. 44 years, 365 days. 365 days we are going around the sun. Earth is a sphere. Because of your age.
Funny.
I'm not joking. That was serious.
Yeah.
That went on long last night.
Hey, Sasha, you know, trip out. I don't know if I told you this, but if you start with like January, like on the new calendar, the latest version of the calendar that they have, if you start with January and you go down to the last day of September or last day of December, there's like 365 days, right? Yeah. Well, like January 5th would be the 5th day of the year, you know what I mean? And so on and so on. So on my birthday, which is November 29th, it's the 333rd day of the year with 34 days left. Or no, with 32 days left, I'm sorry. Weird, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
So 333 days?
Yeah. But I found out my birthday is like some type of special like secret Illuminati day, the 333rd day of the year.
Yeah, on your birthday they worship something.
I know.
You are confused. You think that you're flat earther, but practically you're shill, but you still don't know.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
You didn't get it, fuck.
I didn't. Your accent is so thick, bro.
Because of that numbers, you are shill and
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
But you still didn't realize that.
I get it.
Yeah, you were supposed to be on their side.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah. For sure.
But with years, you will change. Come on. You will go on their side.
Yeah, you'll give up your soul.
When you realize this cult, then you will go on their side.
Yeah, the Super Bowl of 2020, which was it was also what do you call it?
We don't have Super Bowl in UK and no Super Bowl in Croatia.
It's called a palindrome. When something is the same front and back. You know what I mean? So on 2202, February 2nd of 2020, which is a palindrome, also happened to be the 33rd day of the year with 333 days left. It was Super Bowl Sunday. And let's see, on the 11th, which was 7 days later, a week later exactly. No, it was 9 days later exactly, is when they announced the, you know what. But I think something lined up that day, like stars lined up that day or something, where there was some type of, like, I think of it as like, there's some type of like energy that they're able to harness or something that they don't want us to know about, I don't know how. That's not my specialty, but I always look at dates and shit,
Okay.
I never forget that.
Yeah, it's possible they could have like harvested something like maybe like fear or like something like that, right?
Yeah, like think about it, like the way a movie theater is made, when they show it, they get like all those emotions in that one room right there, and I'm just wondering if like they have some type of way to harness that shit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that would be huge. I mean, how many people were terrified, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Later, you're born
even I was scared.
You're born in 9 months of the year. November. It's ninth month.
Oh, in the real calendar, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like not the one that they're using.
Not what we are using. Yeah, that one was 365 days. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was sun circulating. Yeah.
Hey, Sasha, do you think that the real calendar starts with the zodiac calendar on Aries?
I don't fucking know.
You know what? If you think about it, the 322, the skull and bones, which is it's the first day of Aries. It's March 22nd. Well, that's the ram, right? Well, if you look at the old coin that has EID and then there's a space and then it says MAR, it stands for the Ides of March, which was March 15th, like exactly a week before 322. But if you turn if you reverse that, instead of Ides of March, it says Ram die, like the ram is dying because everything's inverted. So I think that they code everything when they put like FE, like when you're driving your car, you see the FE because every time you look at the dashboard, because the full and empty thing on your dashboard. Well, I think that they coded the month February as flat Earth, and then Brutus is the one who killed Caesar on the Ides of March, and then Aries, the beginning of the year. And I think that's why when you count down for the new year, you go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and then 3, 2, 1 is the last thing you say, like 321, and then Happy New Year, 322. Happy New Year.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot of knowledge and info. At the same time.
Speaking about time, start from zero.
Lost, but yeah, okay. I get the concept.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no way to prove that, but I'm just saying it's something to look into.
Oh, so you saying that? So there's another calendar that I'm not I don't know anything about. So the other calendar, what year is this now at this moment?
Oh, Wow. Cam, you have a different nation, different cultures. For somebody it's 4,000, for somebody 6,000, for somebody it's I don't know.
6,000. Well, us,
I'm now. Maybe it's not true, but if you look in Chinese or Jewish, it's fucking different everywhere.
Well, I'm Cambodian. We have a Buddhism calendar or Hinduism calendar. It's I think 2070 something, I believe. Not 100% sure, or maybe even more. Who knows? Like I don't know.
Look at this. Do you know that we have that zero and before the zero?
Oh, well, you talk about
speaking about now, it's 2023, but you have before, how you say, AD or BC. I don't never.
BC before Christ.
Yeah. Before Christ, and now you need to fucking declare that zero.
I know.
Hey, Sasha, you know how like in our history books, how we've been taught that like everything from BC and before that they go backwards on the calendar, but nobody recorded time backwards back then, so we're completely lied to right in our face about the dates and stuff like that. When they give dates as something in BC, that's not the accurate date because they didn't keep dates like that back. Nobody keeps the date in reverse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, think about that. That means that people were somewhere in how to say it, you choose the number 1,000, and now you're going back 999, and you're going to year zero. That's ridiculous.
So technically, their story that they gave us, I don't know what you believe or whatever, that's your business, but like the story that they gave us about Jesus, like, so basically by making that Jesus story, they're saying, they're basically making Jesus as the one who like erased our history, our past, if you think about it.
Because it should to be so, if it started like that somebody said, okay, from today it's year zero. Before that, it should to be something like 3,705.
Yeah. So, I guess the Buddhist calendar is like 2,563 or 60, whatever. Yeah, but that's crazy. I don't know, man. I'm not really good. I don't have that much knowledge in that, but yeah, but it sounds pretty crazy.
What is not crazy about our history?
I mean, crazy in a good way.
You find out that you find out that 2 months was not before, because you have that October, November, December, telling in the name that October mean 8, that November mean 9, and December mean 10. What is going on? It's 12 in this case. What else? Fucking.
See, I don't know, because you guys said that there's other calendar or whatever, the old calendar. Well, we had our calendar, and our calendar in beginning of the year, that would be April, and that's when we celebrate, our New Year. Like a lot of Buddhism and Hinduism, we celebrate a New Year in April. Like Thai, Cambodian, Laos, and I think a big part of India, they also celebrate in April too, and other Southeast Asian country. So, so we do have a little bit different calendars than the one we have now.
Now we need to find a server where people believes they are year starting with April and attack them from any side. Like you, how you fucking can have believed that the year is starting from April? Are you fucking crazy?
No, I'm just saying, like in our culture.
Understanding now, you are the group of people what exist. Do you understand me? Like now, I'm like a glober. I want to come in your, beliefs of April and say, no, you fucking retard. The January, it's beginning of the year.
Yeah. No, but I know I get what you're saying. You know what I mean? But I didn't make this up. This has been going on for who knows how long. That because April, that's when we celebrate the New Year and stuff. So.
I know you didn't made up also heliocentrism.
and that's according to I think Buddha's calendar. It's end of the year 2563 at the moment. But then also now it's 2023, but that would be AD, right? And then we also have the BC. So yeah, man, it's I don't know. Oh, what's up, Timbo?
It could be also that they, when they saw how quickly the information was spreading, they had to start censoring it. The flat Earth, that is, because I don't know. I think if too many people find out too quickly at once, it could cause like chaos.
Yeah, because we would, start demanding answer, and all the money that they use for a space program, like $55 to $58 million a day, not a week, not a year, not a month, a day.
Yeah, that's the first question. What is you will pass in the head, but there is other question will pass your head, even if you are whatever you are. For example, if you are extreme atheist, something can pass through your mind in that case, because what is going on?
What do you mean if you're an artist? If you haven't
No, atheist, not believer in God.
Oh, atheist. Okay.
Atheist. Sorry, my accent. Yeah.
I was like artist.
Yeah. Atheist. If you are extreme atheist, something can pass through your mind when you realize that something is wrong with physicality of the world. You can stay again what you are, or you can think and reconsider your, how to say, that's what you said. Fuck, I'm atheist. Why I'm atheist? Because I don't believe in this, but I believe in that, but that is not proven. What is going on?
Well, there's been a huge rise in religion again. Like it feels like people are trying to get back into religion. I mean, I see the movement.
Yeah.
I see it everywhere. Because when I was in my early 20s, going on to 30s, or going into the 30, it was all about like atheists. Like even I was at that point in my life where I was questioning everything, and I was,
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up Catholic, but it was, I don't know, like I kind of went into a phase of my life where I was questioning it.
Yeah.
Shit.
And now I think it's reverting itself again back to religion. I don't know. I feel it. I mean,
yeah, I think after I became a flat earther, and I was just flat. I did start to question a lot of things, and even religion too. But but one thing I been telling myself was like, as long as I have
spiritual connection to a creator, to our creator. I don't know who he is, but I know there's a creator. When I do pray, I don't pray to any particular God with a specific name. I just pray to the God that created everything. Give me the strength and knowledge to live and breathe everyday lives, and that's who I pray to. But before, yes, I was also Buddhist, and then I converted to Christian, and then I'm still a Christian. I would still consider myself a Christian, because I grew up in church as a Protestant church. We had a Protestant church in Cambodia at the time, and I grew up, but I did question though. I started to question when I became a flat earther. I started to question certain things, but then I want to be on the safe side. I'm like, you know what? When I do pray, I just pray to, God that created everything. Because I do think that sometimes when people throw religion, let's say Allah, the Islam, and then Christianity or other or whatever, it's always going to be a conflict, but a lot of religion in general teach like similar things or a little bit different or whatever, but the message behind it, a lot of it are really good. But when you start to say, "Oh no, we are the true God," I mean, we have the true God. You guys not the true God, and then the other side be like, "Oh no, you guys not the true God. We are the true God." So I think when that's debate comes up or whatever, I think there's a lot of kind of like argument, because it's like two people trying to fight to see who sleep in the middle. Nobody sleep in the middle because only two people, but. So then later on, I decide, what? When I do pray, I just pray to the Lord that created everything. Give me all the strength, give me all the knowledge. I breathe every day. That's it, and that's how I see it now.
That's fair.
But anyhow, we still can't see the curvature, so.
See, measure, be better.
Sasha, I got a question for you, bro.
Yep.
Have you seen David Wise interview with one of the YouTuber? I think it was like a day, 2 days ago.
No.
Go check in the chat. Somebody posted in the chat. Go check it. Well, just look at it. You know what I mean? Maybe save it or whatever, so you can watch it later or whatever.
I posted it 6:12.
Yep.
Just a little bit up.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a very good interview. That he actually, I think he covered most of the part. But I think one thing, like,
but look what they did. Look what they did in the video with the little with the tag. That shows Dave Weiss, and the guy, and then you look at the little picture in the middle between them, and it's like, come on, it's like it's they got two spaceships. You see two spaceships. You see a flat Earth in space, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the moon over there, and we don't see the sun. But I don't know. I guess they have to do it that way, right?
It's on the thumbnail.
Yeah, the thumbnail. Yeah. If you look at it.
Okay. But yeah, but see, the thing is, like,
I think like every like flat earther with the big names out there, when they go do like interview and stuff, whatever, I think they need to make it clear on this part. Do not look into flat earth society because they are the control opposition. And because a lot of these globe earthers, you know, or they new to flat earth, whatever, they will go to Google right away and start looking at, you know, flat earth stuff, and a lot of time flat earth society comes up. And you know, it happened to me before too, because I remember when I was searching flat earth society, I mean just flat earth society or whatever, because I thought it was the same thing. And then I went to the website. They talk about, yeah, gravity do exist, but it's some things keep accelerating upward. You know, blah blah blah. Doesn't and I was like, what? So I stopped. Looking into it because I thought it was stupid too. You know, but then I keep going back and forth over and over again till I found actually Eric Dubay, ODD, and some other guys, whatever. That's when I became a full flat earther. But you know, and they need to make it clear. Any you know, flat earther with the big names out there, any truther, I think they should make it clear. Flat Earth Society is control opposition. Please do not look into their stuff. It's garbage.
I have another approach also. Please look into that also.
Oh, okay.
You know why? Because in a time years ago, I was looking into that, and I thought that that's something. And I look into that, and I went to Facebook channel. They have fucking channel because I'm on Facebook also. And when I scroll it and watch it, I didn't find any information what I wanted to give me. You know, like what these people must have something. You know, more and more than other people. And I realized no, they have only these bullshits and nothing else. You know, and then you realize, then you see how much people are there inside also. Who is commenting? What is going on? You know, nothing is happening, man. That was years ago. I don't know now if they have, but if that is because now maybe you have not one Facebook Flat Earth Society. Maybe you have 100 now.
Yeah.
Profiles like Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. So what you're saying, like, you go ahead, look into it, and but don't believe them, but at least look at the information because they are control opposition. Well, that's
because it's everything. I want to, for example, people need to listen also debates.
Do they have a Discord?
The new people. I'm telling you, for example, new people. You need to hear people like, if you know now, other anti-flat earth. If you don't hear them, what they are saying, that you will don't know how people want to protect this, you know, heliocentric model. And then you have your logic, your brain, and then you making your conclusion. You are saying, okay, this guy is saying that, you know, whatever, you know, atmosphere, it's turning around together with that. No, that has sense. So whatever you can take whatever argument you want, and you have your brain, and you can conclude, okay, this is logic, you know, or this is bullshit. And I realized so many bullshit I heard that you make your conclusion. Okay, this cannot be possible. Oh my god!
What's the biggest bullshit that you heard? I'm curious.
I heard today, in a sense, the guy what has with the age you can prove the shape of the Earth. That was today, for example. But you have so millions. Then you have Brenda with the Schuis phenomena, the space time. It's in that hole in the donut. It's space time. The changing the definition level. It's curved. The triangle, struggling to define what is triangle. Man. 2023, they are saying you don't believe NASA. 2023, you don't know what is fucking triangle. And like a level, it's on curve. When in which human history was
Yeah, that's why we call it sea level, not sea curve.
Yeah. That's because you have the flat earth, and you need to now to change something to do because this gravity doesn't work. If it did gravity doesn't work, put that another one. If that doesn't work, mix both of them.
Hey, my friend, I got a question, Sasha. Where you from, bro?
I'm from Croatia.
Croatia. Oh man, hey, you guys really good at soccer over there.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, let me say, let me take it back. Football.
Yeah. It's I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not offended for that. Soccer.
You're not a fan.
Yeah, but
You
it
guys
is.
have very good players over there.
Yeah, I think now this changing generation, we will see how we'll go on.
Yeah.
But I lost my, how to say, state identity. I'm from there. I lost my country. That means I don't care anymore. I don't feel anymore like that. I will not identify myself like I am that, even if I'm from there.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm from UK, but I was also in Italy. That means I don't know. Fucking, I'm from America.
Okay? You speak Italian?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. You ever been to
Perfectly, but
Sicily?
no, never. I was more on north of Italy.
North, okay. More like Rome and stuff, or other city or
Yeah,
whatever.
even more north.
More north, okay.
Yeah, border with my country. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you like Italy?
Italy, it's great. I like it a lot.
Great.
Yeah. I disappointed it last 3 years. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get it.
Because I have a lot of friends there, and because of that, many things changed, and because there was that country. Some maybe you can put on figures. Other 3, 4 other countries like Australia. I don't know, and
yeah.
Spain.
It was as bad as Australia?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Italy, maybe even worse. I don't know.
Yeah.
Every kind of regulation that you cannot even imagine.
Oh, so it was really bad.
Did they force you to?
Sorry?
I said, did they force you to?
Let's say yes and no. Yes, in a sense, with the regulation of the law, and let's go on, and then everybody obey, and yeah.
Damn. So I think they were aiming for everybody. They don't care what country, what color, who you are. They were just getting everybody to do that. Period. But you know what? They really kind of clever about it
What?
because a lot of people fell. I mean, a lot of people kind of like buy into it, and they're just like, oh, I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose this privilege. So I'm gonna have to do it. And I'm glad I didn't do it. Even my wife too. My wife, she didn't do it. My dad did it though, but thank God he's
You
still
talking about
okay.
the jab?
No,
No.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We're talking about something that thou shalt not speak of.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Baltimore.
Yeah. But
I'm so
that's
confused.
But hey, man, it's we passed that now. Thank God that we still alive.
Yeah, you gotta kind of use some cold words sometimes when
Yeah.
you're talking about certain subjects.
I wanted to speak without mentioning.
Oh, really? Is the word I said still like? Is that a flag?
Oh, you posing
Is the JAB word? Does that flag stuff?
I think it's on YouTube, right? So
yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah, it's probably gonna flag, but try not to.
But you are talking about that.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Well, where you been? You were gone.
No, I just went real quick to go cook.
Oh.
What did you cook?
Some rice, and then I'm gonna add some chili to it.
Oh, okay. Is it white rice? Yellow rice?
It's brown rice.
Brown rice? Oh, wow. So you're really eating very, very, very healthy.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's be honest. White rice tastes better.
Yeah, 100 times tastes better.
I eat white rice all the time.
Yeah. Man, like every meal I eat rice with just different food.
I like that Indian rice though, the yellow rice.
Oh, okay.
You know what, saffron? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Put
the saffron. Yeah.
Put the saffron in water
I've
and
tried
you
to
will
make
get.
that before though. I cannot make it like those restaurants make it. I don't know how they do it. Some secret recipe.
Okay,
Isn't that color?
Also, Mexican rice is bomb too.
Yeah, I just made it like what a week ago. The Mexican rice I made it for my wife, and she loved it.
What ethnicity is your wife?
San Antonio.
No, what ethnicity is your wife?
Oh, Cambodian.
Oh, like you. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we love a rice. So.
But yeah, no, Sasha, even today, like, I was just looking at jobs all around the country because I was just curious. And even today, like, after everything has passed, if, like, to get any job in, like, for example, just one state, like, for get any job in California, you still need to provide proof of, in order to get the job. So it's still, like, full-on discrimination in society.
What about traveling?
Traveling? I mean, you don't have to show it. You don't have to show it to fly. I don't know. I mean, there's certain countries I think that still have mandates. I mean, who knows what's going on in China, right? Because like literally like all this, like it's completely censored. So there's like no media that's like actually coming out of China that's reliable.
Yeah, California's a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Yeah, like you literally cannot get a job there. Like I was looking at a job, I was like, oh, this looks good, and then it was like, must provide proof of blah blah, or else you can't get the job.
Yeah, it's like you're walking around and you gotta watch out for needles all over the place. At least in Los Angeles.
Get this. Okay, so San Francisco during the whole thing passed a law that said like you can't enter a public place without like showing your card, showing your papers to prove that you got it. But in the same city, San Francisco, it is legal that you do not, if you know that you have HIV, that you are not illegally required to disclose that to people you have sex with. So you're literally legally allowed to go pass a disease that will kill you to people and not have to tell them. And yet you can't enter a public place unless for some flu. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, you know why they did that, right?
Why?
Who has the most HIV?
Like people that participate in the behind sex.
Well, yeah. Like I think like it's close to 90% of all HIV people who have HIV are gay.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it's really high. It's crazy.
Damn.
Well, why then 90% of people died in Africa from that?
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Why was Bill Gates kicked out of India?
Yeah, we need to change the topic.
Yeah.
Dude, can you hear me?
Yes.
Netflix. Right, thank you. Can you get off the medical talk? Take it elsewhere. The channel's for Flat Earth. Thanks. The next one's a ban.
Got to keep it clean in live stream, boys.
Yeah.
Topics and other channels. Yeah.
I think I'm just going to start hard banning people that have been here long enough to know the rules, know what we're not supposed to talk about in here, and have possibly got ranked roles, maybe silver or valued, or even gold, or possibly even mod in their name. How about that? Maybe I just ban everyone that goes off topic or starts talking about this crap. Maybe you guys will get the point that we're here to talk about Flat Earth then, eh? Have a nice day.
Yeah, old dude. Sorry about that. You know, sometimes the conversation just goes places, and you know, I didn't mean it.
Hi everyone, just joining the live stream.
Hey, what's up, Stacy?
It's been good. I actually today I was hanging out with this old lady because I don't know, that's something I've been doing, keeping them company. And this lady has heaps of books, and I was just looking through a few of them. I don't really like reading generally, but I found one on Isaac Newton. So I was reading it out loud, and the random part of the book I was reading was discussing, I think it was mainly focusing on Tycho Brahe, one of the astronomers of that time, and about how back in that day they were sort of playing with different concepts of solar systems, like maybe the Earth is stationary, and or they were sort of getting off that, but maybe like the sun's revolving around the Earth, or the Earth's revolving around the sun, or maybe some of the planets are revolving around the Earth, and so trying to make those jigsaw puzzles of this heliocentric model, or just like this space orbit model. And so we were reading through that, and she doesn't know I'm a flat earther, and I think I'll leave it at that for the moment. But yeah, it was interesting to read, and I asked her, so she's 91, so I asked her, have you ever, has there been much of a debate about the motion of the Earth in your time? And she's been like a physics professor, or not physics, biochemistry professor for a long time, so she's been very much in the academia. And she said, not really, but at one time when I think she was saying she was about 30, so I guess that would be the 1960s maybe. She was saying that one time there was this guy who would like hang around on the campuses and talk to the professors or the lecturers and talk about that stuff. So I just thought that was interesting. Like, someone was out there talking about the flat earth discussion back then, even though she took it like as a silly thing.
Did you go into any further about flat earth with her, or?
No, I'm just like only very subtle, like the way she like sort of acted,
maybe.
Like the sort of the things she would say about like the idea of the debate, I could kind of get the gist that she would say, those people are just foolish, they're just silly. I thought, okay, I won't press into it. I won't tell her anything. I'll just keep up my subtle comments here and there.
That's cool.
And one of the other random things in the book was, I only read 15 pages, but the standout thing was it was saying, at a certain time, Tycho Brahe was having a big debate or disagreement on some geometry sort of thing with someone. It didn't say what the geometry debate was about. Perhaps it was about the geometry of the Earth. I don't know. But then he was saying, the book was saying it was such like a heated debate that one guy drew his sword and sliced off Tycho Brahe's nose, and it had to be fixed with some gold and silver concrete thing. How true it is, I don't know, but I thought, that's a funny story. I'll remember that from the book.
Imagine someone tells you that somewhere beneath the surface of Pluto, there's a tiny werewolrus that sends them psychic messages every midnight, while juggling skulls on an indigo plinth. You ask for evidence, but they respond by saying, "You can't prove me wrong." Investigating this claim would be beyond the limits of current technology, but does that mean we therefore have good reason to take this person's claim seriously? What if we adopted this approach whenever we wanted to establish a factual claim? We could spend lifetimes coming up with countless fantastic claims there's no practical way of investigating, dismissing any skepticism with a mindless chorus of "you can't prove me wrong." What if encyclopedias were filled with lists of claims that were given factual status merely because, even though no evidence was produced to support them, no one could prove them false? But of course we don't compile books like that. We're not obliged to accept or take seriously every claim we can't prove false. And something that helps to save us from spending unnecessary time and energy on claims that have no merit is the burden of proof. When someone makes a factual claim, the obligation lies with them to support their claim. It's not the obligation of the skeptic to prove the claim false. Many who make supernatural existence claims try to avoid this basic next step of supporting their claim. For example, when asked to give a case for God in an exchange on US television, evangelical pastor Douglas Wilson denied his burden of proof. When asked who do you think carries the burden of proof, Wilson replied, "I believe the one who denies the self-evident fact that God exists." But this reply is so flawed that it's incoherent. If everyone agreed it was self-evident that Wilson's God existed, there'd be no one denying it. Divine existence is the very thing being disputed, and evidence is what Wilson has yet to produce. He can't stampede us into accepting the very thing he needs to establish, simply by declaring it to be self-evident. Wilson claims as fact that a God exists, and it's this act of claim-making that saddles him with the burden of proof. It's revealing that Wilson also said in this exchange that much of the debate about divine existence has to do with what he called scrambling for the high ground of who has to do the proving. It may feel like scrambling to Wilson, but in fact the issue is clear-cut. When Wilson chooses to make the bold claim that a God exists, he has to do the proving. He can't shift his burden of proof to his opponent. Well, if God didn't create the universe, what did? Questions like this are examples of another common form of burden shifting. The underlying implication is that if the skeptic can't explain just how our universe came to be, then the idea that a God created it somehow wins by default. But that's not how it works. Answers involving supernatural beings don't get a free pass. They must be substantiated like any other candidate answer. And even if divine answers to this question were acceptable, monotheism would have to jostle with a potentially limitless variety of polytheisms. The very notion that a question as complex and involved as this has a default answer, other than I don't know, is misguided. Learning about our universe takes time and disciplined work, so demanding that everything has an explanation now is an untenable position, and inserting supernatural beings into the inevitable gaps in our current knowledge commits the fallacy of arguing from ignorance. Furthermore, plenty of everyday examples show us that not knowing a specific answer doesn't prevent us eliminating alternatives. One reason we eliminate supernatural answers is that they lack explanatory power. Saying a god created our universe doesn't explain how it was created, and poetic metaphors are no more illuminating. Saying a god speaks things into creation, for example, doesn't explain how divine speech results in creation. Gods and poetry get us no closer to the process we're actually interested in. They only push the question further back while the actual process remains unknown. And this is ultimately what so-called divine explanations give us. I don't know, hidden under a supernatural wrapping. Remove the wrapping and we get an honourable answer. Rejecting inadequate answers doesn't automatically oblige us to know the actual answer. Rejecting divine pseudo-explanations doesn't mean we have to know everything about the universe. Some insist that saying you don't have a belief in any god because of the absence of evidence isn't good enough. You must give an argument for divine non-existence. Or more emphatically, failing to give arguments for non-existence is virtually to concede the debate to the person who at least gives some arguments, however weak, for divine existence. But we can easily show this is false. Let's imagine that debate. A gives some arguments for the position that a god exists. B, A's opponent, gives no arguments for divine non-existence. However, what B does during the debate is show that all of A's arguments are invalid. What's the outcome of this exchange? Far from having to concede the debate, B has shown that A has no case. The significant result is that we're left with no reason to believe that A's God exists. Crucially, at the end of the debate, B has no reason to change position, but A, lacking valid justification, does. The skeptic doesn't owe the claim maker arguments for non-existence. The burden lies with the claim maker to present an adequate case. If they fail to do so, their claim fails. It can certainly be an advantage for the skeptic to have a well-reasoned position. Acquainting oneself with the stock arguments for divine existence, for example, provides useful illustrations of flawed reasoning if one wants to learn some of the traps to avoid when constructing valid arguments. But the skeptic is not obliged to waste her time preparing non-existence arguments for any supernatural claim that might come her way. The monotheist may be so deeply embedded in his belief that he fails to appreciate how bizarre it can seem from the outside. But to the non-believer, the claim of a divine creator is often just one of a potentially limitless ragbag of ideas we've no good reason to give credence to. Debates about divine existence have been characterized as a game played with two different rules, with the complaint that theism can be critiqued while non-belief remains invincible. In fact, there's only one rule. When you choose to make a claim in debate, you give yourself a burden of proof. If you claim that a god exists, and shouldering that burden is too much for you, it's always within your power to withdraw your claim. But trying to imply there's a double standard because your claim naturally attracts criticism from people who see no evidence to support it is playing the victim. The real double standard is expecting someone who's made no claim to bear your burden of proof. Those who feel frustrated that theistic arguments fail might do better asking why they fail. Perhaps one of the most transparent attempts to shift the burden of proof comes from theists who, in debate, rephrase their position as lacking belief in the non-existence of gods. Trying to convert a claim into a non-claim by aping the skeptic's position doesn't magically rid a disputed concept of the need for justification. For the theist who goes to these lengths to try to avoid the burden of proof, one has to wonder about their strength of conviction. If there are sound, solid reasons for believing in supernatural beings, why not simply lay out those reasons, instead of wasting time with this curious denial dance? If a scientist speaking at a conference complained about the unfairness of having to present evidence for their claims, they'd empty the auditorium. But in the realm of supernatural claims, we consistently encounter people who are reluctant, even indignant, when reminded of their burden of proof. In many ways, this isn't surprising. The expectation of evidence is kryptonite to claims that lack sufficient support. People who pretend to be psychic have developed an arsenal of smoke and mirror tactics to fend off critical questions. For centuries, certain religions have contrived to demonize questions, and in the process developed a skewed complacency about not answering them. But today, increasingly, we understand that there's no valid basis for letting supernatural claims escape justification, and we see through institutions that forbid or evade questions, that declare themselves unaccountable. We're rightly critical of them, and we expect and demand better. If certain groups over the centuries have grown accustomed to not substantiating their claims, so that they regard the mere suggestion as impudent, the way we resolve that is not by letting them remain accustomed to dismissing their burden of proof, but by pointing out that they were at fault for growing so accustomed in the first place. Supernatural claims that have thrived historically by submerging themselves in mystery are now more than ever in the information age, being fished out into the glare of rigorous inquiry, and they're suffering in their new alien environment. Their old tricks aren't so effective on the more critical modern mind. Booming threats don't cow us into obedience as in years gone by. Too many of us know what's going on behind the curtain. In greater and greater numbers, we're outgrowing the long intellectual stagnation of humankind's superstitious adolescence, and we're exposing supernatural claims that have bluffed and bullied their way into a position of unearned respect. They deserve no reverence and should be processed with no more ceremony than any other claim. Clearly, demanding evidence for every statement uttered would make interaction impossible. But those who make bold supernatural claims should get used to owning their burden of proof. In science, owning a burden of proof is routine because it's understood by those who observe scientific principles that claims require justification. It's expected that authors of scientific papers will explain their reasoning and evidence, and it's common for this to be done not grudgingly but enthusiastically. If we're interested in holding justified beliefs, finding out which claims have valid support and which don't is something to embrace, not avoid. It's when we stake our egos, hopes, or identities on specific claims that we create needless problems, because anything that then threatens the claim also threatens us. The burden of proof becomes threatening because having to justify the claim risks discovering that we can't do so. In this way, our ability to assess the claim becomes fatally undermined by a personal need for it to be true, whether or not it has valid support. If, on the other hand, we commit ourselves not to specific claims, but to refining knowledge, we can watch claims gather support or collapse, without the burden of proof posing any personal threat. Meeting a burden of proof isn't always easy, but without this mechanism, without people volunteering, here's my new idea, and the evidence to support it, our education would be at a standstill. Fortunately, a long history of genuine contributors to education haven't been so unforthcoming. Supernatural claim makers who think they're somehow exempt from the standards that apply to other claim makers are mistaken, and in an increasingly educated world, their special pleading will only see them being left behind in the darkness of past ignorance where many of their claims originated. Extraordinary claims have an inescapable burden of proof. When those who make extraordinary claims don't, for whatever reason, take their burden of proof seriously, they relieve us of the burden of taking their claim seriously. Give someone a fish and they'll eat that day. Teach them how to catch a fish and they'll never go hungry. Proverbs like this remind us how learning skills helps to move us towards self-reliance. This is never more true than with critical thinking. Memorize the solution to a problem and you may master that particular problem. Improve your critical thinking and you'll give yourself the tools to create your own effective solutions to a multitude of unfamiliar problems. Critical thinking refers to a diverse range of intellectual skills and activities concerned with evaluating information as well as our own thought in a disciplined way. When we're willing and able to examine our own capability as thinkers, acknowledging problems and weaknesses, this can help us refine our thought processes so that we learn to think and assess information in a more comprehensive way that increases our ability to identify and reject false ideas and ideologies. Critical thinking isn't just thinking a lot. A person may spend a great deal of intellectual energy defending a flawed position or pursuing a question that actually needs reformulating before progress can begin. If they never examine possible flaws and biases behind their approach, that's not thinking critically. We must want to be better at thinking, to pinpoint and minimize any biasing influence on our thought from culture and upbringing. to seek out and be guided by knowledge and evidence that fits with reality, even if it refutes our cherished beliefs. Indeed, when we think critically, beliefs tend not to be cherished, but held on the understanding that if they're shown to be unfounded, a change of position is the most appropriate response. Critical thinkers cultivate an attitude of curiosity and eagerness to widen their perspective and broaden their knowledge, and they're willing to do the work required to keep themselves properly informed about a subject. They recognise that explanations must actually explain and be testable to be worthy of serious consideration, and that legitimate theories clearly define the circumstances in which they'll concede defeat. Critical thinking embraces skepticism. Skepticism doesn't mean an indiscriminate rejection of ideas, as some mistakenly believe. It refers to doubting and suspending our judgment about claims with which we're presented, so that we don't simply accept claims which might be unjustified, but first take the time to understand them, examining the reasoning and possible assumptions and biases behind them. Reasoning behind factual claims should be based in sound, consistent logic, not on emotions and social pressure, because the truth value of factual claims isn't determined by the emotion that accompanies them, or the fact that they may be believed by certain social groups. Sometimes people try to persuade us that reason has no value, but that's an untenable position. Arguing against reason is cutting off the branch on which you sit, using the very thing you're dismissing in order to construct a case against it. Reason has an intrinsic role in the decisions and judgments we make as we negotiate our way through life, whether they be momentous or trivial. If a particular line of reasoning is flawed, what will increase our understanding? Dismissing the value of reason or looking honestly at the flaws? A lack of respect for reason or evidence, or any number of obstructive character traits, will sabotage one's capacity for critical thought. One of the biggest barriers to critical thinking is an unwillingness to see complex issues in anything other than black and white terms. If one sees only two options when more exist, this constitutes a false dichotomy. Consciousness is often presented as something that's either an eternal immaterial entity or reducible and identical to brain states, when in fact there are various other positions. Many divide people into those who accept evolution and those who believe in specific gods, when these categories are not mutually exclusive. If we think in false dichotomies, we'll tend to draw false conclusions. For example, by judging that if option A is false, option B must be true. We may also misrepresent others by wrongly assuming that if they don't hold attitude X, they must hold attitude Y. Black and white thinking often reflects an underlying reluctance or refusal to deal with the uncertainty that results from complexity and an absence of definite answers. But leaping to flawed conclusions because you can't tolerate the ambiguity of not knowing is not about truth or curiosity, but comfort. The critical thinker can handle uncertainty, preferring to be aware of their own areas of ignorance, and they can wait for valid evidence and evidence-based answers. Critical thinking provides each of us with the keys for unlocking our own intellectual independence, leaving us willing and able to explore and solve problems for ourselves. It moves us away from rash conclusions, mystification, and a reluctance to question received wisdom, authority, and tradition. It moves us towards intellectual discipline, the clear expression of ideas, and the acceptance of personal responsibility for our own thinking. Communities in which individuals are eager to acquire and apply the best knowledge and reason in all fields, and willing to acknowledge and correct flaws in their own thinking, are better equipped to create more profoundly effective solutions to the challenges we face in living and living together. When we teach and encourage critical thinking, we empower individual lives and invest in our collective future. It seems to be an extremely common experience amongst people who don't believe in certain non-scientific concepts to be told by others who do to be more open-minded. This advice is typically based on highly flawed thinking, including an inaccurate understanding of what open-mindedness is. In fact, being open-minded simply means being willing to consider new ideas. Science promotes and thrives on open-mindedness because the advancement of our understanding about the reality in which we exist depends upon our willingness to consider new ideas. Indeed, scientific discovery often requires entirely new ways of thinking. However, not only does believing in certain non-scientific concepts not automatically make you open-minded, it can often lead you to be the complete opposite. A neighbour of mine once noticed a moving lampshade in my front room and said it was a ghost. When I told him it wasn't, he said, "You've got the evidence in front of you." and said I was stubbornly close-minded and had no curiosity. When he'd finished his little outburst, I reached down and switched off the small fan heater underneath the lamp to stop its currents of warm air from moving the shade. It was actually my neighbour who'd had no curiosity in this situation. He'd leapt to an immediate conclusion and dismissed all alternatives. When you label an event supernatural just because it has no explanation that's obvious to you, you'll inevitably misinterpret evidence and make invalid causal connections. You'll eliminate whole realms of alternative explanation before it's even clear which explanations might be appropriate, and that's the very definition of close-mindedness. People who tell others to be more open-minded about so-called supernatural concepts often accompany this advice with one or more personal anecdotes they claim can't be explained. This is another flawed approach. Even if your experience can't be explained, that in no way strengthens the case for any supernatural concept. All it shows is that your experience can't be explained. Trying to suggest that a lack of explanation is evidence that supernatural powers are at work is actually a contradiction. In effect, what it's saying is, I can't explain something, therefore I can explain it. The unexplained is just that, unexplained. Furthermore, although it's quite reasonable to describe an experience and say you can't explain it, telling your audience they can't explain it is senseless, because your audience has no independent access to the events you describe, nor any way of investigating which details you may have missed or edited out. If my neighbour had told other people they had to accept his ghost story because they couldn't explain the moving lampshade, how would anyone be able to agree or disagree without knowing anything about the fan heater? Expecting others just to take your word that you've had a brush with the supernatural is simply unrealistic. Even if I saw someone disappear right in front of me, I'd recognise how unreasonable it would be to expect a complete stranger just to believe me without corroborating evidence, however personally frustrating that might feel. Someone once tried to suggest to me that scientists who ask for evidence before accepting claims are as close-minded as witch doctors. The idea that requiring evidence makes you close-minded is a fallacy. A willingness to consider new ideas doesn't commit you to accepting them unconditionally. If someone you love was lying injured and unconscious, and a complete stranger told you she had some magic powder that will cause instant healing if poured into the wounds, would you just accept this stranger's claim? Would it be close-minded not to let her pour a substance you know nothing about into the open wounds of someone you love? We're all sceptical about some things. If Alfie isn't sceptical about the existence of ghosts, and Beth is, it may be that Beth's experience of other people's flawed evidence and logic has given her strong reasons to be sceptical. Now, if Alfie develops a valid operational definition for what ghosts are supposed to be and produces valid evidence, Beth might one day reevaluate and accept their existence. But it's important to remember that unless Beth says something like, ghosts do not exist, she's made no factual claim requiring justification or indicating a closed mind. I've watched a number of people work themselves up into a froth about me having a closed mind on some paranormal issue, only to realise when they start listening carefully that I don't actually hold the views they've rashly attributed to me. For example, when I say I don't believe in something, I've not said it can't be true. All I've said is that I've not yet been presented with persuasive evidence for it. Now, if someone describes an entity to me that's logically impossible, then in those specific cases I might well say X cannot be true, and I'll back up my statement. But it's a classic debating trick to exaggerate and therefore misrepresent another person's position. And when you treat someone's statement of non-belief as an assertion that something cannot be true, this is exactly what you're doing. If you have difficulty accepting that other people don't share your beliefs, then that's unfortunate for you, because there's a lot of difference out there. But if knowing that someone's beliefs differ from yours causes you to lose a sense of perspective when talking to them, so that as soon as you hear certain trigger words you start grafting inaccurately assumed attitudes onto them, you're no longer communicating, you're merely rehearsing your own prejudices, and that's truly close-minded. In the course of my life, I've been told to be more open-minded by people who believe in a God but not reincarnation, and people who believe in reincarnation but not gods. Both groups seem quite happy for others to express skepticism when they do, but not when they don't. For these people, open-mindedness seems to mean agreeing with me. Then there are others whose idea of open-mindedness is accepting the unreliable testimony of any random person with a spooky story. These people are often also fiercely skeptical of science. Certain comments can quickly reveal their poor understanding of what it is, and this results in two supreme ironies. One is that they're guilty of exactly the same skeptical attitude they criticise in other people. The other is that what they're reserving their skepticism for is a domain that emphasises skepticism. In other words, they're skeptical of skepticism. Again, open-mindedness isn't about believing things. So believing in more paranormal things than the next person doesn't make you more open-minded, though it can be a sign that you're more gullible. And despite what some people would have us believe, it's not a virtue to be easily persuaded by people. Those who say it is, and that requiring evidence is close-minded, clearly wouldn't survive one day in a court of law. After all, what does the person with that attitude do in any situation where there's more than one version of events? And is it close-minded to require evidence of someone's guilt before locking them up? These attitudes don't stand up for a moment in the real world. It would be absurd to suggest that we need evidence for everything we're told. When a friend tells us about their day at work, we don't ask them to back up what they say. And we don't stop enjoying films and stories just because they contain incredible events. But when someone's trying to persuade us to accept something as fact or take some sort of risk, demanding valid evidence helps us distinguish true claims from false ones. And that's an invaluable ability in a world where believing false claims can seriously damage your wealth and your health. Critical thinking is not incompatible with open-mindedness. On the contrary, it empowers an open mind. Even though demanding valid evidence may lead you occasionally to reject ideas that are poorly supported but nonetheless valid, if and when evidence accumulates for those ideas, an open mind will allow you to reconsider them and possibly dislodge false ideas you'd previously accepted as true. This approach is promoted by science. By contrast, when you have an open mind but demand little or no evidence before accepting things, you leave your understanding of reality much more up to chance. Even worse, if you've accepted false ideas uncritically and close your mind to anything that contradicts them, you won't recognise true ideas even when the evidence is overwhelming, and you'll sabotage your own capacity for learning. If you believe in pseudoscientific and supernatural concepts, that's your privilege. If you want to put forward your personal reasons for believing in them, understanding that whoever's listening may have questions or find flaws in your arguments, that's fine. But if you're in the habit of targeting individuals you've never met and suggesting they're in some way deficient just because they don't believe in these concepts, if you reject conflicting evidence and counter-arguments without consideration, but demand that others accept your arguments and what you regard as evidence uncritically, not only is that closed-minded, it's controlling, arrogant, and presumptuous in the extreme. More importantly, when you're trying to make it seem unreasonable for someone to want evidence before changing a significant attitude or take a significant risk, the mere fact that your claim requires a suspension of critical thinking should indicate it's not the other person that needs to demand less evidence, but you that needs to demand more. Before presuming to advise others to be open-minded, think about some of the widely accepted ideas you dismiss without consideration. You might need the advice you're dispensing far more than other people. Remember too that an open mind that demands little or no evidence for ideas before accepting them will let in an awful lot of rubbish. The scientific theory of evolution explains how life forms develop and diversify over generations. Something to understand straight away is that it doesn't claim to explain the development of the universe or how life was first begun. It explains how new varieties of life form emerge from earlier life forms. Even if life on Earth had been initiated by some kind of divine or alien intervention, that wouldn't affect the evidence for evolution, which is accepted by people who believe in one or more gods as well as those who don't. It's also important to understand what a scientific theory is. Outside science, people often use the word theory to refer to a hunch or unsupported personal opinion. This is not what the word means in science. In science, a theory refers specifically to a well-substantiated explanation which accounts for a body of well-substantiated facts. So whenever we encounter a statement like, evolution is just a theory, not a fact, this tells us that whoever's made the statement is not using the terms correctly. In science, theories don't get promoted to facts. Facts are explained by theories. Because of their explanatory power, theories are the ultimate goal and the ultimate achievement in the sciences of nature. To start with some well-known facts, we know that physical traits of parent life forms are inherited by the next generation, and that through the artificial process of selective breeding, many traits can be exaggerated in later generations. This can be achieved fairly simply, by mating together individuals that exhibit those traits most strongly, and repeating this process with successive generations. Breed only from horses with good competition records, and their offspring will tend to perform well also. Breed only from aggressive dogs, and their offspring will tend to be aggressive. Many who happily acknowledge this kind of artificial selection are the same people who label evolution impossible or a fairy tale. And yet natural selection, one of the major mechanisms that drives evolution, requires no magical suspension or violation of physical laws. It simply says that traits also emerge, and reproductive opportunities are also limited because of factors other than human influence. If a greyhound breeder selects only the fastest dogs for breeding stock, and in the wild only the fastest gazelles outrun their predators and survive to reproduce, then both nature and the greyhound breeder are favouring certain individuals for reproducing offspring and passing on their genetic information to the next generation. Before I say more about natural selection, I want to mention another commonly misunderstood term, mutation. Many think that when biologists talk about mutation, they're referring only to dramatic malformations like animals with extra limbs or heads, or far-fetched scenarios like dogs producing cats, or even morphing into cats. These are misconceptions. Mutations are simply changes in genetic variation within a population, brought about by insertions, deletions, and recombinations of the DNA sequence. But mutation isn't the only cause of variation, because it's not only the DNA sequence that's important to evolution. Epigenetic studies, for example, show that genes can be switched on or off, and that this genetic activation or inhibition can be inherited and expressed in later generations. Most variations are neutral and have no impact on an organism's survival, accumulating naturally over successive generations in what's known as genetic drift, the effects of which are far more noticeable in smaller populations. But a variation in colour, for example, could have a major impact. Take this insect. If genetic variation makes some of its offspring less conspicuous to predators, they'll have a greater chance of surviving and reproducing, and in the course of time, the insects with this variation may become more abundant within the population. If the variation makes other offspring more conspicuous to predators, they may not survive to reproduce, and the variation may vanish or become suppressed because of natural selection. Many who don't understand evolution try to discredit it by equating it with pure accident. But it's not pure accident that camouflage, hooves, petals, antennae, fins, wings, eyes and roots have evolved in the natural world. All these physical traits have served specific functions in contributing towards different organisms' reproductive success. And clearly if the organisms that exhibit these traits manage to reproduce, they perpetuate their genetic information, including the information for the traits, in the next generation. But it's not true that every single trait of a living organism must be advantageous. For example, traits that give no particular advantage can still be favoured if they're associated with other traits that do. When it comes to beneficial traits, there's no one-size-fits-all. Bulk may be a great advantage for a walrus wanting to dominate its rivals, but it would be a distinct disadvantage to a spider monkey that's adapted to a life of swinging nimbly through trees. Again, it's no accident that walruses have evolved to be bulky and spider monkeys have evolved slender, supple limbs. These physical attributes have helped them operate in their respective environments and ways of life, to survive and compete for reproduction. People who say that evolution is all about impossibly unlikely accidents and blind luck often like to claim that the probability of life forms evolving is the same as the probability of winning the jackpot on a one-armed bandit hundreds of times in a row. But miraculous accidents are the opposite of what evolution is about. If we're going to use the one-armed bandit analogy, then evolution presses the hold button on almost all symbols on every pull of the lever. Starting with a word, we only need to change one of its letters to turn it into a new word. Changing one letter from this word results in further new words. And if we carry on repeating the process, we can produce words that differ dramatically from the original. Dramatic change can be achieved one small step at a time. And this is what happens with evolution, except that with evolution, countless mostly minute changes have accumulated over millions of years. If members of a given species become geographically isolated from each other, each group may end up having to respond to very different environments and predators, and adapt to very different ways of gathering food. Any genetic variations will no longer be shared throughout the whole population, but only within each group. In this way, genetic drift and natural selection can lead to the emergence of two distinct populations, which after a given period of time are no longer related closely enough to interbreed. The theory of evolution doesn't say that organisms from one species population suddenly produce organisms from another. Dogs don't produce cats. Nor does it say that individual organisms change species. Individual apes don't morph into humans. While we're on the subject of apes and humans, there's a common misunderstanding about our evolutionary relationship with apes, revealed by the question, if humans evolved from apes, why are there still apes? Firstly, humans didn't evolve from the apes we see today. Humans and modern apes share a common ape-like ancestor different from both modern animals. But secondly, when one life form evolves into another, that doesn't mean the first life form has to stop existing. Take life form A, so well adapted to its environment that it changes very little from one generation to the next. But then part of the population spreads to a new environment, where it's poorly suited. Different survival pressures now lead generations of this separate population to change dramatically, while the changes in the first population remain barely noticeable. After many generations, population 1 still exists in more or less its original form, alongside the now very different population 2. It didn't have to die out or change at the same rate. The theory of evolution has never demanded the existence of animals with a crocodile's head and a duck's body. Even when there's evidence that one animal evolved directly from another, that doesn't mean the transitional forms must look like whole chunks of each animal stuck together. Evolution doesn't work by combining different species at random, and evolutionary scientists have never hunted for the crocoduck, the jellywolf, or the rhinopus. The theory of evolution tells us something very different. Nature doesn't reward just any random combination of features. Even highly specialized animals are being driven to extinction all the time. Nature rewards only whatever is efficient at reproducing itself. The crocoduck, invented to ridicule evolution, has instead become the symbol of bad arguments against evolution. Some people feel that an acceptance of evolution implies or leads inevitably towards the desire for supremacist control over the breeding of human beings. But recognizing facts about nature doesn't mean you have any wish to apply them to social policy and commit gross violations of human rights. Evolution isn't an endorsement of eugenics, any more than accepting the fact that the females of numerous species kill and eat the males after mating is an endorsement of cannibalism. It's simply a recognition of reality. If someone tells you that the theory of evolution says any of the following, then they either simply misunderstand it, or they're deliberately misrepresenting it and trying to create confusion about science in the hope that this will lead to more support for their position. Either way, attempts to make evolution seem like a fairy tale by both the misinformed and the dishonest will continue.